Greetings, travellers. Welcome to NOVELLUX. You have found your way to a sanctuary of original epic fiction, crafted entirely by our imagination. If you have a passion for stories that haunt the soul long after the final word fades, pause for a moment. Give this journey a chance. You might just find the world you've been looking for. If you have ever been mesmerised by the ruthless ambition of Daniel Plainview in There Will Be Blood, haunted by the tragic rise and fall of Charles Foster Kane in Citizen Kane, and perhaps crave the gritty, desperate atmosphere of The Grapes of Wrath, then this is the story you deserve. So, pull your chair closer to the fire, listen to the crackle of the wood, feel the rough texture of the page beneath your fingertips, and smell the faint, dusty scent of ink and history. You're safe here, in the sanctuary of your own mind. But outside these walls, beyond the comfort of your reality, a different wind is howling. It is the dry, suffocating wind of East Texas, carrying the scent of dried blood and imminent fortune in the year 1901. We are about to walk in the footsteps of a man who looked at the barren earth and saw not God's creation, but a vault to be cracked open. We will witness how a soul is sold, not all at once, but inch by inch, barrel by barrel. This is not merely a story of wealth. It is a cartography of the human spirit when the needle of the moral compass is magnetised by greed. I must warn you, the ink on these pages is thick and black, like the oil that gushes from the depths. To read is to let it stain your hands. You will feel the grit of the red dust in your teeth. You will smell the sulphur that clings to the skin like a curse. We do not ask for your judgment. History has already judged him. We ask only for your witness. So, wrap your coat tight against the coming storm, take a deep breath of clean air while you still can. The sun is setting over the derrick, and the shadows are lengthening. Blood and oil. The story begins now. Chapter 1, The Dust and the Dead. The dust in East Texas did not just coat the skin, it claimed it. It was a fine red powder that possessed a sentient quality, finding its way into the deepest creases of a man's knuckles, settling into the lining of his lungs, and turning the whites of his eyes into a map of broken veins. It was the taste of iron and defeat. Elias Thorne stood alone in the middle of a field that God had seemingly forgotten to bless. The heat was a physical weight, pressing down on his shoulders like a yoke of lead, distorting the horizon into a shimmering, watery mirage that promised relief but delivered only more scorching sun. At his feet, the earth was freshly turned. 2 mounds, one long enough for a woman, the other small enough to break a heart without saying a word. Elias leaned on his spade. It was a heavy tool, the handle made of ashwood, worn smooth and dark by years of grip, sweat, and friction. It was the only thing in this world that had never lied to him. When he pushed it into the ground, the earth yielded. When he leveraged his weight against it, the soil moved. It was a transactional relationship, honest and brutal, unlike the prayers he had been whispering into the void for the last 6 months. He looked at the wooden crosses he had hammered together from the remnants of a fence post. No names were carved into them yet. He didn't have a knife sharp enough. Or perhaps he didn't have the will left to etch their names into wood that would only rot away in a few seasons. Sarah. Thomas. The names echoed in the cavern of his skull, bouncing off the walls of his grief, but his lips did not move. "Dust to dust," Elias croaked. His voice was a rusted hinge, unused for days. The sound was swallowed instantly by the vast, indifferent silence of the prairie. He waited. He was a man of the cloth, or at least he had been. He wore the black frock coat of a preacher, though now it was grey with the omnipresent dust, fraying at the cuffs and stained with the salt of his own labour. For 10 years he'd stood behind pulpits in draughty, wooden churches, telling callous farmers and tired wives that suffering was a test, that poverty was a virtue, and that the Lord provided for the sparrow. He waited for the comfort he had promised others. He waited for a sudden breeze to cool his brow, a sign from the heavens, a sense of peace to settle over his heart like a dove. Nothing happened. A buzzard circled high above, a black speck against the blinding white blue of the sky, waiting for him to fall. The heat ticked in the dry grass like a countdown. Elias let go of the spade. It fell to the ground with a dull thud, raising a small puff of red dust that hung in the air before settling on his boots. He looked at his hands. They were large hands, capable hands, but they were trembling, not from sorrow, he realised with a jolt of cold clarity, but from rage. "You took them," he whispered, as looking up at the sun that dared to shine so brightly on this day. "I served you, I starved for you. I preached your word until my throat bled. And for what? For a fever that boiled them alive in their own beds? For a grave dug by my own hands?" He fell to his knees, not in prayer, but because his legs simply gave way. The ground was hard and hot, baking his knees through the thin fabric of his trousers. He dug his fingers into the loose soil of the smaller grave. The dirt was warm, almost feverish, like the forehead of his son just 2 nights ago. "I have nothing," he hissed into the dirt. "I'm 40 years old, and I have nothing but a book of lies and a plot of dead earth." The wind picked up, rustling the dry cornstalks in the neighbour's field miles away. It sounded like the whisper of 1,000 dry tongues. Elias closed his eyes. He could feel the hollowness in his stomach. He hadn't eaten in 2 days. The last piece of bread had gone to Thomas, who had been too weak to swallow it. Poverty was not noble. That was the first truth that cracked open inside him like a dry seed pod. Poverty was a stench. It was the smell of sickness you couldn't afford a doctor to cure. It was the indignity of begging for credit at the general store, feeling the shopkeeper's eyes scan your worn clothes before shaking his head. It was the silence of a house where laughter used to be, replaced by the gnawing sound of rats in the walls. Elias opened his eyes. The tears he expected did not come. Instead, a dryness spread through him, parching his soul, turning his grief into something brittle and sharp. He stood up, his movements stiff and jerky, like a marionette whose strings were being pulled by an angry puppeteer. He picked up the spade again, not to dig, but because he needed a weapon. Against what, he didn't know. Against the sky, against the silence. He turned his back on the graves. He did not say amen. To say amen would be to accept it. To say amen would be to agree that this was God's will. And if this was God's will, then God was a cruel landlord who deserved no rent from Elias Thorne. He walked toward the small, leaning shack that had been his home. The structure was grey and weathered, looking as if a strong gust would fold it like a house of cards. The porch steps groaned under his weight, a familiar complaint that usually signalled welcome, but today sounded like a warning. Inside, the air was stagnant and hot, trapped under the tin roof. The single room was divided by a curtain made of flour sacks. On the table lay his Bible. It was a heavy thing, bound in black leather that was peeling away at the corners, revealing the cardboard beneath. It had been his father's, and his father's before him. Elias approached the table. He reached out and touched the cover. The leather felt cool, oily. He remembered the weight of it in his hands as he paced the floorboards of the church, his voice booming, promising salvation. He had believed it then, or had he? Had he just been in love with the sound of his own voice? The power of holding a room in a rapture? He opened the book. The pages were thin, onion skin paper that crinkled softly. Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want... Elias laughed. It was a dry, hacking sound that scraped his throat. I shall not want, he repeated, looking around the room. The empty cupboards, the cold stove, the bed where the sheets were still twisted from the agony of the fever. I want everything. I want bread. I want life. I want... He slammed the book shut. The sound was like a gunshot in the small room. Dust motes danced in the shaft of sunlight cutting through this window. He needed to leave. He couldn't stay here, in this mausoleum of failure. But where? He had no money. The congregation had disbanded months ago when the crops failed and the families moved west. He was a shepherd without a flock, a husband without a wife, a father without a son, His eyes fell on a small wooden box on the mantelpiece. It was where Sarah had kept her rainy day money. He knew it was empty. He'd spent the last few coins on the medicine that hadn't worked. But desperation has a muscle memory. He walked over and opened it anyway, empty, except for a single, folded piece of paper. Ellis unfolded it with trembling fingers. It was a deed. Not for this house. They didn't own this shack, but for 80 acres of rich farmland north of Dallas, near the Trinity River. It was Sarah's dowry, an inheritance from an uncle she'd barely known. She'd always dreamed of moving there, planting a garden and raising Thomas away from the dust. But they had never found the money for the journey. Sour land, Elias muttered. He looked out the window. The heat waves were dancing over the graves. A thought, cold and slithering, entered his mind. It wasn't a holy thought. It wasn't a prayer. It was a calculation. If God wouldn't provide, then Elias would have to take. If the land in Beaumont was useless for farming, perhaps it was good for something else. He remembered reading a newspaper scraps a few months ago about men in Pennsylvania, about black sludge that burned. He didn't know anything about oil. He didn't know geology from theology. But he knew people. He knew how to look a man in the eye and sell him a promise. He'd been selling the promise of heaven for 10 years with nothing to show for it but calluses and a dead family. Maybe it was time to sell something else. Elias folded the deed and slid it into the inner breast pocket of his coat, placing it directly over his heart. It was a thin barrier against the world, but it was better than nothing. He moved to the small wash basin in the corner. The water in the pitcher was low, warm, and clouded with grit, but he cupped it in his hands and splashed it over his face. He scrubbed hard, trying to wash away the salt of dried tears and the red film of the grave soil. He scrubbed until his skin burned, until the face staring back at him from the cracked mirror above the basin was raw and flushed. He studied that face. It was a gaunt landscape. His cheekbones were sharp ridges under the skin, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets like dried wells, but the structure was still there. The jaw was square, the nose aquiline. It was a face that had been trusted by mothers to baptize their infants and by dying men to hear their final confessions. It was a face that commanded respect, not because it was kind, but because it looked like it knew secrets that others did not. He reached for the clerical collar lying on the shelf. It was made of celluloid, stiff and unforgiving. It had yellowed slightly with age and sweat, a ring of grime lining the inside where it had rubbed against his neck during countless sermons on humility. Elias held it up to the light. It was just a strip of plastic and fabric, a costume, but in the eyes of the sheep, it was a yoke of holiness. It silenced questions. It opened doors. It made widows pour tea and men tip their hats. He unbuttoned his shirt collar and fastened the clerical tab around his neck. It pinched his windpipe, a familiar constriction. Suffering is necessary, he used to say. Now, the pinch felt different. It felt like a leash he was placing on himself, not to serve a master, but to control the beast he was becoming. He practiced a smile in the mirror. It was a reflex, a muscle memory of benevolence. He tilted his head slightly to the side, the posture of listening, of empathy. The Lord gives, and the Lord takes away, he whispered to his reflection. The voice was smooth, deep, resonating in the chest. It was a beautiful instrument. It was a weapon. He turned away from the mirror. There was nothing else to pack. He had no clothes worth taking other than the ones on his back. The furniture was homemade and rotting. The memories were ghosts that would only slow him down. He walked to the shelf and picked up the kerosene lamp. He shook it. A little liquid sloshed at the bottom. Precious fuel. He walked to the bed. The sheets were still imprinted with the shape of Sarah's body, the pillow indented where Thomas's feverish head had thrashed. The smell of sickness, stale sweat and sickness still hung heavy in the fabric. Elias unscrewed the cap of the lamp. He didn't hesitate. He poured the kerosene over the sheets. Watching the clear liquid soak into the grey cotton, turning it dark, he poured it over the pillow. He splashed the last drops onto the wooden floorboards. He struck a match. The flame flared up, blue and orange. Hungry for oxygen, he dropped the match onto the bed. Whoosh! The fire didn't start with a roar, it started with a gasp, sucking the air out of the room as it latched onto the oil. The flames danced up the curtains, licking the dry timber of the walls. The heat was instantaneous, pushing him back toward the door. Elias walked out onto the porch and didn't look back. He grabbed the bridle of his horse, Job. The animal was an old grey mare, her ribs showing through her coat like the staves of a barrel. She whinnied nervously, smelling the smoke, her ears flattening against her skull. "Easy, girl," Elias murmured, stroking her neck. His hand was steady. "We are leaving the valley of the shadow of death." He mounted the horse. The saddle leather creaked, dry and brittle. As he turned the horse toward the road, the first window of the shack blew out. Crack! The sound echoed across the empty fields. Glass shattered outward, and a tongue of fire reached out, tasting the open air. Elias looked at the two fresh graves one last time. The fire from the house cast a flickering orange glow over the mounds of dirt, making them look like they were breathing. "I will not pray for you," he said softly, the smoke stinging his eyes. "Prayers are free, and you deserve more than that. I will buy you marble. I'll build you a mausoleum of white stone so high it will block out this damn sun. I will make sure no dust ever touches you again." He kicked Job's flanks. The horse groaned and began to plod forward, her hooves kicking up small clouds of red dust. Elias rode past the property line, past the rotting fence posts. He reached the main road, a rutted track of hard-packed dirt that led south, toward Beaumont. He wasn't riding toward the land in the deed that lay north. He was riding toward the rumours he'd heard in the saloons, rumours of black oil and desperate men in the south. The deed in his pocket was not a destination. It was currency. Behind him, the shack was now fully engulfed. A pillar of black smoke rose straight up into the still air, a dark finger pointing at the heavens, accusing, demanding. Elias reached into his pocket and touched the deed again. He didn't know what lay ahead. He didn't know if their black blood of the earth really waited for him in Beaumont. But he knew one thing. Elias Thorne, the humble servant of God, had died in that fire. The man riding south was something else entirely. He was a man who had looked into the abyss, and when the abyss stared back, he had decided to sell it tickets. He adjusted his collar, feeling the plastic bite into his skin. The sun beat down on his back, but he felt cold. A deep, crystalline cold that sat in the centre of his chest, right where his heart used to beat. "Giddy up," he whispered. The road stretched out before him, red and endless, winding like a scar across the face of Texas. Chapter 2. The Tongue of the Serpent. The journey south was a descent into a different circle of hell. For 3 days, Elias rode Job through a landscape that seemed to be actively rejecting human presence. As they left the dry, cracked plains of the north, the air grew heavier, thick with a humidity that clung to the skin like a wet wool blanket. The red dust turned into a black, sticky mud that sucked at Job's hooves with a greedy, squelching sound, threatening to pull the shoes right off the mare's feet. But it was the smell that changed first. Long before the wooden shacks of Beaumont appeared on the horizon, the wind carried a scent that made Job toss her head and snort in agitation. It was a vile, permeating odour, the smell of rotten eggs, of decaying swamp matter, something ancient and foul bubbling up from the gut of the world. Sulphur. To the locals, it was just the sour gas that plagued the coast. To Elias, breathing it in through his nose, it smelled like opportunity. It smelled like the devil's cologne. Beaumont, in the winter of 1901, was not yet a city. It was a festering wound of ambition. Elias guided his exhausted horse onto the main thoroughfare, if one could call it that. It was a river of sludge, churned up by wagon wheels and the boots of 1,000 strangers. The town was swollen, bursting at the seams with men who had drifted here like debris caught in a storm drain. They were everywhere, sleeping on porches, arguing on street corners, standing ankle-deep in mud with maps clutched in their dirty hands. He saw eyes that mirrored his own, desperate, hollow, burning with a fever that had nothing to do with biology. These were men who had lost farms in the panic of '93, men running from the law, men running from wives, men running from themselves. They had heard whispers of the black gold in Pennsylvania and the Corsicana fields, and they had swarmed here like locusts, ready to devour the earth. Elias sat high in his saddle, his spine rigid. His clerical collar, though stained with 3 days of travel, acted as a parting sea. Men who were shouting curses at each other fell silent as the shadow of the horse passed over them. They touched the brims of their hats, not out of piety but out of superstition. In a place this God-forsaken, nobody wanted to risk offending a man who might have a direct line to the Almighty. He didn't acknowledge them. He kept his gaze fixed ahead, his face a mask of stern judgment. Job stumbled, her knee buckling slightly. She was done. Elias steered her toward a watering trough outside a saloon named the Crosby House. The water in the trough was brown and slick with algae, but the horse plunged her muzzle into it, drinking deeply. Elias swung his leg over and dropped into the mud. The suction gripped his boots instantly. He patted Job's neck. The horse's coat was matted with sweat and grime, her ribs heaving against his hand. "Drink, old girl," he murmured. "It tastes like poison, but it's wet." He tied the reins to the rail and stepped onto the wooden boardwalk. The sound of his boots on the planks, thud, 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 announced him. He pushed open the swinging doors of the saloon. The noise hit him like a physical blow, a cacophony of piano music, drunken laughter, the clinking of glass, and the roar of arguments. The air was thick with tobacco smoke and the sharp tang of cheap whiskey. As Elias stepped into the light, the noise around the door dampened, then rippled outward until a hush fell over the front half of the room. A preacher in a saloon was like a coffin at a wedding. It soured the mood instantly. Elias walked to the bar. The barkeep, a man with a moustache that looked like a push broom soaked in grease, eyed him warily. He stopped wiping a glass with a rag that was arguably dirtier than the glass itself. "We don't serve your kind here, Reverend," the barkeep grunted. "This is a house of sin. You're liable to catch something just breathing the air." "I am not here for spirits," Elias said. His voice was calm, resonating through the sudden quiet. "I am here for water, and perhaps a word." The barkeep snorted but reached under the counter and produced a tin cup. He filled it from a pitcher and slid it across the polished wood. "Water's free. Words cost money." Elias picked up the cup. The water was lukewarm and smelled faintly of that same sulphur stench. He drank it in one long swallow, his Adam's apple bobbing. He set the cup down with a deliberate clack. "I am looking for land," Elias said, loud enough for the men at the nearby tables to hear. "I have been sent by a charitable trust to find a place for an orphanage. A place quiet, away from this. Gomorrah." A ripple of laughter went through the room. A man at a poker table turned around. He wore a suit that had once been expensive but was now shiny at the elbows. Speculator. "Land?" the man laughed, revealing a mouthful of gold and rot. "Reverend, there ain't an inch of land within 10 miles of here that hasn't been leased, bought, sold, or stolen twice over, unless you want to build your orphanage in the swamp." Elias turned slowly to face the man. "Surely not all of God's earth has been claimed by greed." "Is there no high ground? No place that the speculators have overlooked?" "Overlooked?" The man spat on the floor. "See that hill south of town? The big hill? That fool Patillo Higgins has been punching holes in it for years. Says there's oil under the salt dome. Standard Oil geologists came down, laughed in his face, said you couldn't squeeze a drop of oil out of that dirt with a giant's press. But folks are still buying up plots like idiots." "I do not seek oil," Elias lied smoothly. "I seek solitude, Cheap land that no one else wants, the barkeep chuckled. Then you want the Widow Miller's place. It sits right on the edge of the big hill. But you're wasting your time, preacher. Elias turned back to the bar. Why is that? Because Martha Miller is crazy as a loon, Nav, the barkeep said, leaning in. Her husband died trying to dig a water well on that property 5 years ago. Gas fumes choked him in the hole. She says the land is cursed. Says the devil lives under the grass. She chases off speculators with a shotgun. Won't sell, won't lease. She's just sitting there, starving on top of a patch of dirt that won't grow corn. Elias felt a prickle at the base of his neck. Not fear, recognition. A widow. A superstition. A fear of the devil. It was a lock that was shaped exactly for his key. The devil, you say? Elias lowered his voice, leaning in closer, his eyes widening with feigned concern. Then perhaps she does not need a speculator. Perhaps she needs a shepherd. He reached into his pocket. He didn't have money for whiskey, but he had a single silver dollar left, his last link to survival. He spun the coin on the counter. It hummed, a silver blur in the dim light, before slapping down flat. For the horse, Elias said, oats, clean water. If I find she has been neglected, I will pray for your business to burn to the ground. The barkeep stared at the coin, then at Elias's eyes. He saw something in them that made him swallow hard. It wasn't piety. It was a darkness deeper than any he had seen in the drunks and gamblers of Beaumont. I'll feed the beast, the barkeep muttered, swiping the coin. Elias turned and walked out. The silence held until the swinging doors settled behind him. Then, the noise of the saloon roared back to life, swallowing his presence as if he'd never been there. Outside, the sun was beginning to dip, turning the sky a bruised purple. Elias untied Job. The mare had eaten some hay from the trough's side, but looked at him with baleful eyes. One more ride, old girl, Elias whispered, mounting up. Just to the hill, I promise you. He steered the horse south, away from the clamour of the town, toward the rise in the land known as Spindletop. The ride to the Widow Miller's farm took an hour. The terrain changed as he approached the salt dome. The ground rose gently, a peculiar blister on the flat coastal plain. The vegetation here was sparse, the grass yellow and sickly despite the humidity. The trees were stunted, their branches twisting like arthritic fingers, and there were signs. Elias stopped the horse at the edge of a fence line. It was a jagged barrier of barbed wire and driftwood. Beyond it sat a farmhouse that looked like it was sinking into the earth. The paint had peeled away decades ago, leaving grey, weathered wood that looked like bone. The porch sagged. The windows were dark, like empty eye sockets. But Elias wasn't looking at the house. He was looking at the ground. About 50 yards from the house, there was a depression in the earth, a low spot where nothing grew, not even weeds. The soil there wasn't red or black. It was a strange, greasy grey. He dismounted and tied Job to a fence post. He ducked under the wire, the barbs catching on his coat, tearing a small hole. He didn't care. He walked toward the barren patch. The smell of sulphur was intense here, making his eyes water. It was a physical presence, a miasma rising from the soil. He knelt down. He touched the grey earth. It was damp, but it hadn't rained in hours. He rubbed the soil between his thumb and forefinger. It felt slick, oily. He brought his fingers to his nose and inhaled. It smelled of rot. It smelled of ancient death. Elias looked around. No one was watching. The house was silent. He dug a little deeper with his fingers, scraping away the top inch of dirt. Beneath the grey crust, the earth was darker. A seepage. A tiny, microscopic bleed from the giant vein that lay miles beneath his boots. A geologist would have needed equipment. A speculator would have needed a survey. Elias Thorne needed only his nose and his desperation. He stood up, wiping his hand on his trousers. The stain didn't come off. Suddenly, a sound cut through the heavy air. The distinct metallic clack-clack of a double-barreled shotgun being cocked. That's far enough, stranger. The voice was brittle, sharp, and trembling with a mixture of fear and aggression. Elias froze. He didn't raise his hands. Slowly, deliberately, he turned around. Standing on the porch, shadowed by the overhang, was a woman. She was thin, her dress hanging off her frame like a shroud. Her grey hair was pulled back severely, revealing a face etched with the same harsh lines as the land itself. In her hands, the shotgun looked too heavy, but she held it levelled at his chest. Elias looked at the gun, then at her eyes. He didn't smile. A smile would be a salesman's trick. Instead, he let his face fall into an expression of profound, weary sadness. He reached up and slowly, theatrically, touched the clerical collar at his throat. "Peace, sister," he called out, his voice carrying perfectly across the yard. "I am not a trespasser. I am but a weary traveller, drawn by the heaviness of the air in this place." "The air?" Martha echoed, the barrel of the gun wavering slightly but not lowering. "The air is poison, just like the ground. You get off my fence, preacher. I've heard the lies of men in suits, and I reckon a man in a collar can lie just as well." "I have no doubt of that," Elias said softly. He took a step forward. "I said stop!" She jerked the gun up. Elias stopped, but he didn't flinch. He looked at the weapon with a calm curiosity, as if it were a crucifix rather than an instrument of death. "I'm not here to buy your land, Mrs. Miller. I have no money. My pockets are as empty as my stomach. I am simply a man who recognised the scent of an old enemy." He flared his nostrils, inhaling the sulphurous reek deeply, letting disgust ripple across his face. "Brimstone," he whispered, the word hissing through his teeth. "The smell of the pit." Martha's eyes widened. For 5 years, men had told her the smell was gas. They had told her it was geology. They had told her it was money. No one had ever called it by the name she whispered in her prayers. "You smell it?" she asked, her voice losing its edge. "I taste it," Elias said, taking another slow step. He kept his hands open, palms up. "It is the taste of a wound that will not heal." "The earth here? It is in pain, is it not?" Martha lowered the gun an inch. Her shoulders slumped, the adrenaline draining away to reveal the exhaustion beneath. "It killed my husband," she croaked. "Frank. He dug a well. Just wanted water for the cows. The fumes came up. Took him in a minute. Choked him dead right there in the hole." She pointed a trembling finger toward the depression in the ground where Elias had been kneeling. "That hole." Elias looked at the grey patch of earth. He didn't see a gas pocket. He saw a narrative. He saw the hook that would drag this woman onto the shore of his ambition. "He didn't die from fumes, sister," Elias said, his voice dropping to a mournful baritone. "He breached a seal. There are things beneath the earth that God intended to stay buried. When we dig, sometimes we let the darkness out." He walked up to the porch. He was close enough now to smell her, the scent of lye soap, old sweat and stale fear. Close enough to take the gun if he wanted, but he didn't. He stopped at the bottom step, looking up at her like a supplicant. "I have travelled 3 days from the north," he said. "My horse is dying of thirst. I do not ask for your land. I ask only for a cup of water, even if it is bitter." Martha looked at him, then at the horse. The pioneer code of hospitality was a hard habit to break, even for a recluse. She slowly uncocked the shotgun, the hammers clicking down with a sound of finality. She leaned the weapon against the doorframe. "The water from the pump is bad," she muttered, wiping her hands on her apron. "I have some rainwater in the barrel. It's warm, but it's clean. Rain is a gift from above," Elias said. "The groundwater here belongs to the other place." He followed her onto the porch. The wood groaned under his boots. Up close, the house was even more dilapidated. The screen door was torn, patched with twine. There were no flowers in pots, no rocking chairs. It was a place where life was endured, not enjoyed. She brought him a ladle of water from a wooden barrel in the corner. Elias drank it. It was tepid and tasted of algae, but he drank it with the reverence of a communion wine. "Thank you," he said, handing the ladle back. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "My name is Elias Thorne." "Martha," she said. She didn't offer a hand. She just stood there, wrapping her thin arms around herself as if she were cold, despite the suffocating heat. "Why did you stop here, Reverend Thorne, truly?" Elias looked out over the barren field toward the setting sun that was turning the Spindletop Hill into a silhouette against a blood-red sky. "Because I am a man who has lost everything, Martha," he said, letting the truth serve the lie. "I lost my wife. I lost my son. I buried them in the dust 3 days ago." Martha's face softened. Grief recognized grief. It was a secret language. "I am sorry. I was angry at God," Elias continued, turning his gaze back to her, fixing her with his intense dark eyes. "I rode south to run away from him, but when I passed your fence, I felt something, a shudder in the spirit. I felt that this land was suffering, like Job on his ash heap." He pointed a long finger at the grey patch of earth. "That is not just dirt, Martha. That is a bruise. The devil is pushing against the skin of the world right here. And you have been guarding the gate alone." Martha let out a small, choked sob. She brought a hand to her mouth. "Everyone says I'm crazy. They say I'm sitting on a fortune. They wave dollars in my face. They want to drill. They want to punch more holes." "Fools," Elias spat. "They want to let it out. They see gold, they don't see the blood. If they drill, they will unleash a plague upon this valley. The fire that burns but does not consume." He stepped closer, invading her personal space, using his height to tower over her, not to threaten, but to encompass. "You cannot sell to them, Martha. They are men of greed. They will open the vein and let the evil spill out. They will destroy you." "I know," she whispered, tears leaking from her eyes. "That's why I hold the gun. But I'm tired, Reverend. I'm so tired. The taxes, the hunger." "I know." Elias placed a hand on her shoulder. It was heavy, warm, authoritative. The burden is too heavy for one woman. He let the silence stretch, listening to the buzzing of the cicadas, the heartbeat of the heat. "I cannot buy your land," Elias said, his voice quiet, conspiratorial. "But I can cleanse it." Martha looked up, confused. "Cleanse it? If the land is sold to the speculators, they will drill for greed. But if the land is entrusted to a man of God, then the work becomes a crusade." He began to pace the small porch, his boots thumping a rhythm. He was improvising now, the sermon forming in his mind like a storm cloud. "What if we did not drill for fortune, Martha? What if we drilled to drain the wound? What if we took that black poison out of the earth, not to sell it to the highest bidder, but to remove the curse from your home? To purify the soil so that corn might grow again?" It was a nonsensical theological leap. It was absolute madness. But to a woman who believed her husband had been murdered by demons in the dirt, it was logic. "You could do that?" she asked, hope fragile in her voice. "I have no money to give you now," Elias said, stopping in front of her. "But I have a deed to a property in the north. It is not much, but the soil is holy. It is where my family rests. I would trade it to you. You can go there. You can rest. You can leave this battleground." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the folded deed to Sarah's useless land. He held it out. It looked white and pure in the twilight. "And I?" Elias asked, his voice trembling with feigned martyrdom. "I will stay here. I will take this burden from you. I will deal with the speculators. I will deal with the black blood beneath. I will be the warden of this hell so you can find your heaven." Martha looked at the paper. Then she looked at the dark, brooding hill of Spindletop. She hated this place. She hated every grain of sand. She wanted to run, but she'd never had a place to run to. "You would do that?" she asked. "You would stay here?" "It is my penance," Elias said, bowing his head, "for doubting the Lord. Let me take your cross. Martha, let me carry it." The sun slipped below the horizon. The world turned grey. Martha reached out. Her hand shook, her knuckles swollen from years of hard labour. Her fingers brushed against his. They were rough, dry like parchment. She took the deed. "Come inside," she whispered. "I have some cornbread. We can look at the papers." Elias watched her turn and walk into the dark mouth of the house. He didn't follow immediately. He turned back to the yard. He looked at the grey patch of oil seepage. In the dying light, it looked like an inkblot test. He smiled. It wasn't the smile of a shepherd. It was the smile of a wolf that had just realised the sheep were not only willing to be eaten, but would thank him for the privilege. "Amen," he whispered to the darkness. He stepped inside the house, and the screen door slapped shut behind him with the sound of a trap springing closed. Chapter 3. The Widow's Fear. The interior of the farmhouse was a testament to a losing battle. The walls were lined with newspapers stuffed into the cracks to keep out the drafts. The headlines from 5 years ago yellowed and peeling, telling of wars and elections that meant nothing to the woman living inside. The air here was still thick, but it was a different kind of heaviness, the stifling, claustrophobic weight of a life lived in waiting for an end that never came. A single kerosene lamp sat on the rough-hewn table, casting long, wavering shadows that danced against the newspaper walls like trapped spirits. Elias sat at the table, his hands folded piously over the plate of cornbread and beans Martha had set before him. The food was cold, the beans were watery. It was the meal of someone who ate only to silence the pain in their stomach, not to nourish the body. "Bless this food, oh Lord," Elias prayed, his voice filling the small room, pushing back the silence. "And bless this handmaiden who has offered hospitality to a stranger, even as she walks through the valley of the shadow." Martha sat opposite him, watching him eat. She didn't touch her own food. Her hands, knotted with arthritis and work, were clasped tight in her lap, twisting the fabric of her apron. "You really think it's the devil?" she asked. Her voice was small, fearful, like a child asking about monsters under the bed. Elias swallowed a mouthful of the dry bread. He looked at her, his dark eyes catching the lamplight. He needed to tread carefully. Fear was a fire. If he stoked it too hard, she might burn down the house in panic. If he didn't stoke it enough, the embers would die, and she would realise he was just a beggar in a stolen collar. "Martha," he said gently, using her name like a caress. Evil does not always come with horns and a pitchfork. Sometimes it comes as a promise. Sometimes it comes as a resource. He gestured vaguely toward the window, toward the invisible hill of Spindletop in the night. The Bible tells us that hell is a place of fire and brimstone. Sulphur, that smell. It is not natural. It is the breath of the underworld. Why do you think nothing grows there? Why do you think your cattle sicken? The earth rejects what lies beneath it. Martha shivered. "Frank, my husband, he said it was just oil. He said it was money. And where is Frank now?" Elias asked. The question was brutal, a knife thrust into an open wound, but his tone was soft, mournful. Martha flinched. She looked down at her hands. "He's in the ground, just past the oak tree." "Exactly," Elias said. "He sought the treasure, and the earth claimed him. It is a transactional exchange. Martha, blood for oil, a life for a fortune. Is that a trade you are willing to make? Do you wish to join him in that cold, poisoned dirt?" "No," she whispered. "I just want to leave. I hate it here. I hate the smell. I hate the way the wind sounds at night." "Then why have you stayed?" "Because I have nowhere to go," she sobbed, the tears finally spilling over. "The bank owns the mortgage. The taxes are overdue. If I leave with nothing. I'll be a beggar on the streets of Beaumont." Elias reached across the table. He took her hands in his. His skin was rough, calloused, but his grip was firm, an anchor. "You will not be a beggar," he said firmly. "You will be a landowner." He released her hands and reached into his coat pocket. He pulled out the deed, the piece of paper that represented a barren, rocky patch of land 300 miles north. a place where he had starved and his family had died. But in the dim light of this wretched kitchen, he was about to paint it as the Garden of Eden. He unfolded the paper and smoothed it out on the table. "Look at this," he said. 80 acres, north of Dallas. The air there is crisp and cool. The water runs clear from the limestone creeks. There is no sulphur. There is no smell of death. In the spring, the bluebonnets cover the hills like a carpet woven by angels." He saw the longing in her eyes. It was a hunger deeper than the one in her belly. She was starving for beauty. She was starving for peace. "My wife." "She loved that land," Elias lied. The lie tasted like ash in his mouth, but he swallowed it. "She planted a garden there. Roses, vegetables. The soil is dark and rich. You drop a seed, and it grows without a struggle." "Why would you give it up?" Martha asked, looking up at him, a flicker of suspicion warring with her hope. "If it's so beautiful, why are you here?" Elias looked away, staring into the flame of the lamp. He let a shadow of genuine pain cross his face. "This part, at least, required little acting, because I cannot bear the memories," he said quietly. "Every flower reminds me of her. Every breeze carries the sound of my son's laughter. I am a man running from ghosts. Martha, I cannot live in paradise when my heart is in ruins. I need a battle. I need a purgatory. I need to fight the darkness to forget the light I lost." He turned back to her, his eyes burning with a fanatical intensity. "This place, this Spindletop, this is my battlefield. This is where I can do God's work. I can take this cursed land from you. I can wrestle with the demons beneath the soil. It doesn't matter if the fumes kill me. I have nothing left to lose. But you have a life to live." He pushed the deed toward her. "Take it. Take the clean water. Take the bluebonnets. Give me the sulphur. Give me the burden." Martha stared at the paper. Her hand trembled as she reached out to touch it. It was a lifeline. It was a ticket out of hell. "But the bank," she stammered. "The mortgage." "How much?" Elias asked. $200. Elias didn't blink. He didn't have $200. He didn't have $2. But he had momentum. "I will assume the debt and redeem," he said. "When we sign the transfer, the debt becomes mine. The bank will deal with me. I have associates in the church who will assist with the transition." Another lie. A precarious one. But he calculated that the bank wouldn't move to foreclose immediately if a reverend took over the title and promised payment. He just needed time. Time to make the earth bleed. Martha looked around the room. She looked at the peeling newspapers, the empty cupboards, the darkness pressing against the windows. Then she looked at the deed. "Is there really a garden?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "Yes," Elias said. "And a porch that faces east, so you can watch the sunrise without the smoke." Martha closed her eyes. She took a deep breath, and for a moment she seemed to be inhaling the phantom scent of roses instead of the pervasive rot of the swamp. "I'll do it," she whispered. "God forgive me. I'll do it." Elias felt a surge of triumph so powerful it almost made him dizzy. It wasn't joy. It was the thrill of the hunt, the snap of the trap. But he kept his face solemn. He was the mourning priest, not the conquering wolf. "God does not forgive you, Martha," he said softly. "He delivers you." He reached into his pocket and produced a small vial of ink and a pen, the tools of his former trade. He uncorked the ink. The smell of it was sharp, chemical. "We must write a bill of sale," Elias said. "A trade. Your land for mine. And the assumption of all debts." He turned over a piece of scrap paper, the back of an old sea catalogue. He began to write. His handwriting was elegant, sweeping, the script of an educated man. "I, Martha Miller, being of sound mind." The scratching of the pen was the only sound in the room. It sounded like a rat gnawing on bone. As he wrote, the wind outside picked up. It rattled the window panes, a low, moaning sound that seemed to come from the ground itself. Martha looked at the window, terrified. Do you hear it? It knows. It knows I'm leaving. Let it moan, Elias said without looking up, the ink flowing black and smooth. It is angry because it is losing its prisoner. He finished writing. He blew on the ink to dry it. He pushed the paper and the pen toward her. Sign here, Martha, and be free. Martha took the pen. Her hand shook so badly that a drop of ink fell onto the table, spreading like a small black sun. She gripped the pen with both hands to steady it. She wrote her name, Martha Miller. It was done. Elias took the paper. He folded it carefully, placing it in his pocket, next to the void where his heart used to be. He handed her the deed to the northern land. Pack your things tonight, he said. You should leave at first light. Do not look back. Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. You must not become a pillar of this. Black salt. Martha clutched the deed to her chest. She looked 10 years younger, lighter. Thank you, Reverend. Thank you. Go, he said. Rest. I'll keep watch tonight. Martha nodded. She stood up, took the lamp from the table and retreated behind the curtain that separated the sleeping area from the kitchen. Elias was left in the dark. He sat there for a long time, listening to the sounds of the house settling. He waited until he heard the rhythmic, heavy breathing of deep sleep from behind the curtain. Only then did he move. Elias stood up slowly, the joints of his knees popping in the silence. He picked up the bill of sale, the flimsy piece of paper that was now the only barrier between him and the gallows. He blew on the ink one last time, though it was long dry. He stepped out onto the porch. The air had cooled slightly, but the humidity remained, a damp blanket that trapped the smells of the swamp. The moon had risen, a sliver of bone white cutting through the haze, casting a sickly pale light over the field. He walked down the steps and made his way back to the depression in the earth. The Devil's Spot. Elias knelt. He didn't care about the mud ruining his trousers anymore. He was past the point of vanity. He reached down and plunged his hand into the grey muck. He dug deeper this time, past the wrist, his fingers curling like roots seeking purchase. The soil was cool, slick, and greasy. He pulled his hand out, coated in a thick, dark slime. It wasn't pure oil, it was mostly mud and water tainted by seepage, but the smell was unmistakable. It was the smell of money. It was the smell of power, but it was weak. He stared at the sludge dripping from his fingers. This was a seep, a leak, a geyser. This was not. Is that all? He whispered to the ground. I sold my soul for a leak? He knew the oil business. Or at least he knew the stories. Investors didn't throw money at a smell. They threw money at a roar. They wanted to see the black rain. They wanted a gusher that smashed derrick timbers and drowned men. They needed a spectacle. This weeping sore in the ground would not make him a king. It would barely make him a living. If he brought a geologist here now, they would laugh at him. They would say the pressure was too low, the deposit too shallow or too meagre. Elias wiped his hand on the dry grass, but the oil stain remained, dark and stubborn. He looked at the sleeping house. Martha was packing, dreaming of bluebonnets and clear water. Tomorrow, she would leave. Tomorrow, he would own this desolation. And tomorrow, the clock would start ticking. The bank would come. The tax collector would come. They would see a failed preacher sitting on a mud puddle. Panic, cold and sharp, tried to rise in his chest. He pushed it down. Panic was for the prey. He was the predator. He looked at the moon. He looked at the vast, empty horizon of Texas. You're stingy, he hissed at the earth, stomping his boot onto the grey patch. You hold it back. You want to keep it? A thought began to form in his mind. It was a thought so audacious, so blasphemous, that he almost laughed out loud. If God would not provide a miracle, and if the devil would not surrender his hoard, then Elias Thorne would have to perform the miracle himself. He didn't need the oil to be real right now. He just needed it to look real. He needed to show the world a fountain, even if he had to fill the reservoir himself. Salting, he murmured, the term used by gold miners who shot gold dust into a worthless rock face with a shotgun to fool buyers. Could you salt an oil well? He looked at the empty road leading back to town. There were storage tanks at the rail yard. There were barrels of crude oil brought in from Corsicana, sitting there, waiting to be shipped. Cheap, unrefined sludge. If he could buy a few barrels. If he could bring them here in the dead of night, if he could pour them down the throat of this dry well, he could create a localized pressure. He could rig a pump. He could make the earth vomit up black gold on command, just long enough for the investors to sign the checks. It was fraud on a massive scale. It was a prison sentence waiting to happen. Elias looked at his blackened hand again. In the moonlight, it looked like a claw. I will make you bleed, he promised the ground. Even if I have to provide the blood myself. He stood up, his mind racing with the logistics of deceit. He turned to go back inside to rest for the labour ahead. But then he froze. A sound. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the house settling. It was the distinct, rhythmic crunch of a boot on dry gravel. Elias stopped breathing. He stood perfectly still in the shadow of the porch overhang. The sound came from the edge of the property, near the fence line where he had tied Job. Someone was there, watching. Had they seen him signing the deed? Had they heard him talking to the dirt, or worse? Were they another wolf, circling the same carcass? Elias reached into his coat, his fingers brushing against the cold handle of the only weapon he had, a small penknife he used to trim his nails. Useless. The footsteps stopped. A match flared in the darkness by the fence. The flame illuminated a face for a split second, a man in a bowler hat, with eyes that glittered with a predatory amusement. The stranger lit a cigar, the cherry glowing like a red demon eye in the dark. He didn't say a word. He just stood there, smoking, watching Elias watching him. Elias felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. He realised then that he wasn't the only one hunting on Spindletop, and the game had just become deadly. One man holds a pen, another holds a match. Between them lies a field of dirt and a fortune built on fraud. The silence of Spindletop has been broken, not by the roar of oil, but by the click of a boot on gravel. Elias Thorne just sold his soul for a chance to be king, but it seems the throne is already taken. The standoff begins. No lawyers, no judges. Just two men in the dark and a hole waiting to be filled. What happens when the liar meets the thief? Find out in part 2. Subscribe now. Chapter 4. The Midnight Purchase. The silence between the two men was heavier than the humid air pressing down on Spindletop. It was a silence measured in heartbeats and calculation. Elias Thorne did not move. He kept his hand inside his coat, gripping the useless penknife. But his posture suggested hidden revolver. He stared at the glowing cherry of the cigar in the darkness, waiting. The stranger took a long drag, the ember brightening to illuminate a face that was a map of bad decisions. A scar ran through his left eyebrow, and his eyes were the colour of dirty ice. He wore a suit that was too sharp for a farmer, but too worn for a banker. "Nice speech, Reverend," the stranger said. His voice was like gravel in a cement mixer, rough, grinding, and utterly unimpressed. The bit about the battlefield and purgatory touched my heart. Truly. He exhaled a cloud of blue smoke that drifted toward Elias. "Who are you?" Elias asked, his voice low and dangerous. "Name's Silas." "No, that's not right," the stranger chuckled, correcting himself with a mocking grin. "Let's just say I'm a man who admires a good performance. And that, my friend, was a performance worthy of the Grand Opera House." He stepped out of the shadow of the fence post. He wasn't holding a weapon, but he moved with the loose-limbed confidence of a man who didn't need one. "You're trespassing," Elias said. "And you're swindling," the stranger countered, leaning casually against the fence wire. So I guess we're both breaking the commandments tonight. Which ones are those again? Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Elias felt the trap tightening. This man had heard everything. The deed, the trade, the lie about the northern land. One word from him to Martha, or to the sheriff in Beaumont, and Elias would be hanging from the nearest oak tree before sunrise. Panic tried to claw its way up Elias's throat, but he swallowed it down. He assessed the man. He wasn't a lawman. A lawman would have stepped in sooner. He wasn't a relative of Martha's. He didn't care about her. He was a predator, and predators could be negotiated with. "What do you want?" Elias asked, dropping the pious facade. His voice was now flat, cold. The voice of a businessman. The stranger smiled. It was a genuine smile this time, sharp and greedy. "I like you, Reverend. You don't waste time denying it." Most men would still be clutching their Bibles and swearing on their mother's grave. The stranger flicked the ash from his cigar onto the dry grass. "I've been watching this hill for weeks," the man said. "I know there's no oil here. Not enough to fill a lamp. Anyway. But I also know that people are stupid. They want to believe. And you just got yourself the title to the biggest stage in Texas. I ask you again," Elias said, stepping off the porch. "What do you want?" "I want in," the stranger said. Elias stopped. "In? You're planning something," the man said, nodding toward the grey patch of seepage. "I saw you looking at the dirt. You're not going to drill for oil, are you? You're going to make oil. You're going to salt this well." Elias felt a cold sweat prickle his scalp. This man was sharp. Too sharp. "And if I am, then you need supplies from Nidgira," the stranger said. "You can't make a gusher with prayer. You need crude. Thick, heavy crude. And you can't just walk into the Standard Oil Depot and buy it without raising eyebrows. Not with that collar on." The stranger pointed at Elias's throat with his cigar. "You need a man who knows the dark alleys of the rail yard. You need a man who can move 20 barrels of sludge in the middle of the night without a single manifest being signed. You need a ghost." Elias stared at him. It was the devil's luck. Or perhaps the devil's providence. Just as he had formulated the plan, the instrument to execute it had appeared. But instruments had a price. "And what is the cost of your spectral services?" Elias asked. 10%, the stranger said instantly. "Of whatever you sell this land for?" 5, Elias countered. 10, the stranger said, his eyes hardening. "Or I go knock on the widow's door right now and tell her about the bluebonnets in Dallas." Elias clenched his jaw. He had no leverage. He was a man standing on a trapdoor with a noose around his neck, bargaining with the hangman. "Done," Elias said. "But I need the oil tonight. Before she leaves. Before the town wakes up." "Tonight," the stranger whistled. "You don't do things by halves, do you? All right, I have a wagon. I know a guard at the Corsicana siding who likes whiskey more than his job." The stranger extended the hand. "Name's Hickok. Not the famous one who... just a cousin with bad luck." Elias looked at the hand. It was dirty, calloused, and dangerous. Shaking it was signing a contract with disaster. But he had already burned his bridges. He might as well build a raft out of the ashes. Elias took the hand. "Thorne." "I know," Hickok grinned. "I heard. Underscore 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 underscore. 3 hours later, the moon was high and bright, casting a silver sheen over the mud of Beaumont. The town was asleep, save for the distant piano music from the red light district. Elias rode in the passenger seat of a rickety buckboard wagon, the wheels creaking softly in the mud. Hickok drove, the cigar still clamped between his teeth, unlit now. They were in the rail yards, a labyrinth of iron tracks and looming wooden warehouses. The smell of oil here was overpowering, raw, industrial, the scent of the new century. "Keep your head down," Hickok muttered. "And tuck that cross inside your shirt. It shines like a beacon." Elias obeyed, pulling his coat tight. They stopped near a line of tank cars sitting on a siding. The cars were black cylinders, sweating condensation in the humid night. A man with a lantern emerged from the shadows of a warehouse. He walked with a slight stumble. Hickok jumped down. He didn't speak. He just handed the man a bottle of amber liquid. The guard took it, uncorked it, sniffed, and nodded. He gestured to the tank car behind him and vanished back into the dark. "Easy as sin," Hickok whispered to Elias. They worked in silence. It was grueling, filthy work. They didn't have pumps. They had to siphon the oil from the tank car valve into the wooden barrels loaded on the back of the wagon. Elias held the hose. The moment the valve was opened, the black sludge rushed out. It splattered over his hands, his cuffs, his boots. It was warm and viscous, like the blood of a giant beast. The smell made him gag, but he didn't let go. He watched the black liquid fill the barrel, rising inch by inch. This was it. This was the substance of his future. It wasn't gold. It wasn't silver. It was ancient death, liquefied and pressurized. "Hurry up," Hickok hissed, watching the yard entrance. "We can take 4 barrels. Any more and the axles will snap." 4 barrels, 160 gallons of deception. They filled the last barrel. Elias's arms were aching, his muscles burning from the tension. He was covered in oil. He wiped his brow, leaving a black smear across his forehead like a mark of Cain. "Let's go," Elias said, capping the barrel. They climbed back onto the wagon. The horses strained against the new weight. The wagon groaned, the wheels sinking deeper into the mud. "Mush!" Hickok snapped the reins. They moved slowly out of the yard, the cargo sloshing behind them. Every bump in the road sounded like an accusation. Liar, liar, liar. Elias looked back at the sleeping town. He felt a strange exhilaration rising in his chest. It was the adrenaline of the thief, the high of the transgression. "You know," Hickok said, breaking the silence as they reached the open road leading back to Spindletop. "You're a natural, Reverend. You handle that hose like you've been stealing oil your whole life." "I am not stealing," Elias said, looking at his black hands. "I am reallocating resources," Hickok laughed, a harsh, barking sound. "Reallocating, I like that. I'll have to remember that next time I'm in court." They reached the farm just as the first grey light of dawn began to bleed into the eastern sky. The house was still quiet. Martha was likely awake, praying, packing her few belongings. They drove the wagon around the back, away from the house, to the depression in the earth. "Unload them here," Elias ordered, "and cover them with the tarp. Hide the wagon in the tree line." "And you?" Hickok asked, jumping down. "I have to go say goodbye to a widow," Elias said. He touched the deed in his pocket. "And help her load her own wagon." Hickok looked at him with a mixture of disgust and admiration. "You're a cold son of a bitch, Thorne. I thought I was bad. But you're going to look that woman in the eye, knowing you're about to turn her land into a circus?" "She gets peace," Elias said, stepping down into the mud. "I get the war. It is a fair trade." He walked toward the house, the oil drying on his skin, stiffening his coat. He looked like a man who had crawled out of the earth itself. Inside the house, a light flickered on. Martha was awake. The genesis was over. The exodus was about to begin. The sunrise over Spindletop that morning was not gold. It was the colour of a fresh bruise, purple and angry orange bleeding into the grey of the overcast sky. Elias scrubbed his face at the pump outside the kitchen door. The water was freezing, shocking his system. He used a handful of sand to scour the oil from his hands, but the black stains remained in the cuticles and the lines of his palms. It didn't matter. He could say he had been examining the cursed earth again. He knocked on the door. "Martha?" The door opened. Martha stood there, dressed in her Sunday best, a faded calico dress that she had clearly tried to mend for the occasion. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but there was a lightness in her posture that hadn't been there the night before. Behind her, a few wooden crates were stacked by the door. "Reverend," she said, clutching a small bag. I'm ready." "Good," Elias said, forcing a warmth into his voice that he didn't feel. "The Lord favours the early riser." He helped her load the crates onto her small buckboard wagon. It didn't take long. A life of poverty is light to carry. A box of kitchenware, a bundle of clothes, a few tools, and a framed photograph of a man with a moustache, Frank. She didn't take the furniture. "Let it rot," she said with surprising venom. "Let the termites have it." When the last box was loaded, she turned to look at the house. "Do you want to say a prayer?" Elias asked. "No," Martha said. She spat on the ground near the porch steps. "I've prayed enough in this house. God wasn't listening here. Maybe he'll hear me better in Dallas." She climbed onto the wagon seat. She looked down at Elias. For a moment, her gaze lingered on his stained hands, on the dark smudges on his collar. But she didn't ask. She didn't want to know. She had the deed to the northern land in her bosom, and that was the only truth she needed. "Thank you, Elias," she said. It was the first time she'd used his first name without the title. It sounded intimate, dangerously so. "You saved me." Elias felt a twinge in his chest, not guilt, but a sharp, unexpected pang of hollow victory. Saving someone by damning them was a complicated theology. "Go," he said, slapping the rump of her horse. "Don't look back." The wagon lurched forward. The wheels creaked. Martha Miller drove away from the hill, her back straight, her eyes fixed on the northern horizon. She didn't turn around once. Elias watched until the wagon was just a speck in the distance, swallowed by the morning mist. He was alone. No, not alone. "Touching!" a voice rasped from the tree line. Hickok stepped out, wiping his hands on a rag. "Truly touching. I almost cried. You saved me. Ha! If she knew she was trading a gold mine for a rock pile, she'd have shot you where you stood." "It's not a gold mine yet," Elias said, turning to face him. His face was hard again. The Reverend was gone. Now the work begins. They spent the rest of the day in a fever of labour. They moved the wagon with the stolen oil barrels closer to the depression. They had no pump, so they had to improvise. They used a length of hose and gravity. They rolled the barrels up a makeshift ramp of planks onto the porch of the house, which sat on higher ground than the depression, and ran the hose down into the soft earth. It wasn't sophisticated. It was crude. But crude was the name of the game. Elias spent hours digging. He widened the natural seep, creating a small reservoir, a muddy pit about 4 feet wide. Then they buried the end of the hose deep in the muck, covering it with rocks and debris to hide the source. When they opened the bungs of the barrels on the porch, the thick black oil flowed down the hose, filling the pit from the bottom up. It bubbled. It churned. It mixed with the natural mud to create a glorious, disgusting pool of sludge. By sunset, the pit was full. It looked like a black eye staring up at the sky. "It looks stagnant," Hickok criticised, standing over the pit with his hands on his hips. "Investors don't want a puddle. They want a fountain." "We need pressure," Elias muttered. He was covered in mud and oil from head to toe. "We need to make it jump." He looked around the yard. His eyes landed on some rusted iron pipes lying near the barn, remnants of Frank's failed water well. "We cap it," Elias said. "We drive a pipe down into the mud, we seal it tight, we pour the oil into the pipe, build up the head pressure, and then we find a way to blow the cap when the audience is watching," Elias said. "Explosives?" Hickok raised an eyebrow. "No, too dangerous. Steam," Elias said. His mind was racing, connecting dots he hadn't known were there. "We heat it. If we can heat the bottom of the pipe, the gas expands, the oil expands. It pushes up." It was dangerous. It was scientifically dubious. But it was all they had. "That's madness," Hickok laughed. "You're going to build a bomb." "I'm going to build a miracle," Elias corrected. For the next 2 days they worked like men possessed. They drove the pipe. They rigged a crude boiler system using an old water tank and copper tubing scavenged from the house. They buried everything under layers of dirt and brush. The result was a precarious, hidden mechanism. A buried boiler connected to the pipe filled with stolen oil. All it needed was a fire lit in the hidden chamber underneath to build the pressure. On the third day, Elias shaved. He washed his clothes in the creek, scrubbing until the fabric was thin but clean. He put on his collar. He rode into town. He went straight to the telegraph office. He spent his last few coins on a message to the Houston Post and the Galveston News. The message was short. Biblical event at Spindletop. Earth bleeds for sins. Proof of the deluge. Witnesses required. Then he went to the saloon, the same one where he had met Hickok. He stood on a table. He didn't ask for water this time. He asked for attention. "Gentlemen," he roared, his voice booming over the din of the drinkers. "You seek fortune. You seek the blood of the earth. But you look with blind eyes. I have found it. Not by geology, but by prayer." The room went quiet. Some laughed. Some stared. "Tomorrow at noon," Elias shouted, pointing a finger at the ceiling. "Come to the Miller farm. Come and see the judgment of God. Come and see the black rain." He jumped down and walked out before they could ask questions. He had set the stage. He had baited the hook. Now, he just had to hope the bomb didn't kill him before he could sell the tickets. Chapter 5. Salting the Earth. The morning of the miracle dawned with a silence that felt heavy, like a held breath before a scream. Elias Thorne sat on the edge of the sagging porch, his boots resting on the grey, splintered wood. He was fully dressed in his clerical black, brushed clean of the previous day's mud. The collar around his neck was fresh, a stark white noose against his sun-darkened skin. 50 yards away, near the depression in the earth, nothing moved. The ground looked innocent. The crude iron pipe they had driven into the mud was capped, standing like a rusted marker for a forgotten grave. There was no sign of the boiler buried beneath the brush, no sign of the hose snake hidden in the tall grass, no sign of the 4 barrels of stolen crude waiting in the pressurized chamber below. It was a stage, and like all stages, it looked cheap and fragile in the harsh light of day. "You're sweating," Hickok's voice rasped from the shadows of the barn door. The man looked terrible. He hadn't slept. His eyes were bloodshot, rimmed with coal dust, and he smelled of stale tobacco and nerves. "It is the heat," Elias said, not turning his head. "It's fear," Hickok corrected, stepping out and spitting a stream of brown juice onto the dust. "And you should be scared. That rig, it's unstable. Elias, the boiler is old, the seals are leaden prayer. If the pressure gets too high before you give the signal, it won't be a gusher. It'll be a crater, and will be nothing but pink mist floating over Texas." Elias looked at his hands. They were steady. "It will hold." "You better hope so," Hickok muttered, wiping his forehead with a greasy rag. "I've got the fire banked low right now, just keeping the water warm. When you give the signal, the hand raise, I'll open the draft and throw on the kerosene-soaked logs. It'll take maybe 2 minutes to build the steam. Then I open the valve." 2 minutes, Elias repeated. 2 minutes to pray. 2 minutes to run if you hear the pipes groaning," Hickok said grimly. "Remember, once I open that valve, the steam hits the oil reservoir. It's going to push everything up that pipe at once. It'll last maybe 30 seconds? 40 if we're lucky. That's your window. 40 seconds to convince them it's endless." 40 seconds is an eternity for a man who knows how to speak," Elias said softly. He stood up. He walked to the edge of the porch and looked north toward the road. A dust cloud was rising on the horizon. It started as a thin brown smudge against the blue sky, then grew wider, denser. Then came the sound, a low rumble, not of the earth, but of wheels. Wooden spokes on hard-packed dirt, the clatter of hooves, the murmur of greedy voices. They were coming. "Go to your post," Elias ordered, his voice sharpening. "Hide yourself. If anyone sees you near that valve, we hang..." Hickok looked at the approaching dust cloud, then at Elias. He shook his head. "You're a lunatic. Thorne. A stone-cold lunatic. Go." Hickok vanished back into the barn, slipping through a loose board to reach the hidden trench they had dug to the boiler pit. Elias stood alone. He clasped his hands behind his back. He assumed the posture of a sentinel guarding the gates of a kingdom not yet built. The first wagon arrived 10 minutes later. It was a buckboard driven by a farmer in overalls, his wife beside him, their faces gaunt with curiosity and hunger. Then came a buggy, black, sleek, driven by a man in a linen suit, a banker, perhaps, or a lawyer from Houston. Then came the riders, men on horseback, their hats pulled low, roughnecks, drifters. Speculators who smelled money like sharks smelled blood in the water. They poured onto the Miller farm. They circled the wagons, tied the horses to the fence posts. They trampled Martha's dead garden without a second thought. They stood in clusters, pointing at the house, pointing at the pipe in the ground, pointing at Elias. The noise grew. It was a nervous, buzzing energy, like flies on a carcass. "Where is it?" someone shouted from the back. "Where's the black rain?" "Is this a joke?" another voice cried, sharp with skepticism. "It's just a mud puddle." Elias didn't move. He let them gather. He let the heat bake them. He let their skepticism ferment into irritation. A crowd that was angry was a crowd that was paying attention. By noon, there were perhaps 50 people in the yard. It wasn't a multitude, but for a desolate patch of dirt in Spindletop, it was a congregation. Elias stepped forward. He walked to the edge of the porch steps, placing himself above them. He raised his hands. "Brothers," he boomed. His voice, practiced in the drafty halls of rural churches, cut through the chatter instantly. "Strangers. Seekers." The crowd quieted, turning to face him. "You have come looking for gold," Elias said, his dark eyes scanning the faces. "You have come looking for a lottery ticket. You look at this dry earth and you see nothing but dust and poverty. We see a swindler." A man in the back shouted. A ripple of laughter went through the group. Elias smiled. It was a sad, forgiving smile. Thomas doubted, too, until he put his hand in the wound. He walked down the steps, moving into the crowd. They parted for him, unnerved by his intensity. He walked straight to the capped pipe in the depression. He stood next to it, placing his hand on the rusted iron like a guardian. "For 5 years," Elias said, Taraz, lowering his voice so they had to lean in to hear, "this land has been cursed. Crops withered. Cattle died. A good man, Frank Miller, died digging right here. Why?" "Gas," a man in a bowler hat yelled. "Swamp gas." "Is it?" Elias challenged, turning on him. "Or is it something else? I tell you, the earth here is sick. It is bloated. It is full of a poison that has been festering since the flood of Noah. The scripture says the fountains of the deep were broken up. Well, my friends, the fountain is here." He slapped the pipe. The metal rang dully. "I am not a geologist," Elias declared. "I am a man of God, and I've prayed over this land for 3 nights. I've felt the ground tremble beneath my knees. I've heard the groaning of the beast below." "Open it then," someone screamed. "Stop the sermon and show us the oil!" "You want the oil?" Elias roared back, his voice sudden and violent, startling them. "You want the blood? Are you ready for it? Because once this seal is broken and once the judgment begins, no man can stop it." He looked around wild-eyed. He was buying time. He needed them to be on the edge of their nerves. He needed their adrenaline to mask the deception. "I will open it," Elias said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "But not for greed. I open it to cleanse this land. Whatever comes out belongs to the earth. Unless there are men here bold enough to catch it." He looked toward the barn. He couldn't see Hickok, but he knew the man was watching through a crack. Elias raised his right hand high in the air, the signal. "Light the fire." "Stand back," Elias commanded, waving his other hand at the crowd. "Back! Unless you want to be baptized in fire!" The crowd shuffled back a few feet, a mix of fear and mockery on their faces. "He's stalling," the banker in the buggy muttered to his companion. "It's a carnival trick. Let's go." Elias stood by the pipe. He closed his eyes. He began to pray aloud. Latin phrases he remembered from his youth mixed with nonsense he made up on the spot. In nomine patris, et filii. Under his breath, he was counting. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. He needed 2 minutes. 120 seconds for the fire to lick the boiler, for the water to turn to steam, for the pressure to build against the valve that Hickok held. "Lord, forgive us our trespasses," Elias chanted. The sun beat down, sweat trickled down his spine. The silence stretched. 30 seconds. Nothing happened. The crowd began to fidget. "Hey, preacher!" a roughneck yelled. "The only wind here is coming out of your mouth!" Laughter. Louder this time. 60 seconds. Elias kept his hand on the pipe. Was it vibrating? Or was it his own pulse hammering in his fingertips? He couldn't tell. "Faith," Elias shouted over the laughter. "Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen." "Show us the evidence." 90 seconds. The banker stood up in his buggy. "This is a waste of time. Driver, turn us around." A few people turned to leave. The tension was breaking. If they left now, it was over. The lie would die in the womb. Elias felt a surge of panic. Had the fire gone out? Had the boiler failed? Had Hickok run away? "Wait!" Elias screamed, falling to his knees beside the pipe. He slapped the ground with his palms. "Do you not feel it? The earth is shaking." "You're shaking, old man." 110 seconds. Elias gripped the cold iron of the cap. Please, he thought, not a prayer to God, but to the laws of physics. Please expand. Please burst. And then he felt it. A tremor. Not a tremor of the earth, but a vibration running through the pipe. A low harmonic hum. The sound of steam forcing its way through a narrow aperture. The ground beneath his boots gave a small thump. Like a heartbeat. The crowd stopped laughing. Thump. Louder this time. The mud around the base of the pipe bubbled. "Listen," Elias whispered, standing up slowly. A sound came from the deep. A groan. It sounded like metal stressing. Like a stomach growling. Like a monster waking up. Grr, clank, hiss. The boiler valve was open. The steam was hitting the oil. "Behold!" Elias screamed, throwing his arms wide. "The judgment." The vibration was no longer subtle. It travelled through the soles of Elias's boots, up his spine and rattled his teeth. Thump, thump, thump. The sound beneath the earth was like the hammer of a subterranean blacksmith striking the crust of the world. The crowd stepped back, their mockery replaced by a primal fear. Men fear what they do not understand, and no one understood why a rusted iron pipe in a desolate field was growling. "Run!" a woman screamed, grabbing her husband's arm. "No!" Elias bellowed, his voice drowning out the rumble. He stood directly in front of the pipe, embracing the coming violence. Do not turn your back on the miracle. Do not close your eyes to the truth. 30 yards away, buried under dirt and brush, the boiler was screaming. The pressure, superheated by kerosene and desperation, slammed into the 4 barrels of crude oil hidden in the chamber. Heat met liquid. Expansion met confinement. Physics took over. Crack. The iron cap sealing the pipe was blasted into the sky like a cannonball. It whistled over the heads of the crowd, spinning wildly before burying itself half deep in the hard earth 50 yards away. And then it came. First, a high-pitched scream of escaping air. Then, a sickening wet gurgle, like the cough of a dying giant. A column of black mud shot up. It hesitated at 10 feet, splashing down heavily, splattering Elias with filth. He didn't flinch. He let the muck coat his clerical collar, his face upturned to the heavens. "More!" he screamed in his mind. Harder, as if answering his command. The well took a deep breath. The ground around the pipe slumped. Boom! A solid pillar of thick, black crude mixed with scalding steam roared into the sky. This time, it did not hesitate. It rose like a dark serpent, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet into the air. It eclipsed the sun. It tore the blue sky with a scar of liquid shadow. The noise was deafening, a mixture of a freight train's roar and the hiss of 1,000 snakes. The oil rained down on the tin roof of the barn, sounding like hail. It coated the dead grass. It coated the white buggy of the banker. Oil. It's oil. God almighty, it's a gusher! Elias Thorne stood in the centre of the storm. The black rain drenched him instantly. It was warm, sticky, and smelled of brimstone and money. He tasted the salt and sulphur on his lips. He looked like a demon rising from the pit, or a martyr undergoing the darkest baptism in history. He didn't need to speak. The image was the sermon. The crowd broke. The skepticism vanished, replaced by a frenzy that bordered on madness. Men who had laughed a minute ago now ran into the oil rain. They held out their hats to catch it. They rubbed the black slime onto their faces. They danced in the mud. Harrison, the banker, abandoned his dignity. He stumbled out of his buggy, ruining his Italian leather shoes in the muck, trying to get closer to Elias. "Reverend Thorne," he shouted, waving a sheaf of papers. "I want to buy. I want shares." A roughneck fell to his knees, scooping up a handful of the oil-soaked earth. He brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. "Sweet," he murmured, his eyes rolling back. "Texas sweet, it's real." Elias watched them. Through the curtain of falling oil, they didn't look like people anymore. They looked like ghosts of greed, drawn to the fire he had lit. But he knew the truth. He knew that beneath his feet, Hickok was frantically throwing the last of the wood into the fire to maintain the pressure. He knew he had, at most, 30 seconds left before the 4 barrels ran dry and the miracle died. He had to close the curtain before the props fell down. Elias staggered out of the direct spray, moving toward the frenzied circle of men. He looked terrifying and majestic. His black clothes were slick with oil, his hair matted, his eyes burning white in a black face. "Enough!" Elias roared, raising his hand like a prophet commanding the sea. "The Lord has spoken. He has shown his power." He turned back to the geyser. It was already beginning to shudder. The steam pressure was fluctuating. The column dropped a few feet. "The earth has been cleansed!" Elias shouted, pointing a finger at the dying jet. "Now, let it sleep." "We must not take more than we are given. Do not anger him further." It was the perfect cover. When the well died, it would look like obedience, not exhaustion. The column sputtered. It gave one last violent hiss and collapsed. The last drops of oil fell like a heavy, black curtain. Silence returned to the farm, sudden and absolute, broken only by the heavy breathing of the crowd and the dripping of oil from the eaves of the house. Everyone stared at the pipe. It smoked gently, but it was quiet. No one moved. They waited for it to erupt again. It didn't. Elias held his breath. His heart was hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. This was the pivot point. Would they doubt? Or would they believe? The roughneck stood up. He looked at the pipe, then at Elias. He wiped the oil from his face. "It choked itself," the man said reverently. Pressure was too high. The sand bridged over. But God, I ain't never seen power like that. Never in my life. Elias exhaled. A wave of relief so strong it almost knocked him over. Sand bridged over. A natural explanation for a manufactured miracle. "Reverend," Harrison pushed through the crowd, grabbing Elias's oil-slicked arm. "My name is Harrison. First National Bank. I have cash in the buggy. Right now. I want the drilling rights." "Back off!" Another man shoved Harrison. "I represent the syndicate. We'll pay double." "Triple!" The crowd surged around Elias. Hands reached for him. Voices clamoured, begging to give him money. They were no longer seeing a failed preacher. They were seeing a king. Elias stood firm. The oil drying on his skin felt like armour. He looked at these men, these wolves who had come to scavenge. now begging to be fed. But Elias Thorne was the alpha now. He raised his hand, and the crowd quieted, desperate for his next word. "I will not sell the land," Elias said, his voice raspy but clear. "This land belongs to the Creator." A groan of disappointment rippled through the group. "But," Elias continued, a smile touching his lips, hidden by the crude, "I will allow those with faith to contribute to this crusade. We will form a fellowship, the Spindletop Holy Oil Trust." "Shares?" Harrison whispered, his eyes gleaming. "You're selling shares?" "I call them seeds of faith," Elias corrected. "Each seed is $1,000. $1,000. A fortune." "I'll take 5 seeds," Harrison screamed. "I'll take 10. 2 for me," Elias nodded slowly. He looked toward the barn. In the shadows of the slightly open door, he saw the glow of a cigar. Hickok was watching. The play had worked. Elias Thorne, the man who had buried his family in a pauper's grave 3 days ago, was now the wealthiest man in the county. And all he had needed was 4 barrels of stolen sludge and the willingness to sell his soul. The black rain had stopped, but the flood was just beginning. Chapter 6. The Sermon of Fire. The porch of the Widow Miller's farmhouse, now the headquarters of the Spindletop Holy Oil Trust, became a confessional booth for avarice. Elias sat at a small, rickety table he had dragged outside. The oil on his clothes had begun to dry, turning into a stiff, tar-like armour that crackled when he moved. He did not wash. He did not change. To the men lining up in the muddy yard, the filth was his vestment. It was the proof of his communion with the earth. "Name?" Elias asked, his pen hovering over a ledger he had scavenged from Martha's abandoned pile. "Harrison. James Harrison," the banker said. He was breathless, his hands trembling as he placed a stack of banknotes on the table. The bills were crisp, green, and beautiful. $5,000. Elias didn't look at the money. He looked at Harrison. 5 seeds, Mr. Harrison. You understand that this is a covenant. We do not drill until the Spirit moves. We do not question the timetable of the Lord. I understand, Harrison nodded vigorously. Just give me the paper. I saw the gusher. That's all the due diligence I need. Elias wrote the receipt. His handwriting was steady, elegant, incongruous with his blackened fingers. He tore the page from the ledger and handed it to the banker. Go in peace, Elias said, and prepare your vaults. Harrison clutched the paper like a holy relic and stumbled away, making room for the next man. It went on like this for an hour. The smell of unwashed bodies, crude oil, and fear mixed with the sharp, metallic tang of money. Elias took checks. He took cash. He took a gold pocket watch from a drifter who swore he had the funds in a St. Louis account but wanted in now. He was methodical. He was calm. Inside. However, his mind was a screaming engine of calculation. $40,000. In less than 60 minutes, he had raised more money than he'd seen in his entire life. More money than his father had earned in 40 years of ploughing rocky soil. It was obscene. It was intoxicating. But it was also dangerous. Every dollar on the table was a promise he couldn't keep. The well was dry. The gusher was 4 empty barrels and a cooling boiler. If any of these men decided to walk over to the pipe and inspect it closely, if they saw the hidden hose, if they smelled the kerosene from the fire, Elias looked up. Next, a man in a rough canvas coat stepped up. He didn't have the soft hands of a banker. He had the scarred, thick knuckles of a man who worked the rigs. I ain't got 5,000, the man grunted. I got $400 in a sock under my mattress in town, and I got a team of mules that can pull a house down. Elias studied him. This was the kind of man he needed. Bankers provided capital, roughnecks provided cover. What is your name, brother? Grady. Just Grady. Grady, Elias said, leaning forward. Keep your money. I have no need for your $400, but I have need of a foreman, a man who can guard this holy ground, A man who can keep the curious at a distance. Grady's eyes narrowed, then widened. He understood the transaction. He wasn't buying shares, he was buying a job, a position of power. I can keep folks away, Grady said. I got a shotgun in my saddlebag. Then you are hired, Elias said. Your wage is 2 shares of the trust, but your duty starts now. Clear the yard. The service is over. The ground needs to rest, Grady nodded, turning to the lingering crowd with a newfound authority. You heard the Reverend. Show's over. Clear out. Unless you got business with the book, get off the property. Elias watched as Grady began to herd the stragglers away. It was a masterstroke. He had just hired his own bodyguard using paper promises. By late afternoon, the yard was empty. The sun was dipping low, casting long, bruised shadows across the oil-stained grass. The silence returned, but it was different now. It was the silence of a bank vault after the door swings shut. Elias gathered the money. He stuffed the cash into a canvas sack. The checks he folded into his breast pocket, next to the deed. He stood up, his joints aching. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind a cold, hard exhaustion. He walked to the edge of the porch and looked toward the barn. You can come out now, Elias called out softly. The barn door creaked. Hickok emerged. The man looked like a chimney sweep. He was covered in soot, sweat, and oil. His eyes were wide, staring at the canvas sack in Elias's hand. I thought the boiler was going to blow, Hickok rasped, walking toward the porch. The pressure gauge. The needle broke off. I was holding the valve with both hands, praying to a god I don't believe in. It held, Elias said. Barely, Hickok spat. He stopped at the foot of the stairs. He looked at the sack. How much? Enough, Elias said. Don't give me that vague preacher talk. Hickok stepped closer, his hand drifting toward his belt. I saw them lining up. I saw the greenbacks. We made a deal. Thorne. 10%. Elias looked down at his partner. He saw the greed, the exhaustion, and the fear. But mostly, he saw a liability. Hickok knew everything. He knew where the hose was buried. He knew about the boiler. As long as Hickok was around, the miracle was just a blackmail attempt waiting to happen. But Elias couldn't kill him. Not yet. He needed Hickok to dismantle the rig tonight, to hide the evidence before the real engineers arrived tomorrow. Come up, Elias said, gesturing to the table. Let us divide the spoils. Hickok bounded up the stairs, his fatigue forgotten. Elias opened the sack and dumped the contents onto the table. The pile of cash was staggering. Hundreds of dollars in small bills, stacks of 20s, a few 50s. It looked like a mountain of green leaves. Hickok laughed. It was a wet, ugly sound. Look at that, just look at that. You salted the well, and they thanked you for it. He reached out to grab a handful. Thwack! Elias's hand shot out, grabbing Hickok's wrist. His grip was iron. We do not grab, Elias said coldly. We count. He released the wrist. Hickok rubbed his skin, looking at Elias with a flash of anger that quickly turned to wariness. Right. We count. They counted in the dying light. The total in cash was $12,400. The checks totaled another $30,000, but those were just paper until deposited. $12,000, Hickok whispered. 10% is $1,200. That's 2 years' wages. Elias counted out $1,200. He pushed the stack across the table. Hickok stared at it. Then he looked at the larger pile remaining on Elias's side. You know, Hickok said, licking his lips. I took a lot of risk today. That boiler, if it had blown, I'd be dead. Maybe 10% is a little low, considering I'm the only mechanic you got. Elias didn't blink, because he had expected this. Greed is a fungus. It grows in the dark. The deal was 10%, Elias said. Deals change, Hickok said, his voice hardening, especially when one partner holds all the secrets. What if I go to that banker, Harrison? What if I tell him how we made the black rain? I bet he'd pay more than $1,200 to know he's been played. The air on the porch grew very still. The cicadas started to buzz in the trees. Elias slowly picked up the stack of money he had pushed toward Hickok. He held it in his hand. "You're right," Elias said. "Secrets are expensive." He reached into the main pile. He counted out another $800. He added it to Hickok's stack. 2,000, Elias said. "But this buys more than your silence. It buys your absence." Hickok looked at the money, then at Elias. "Absence. Tonight," Elias said. "We dismantle the rig. We pull the hose. We fill in the boiler pit. We make this ground look like virgin earth again. And then you leave. You take your wagon. You take your money, and you ride to Louisiana. If I see you in Beaumont again, if I see you in Texas again, the deal is void." Hickok snatched the money. $2,000! It was a fortune. Louisiana has better whiskey anyway. Hickok grinned, stuffing the cash into his pockets. "You got yourself a deal, partner. We clean up, and I vanish." "Good," Elias said. He began to put his own share back into the sack. He knew Hickok was lying. Men like Hickok didn't vanish. They spent the money, and then they came back for more. They came back because they knew the well was deep. But Elias had bought time. And with time, he could build a wall high enough to keep the rats out. Or he could dig a hole deep enough to bury them. "Let's get to work," Elias said, standing up. "The night is short and we have a grave to fill." The cleanup was a macabre reversed burial. Instead of putting a body into the ground, they were pulling the skeleton of their deception out of it. Under the cover of a moonless night, Elias and Hickok worked in a frenzy of silence. They dug up the boiler, the metal still warm to the touch, groaning as the earth released it. They dragged it back to the barn, hiding it under a pile of rotting hay and old horse blankets. Then came the hose. Elias gripped the rubber line buried in the mud of the depression. He pulled. It resisted at first. Suctioned tight by the clay and the oil residue, he leaned back, his boots slipping in the muck, gritting his teeth. Schliek. The hose came free with a disgusting wet sound. It coiled around his legs like a black snake. Slick and heavy, Elias dragged it away, coiling it up, burying it deep in the woods behind the property line. They filled in the boiler pit. They smoothed over the trench where the hose had run. They kicked dry dust over the wet oil patches to make it look like natural seepage rather than a spill. By 2 a.m. the yard looked innocent again. The gusher was gone. The only evidence left was the oil staining the roof of the barn and the black film coating Elias's skin. Hickok hitched up his team. His wagon was loaded with his tools and the few barrels of crude that hadn't been used. He wasn't going to leave those behind either. He climbed onto the seat, the wad of cash bulging in his jacket pocket. He looked down at Elias, who stood by the fence, leaning on a shovel. "You're a lucky son of a bitch, Thorne," Hickok said, lighting a fresh cigar. The flame illuminated his scarred face one last time. But luck runs out. That money won't last forever. And when those bankers come back with their own engineers, they're going to want to see the show again. "By then," Elias said, his voice flat, "I will have found the real vein," Hickok laughed. "Sure. And I'm the Queen of England. You're digging in a graveyard. Elias. There's nothing down there but bones." He snapped the reins. "Higher." The wagon lurched forward, rattling down the dark road toward the Louisiana border. Elias watched the red cherry of the cigar bobbing in the dark until it vanished around a bend. He was gone. For now. Elias walked back to the porch. He sat down heavily on the steps. The sack of money sat next to him. $12,000. He opened the sack and looked at the bills. It was enough to buy a new life. He could leave right now. He could saddle Job, ride north, change his name, and disappear into the cities of the East. He could buy a suit, a house, a reputation. He looked at the dark, silent hill of Spindletop. He looked at the capped pipe standing alone in the field. If he ran, he was just a thief, a common swindler who got lucky. But if he stayed, if he took this blood money and used it to drill deeper, if he forced the earth to yield its secrets, he could be a titan. He remembered the feeling of the crowd chanting his name. He remembered the look in Harrison's eyes, pure, unadulterated worship. He didn't want the money. He wanted that. He wanted to be the god of the new century. Elias reached into the sack and pulled out a single bill. He used it to wipe the oil from his cheek. "I will find it," he whispered to the empty night. "I will drill until I hit hell if I have to, but I will make it real." He stood up. He didn't go inside to sleep. He walked back to the pipe. He placed his hand on the cold iron. The lie was finished. The truth had to begin tomorrow. Elias Thorne was no longer a preacher. He was an oil man with no oil, a king with no castle, and a soul sold to a devil who had just left town with $2,000 of his capital. He smiled. It was the best deal he had ever made. Chapter 7. The Deed. The transformation of the Widow Miller's farm began not with a hymn, but with the screech of iron wheels against dry axles. 2 weeks had passed since the miracle. The silence of the prairie, once broken only by the wind and the morning doves, was now shattered daily by the chaotic symphony of industry. The garden where Martha had tried to coax life from the poisoned soil was gone, buried under stacks of raw yellow pine lumber, barrels of grease, and coils of heavy chain. Elias Thorne stood on the porch, surveying his kingdom. He no longer looked like a starving itinerant preacher. He wore a new frock coat, tailor-made in Beaumont from heavy black wool. It was cut in the clerical style, but the fabric was expensive, and the buttons were mother of pearl. His boots were polished to a mirror shine, though the red dust of Spindletop fought a constant battle to reclaim them. In his hand, he held a roll of blueprints he barely understood. "Reverend!" A voice called out from the yard. It was Harrison, the banker. He was picking his way through the mud, looking flushed and important. He waved a leather folio. "The charter is approved. LS, we are official." Ellis descended the stairs slowly. He moved with a new deliberation, a gravity that suggested every step was a decision of great import. "The Spindletop Holy Oil Trust," Elias said, tasting the name. "Incorporated under the laws of Texas." Harrison beamed, handing him the folio. "Capitalized at $50,000. We have a board of directors, a line of credit, and we have him." Harrison pointed toward the gate. A wagon was pulling in, heavily laden with machinery, gears the size of carriage wheels, pipes thick enough to crawl through. Sitting on the driver's bench was a man who looked like he had been carved out of the same granite as the drill bits. "Who is that?" Ellis asked. "That," Harrison whispered, "is Lucas Webb. They call him Spider. He's the best rotary driller in the state. Standard Oil wanted him, but I outbid them. If there's oil down there, Spider will find it." Elias felt a cold tightening in his stomach. He didn't want the best. He wanted someone competent enough to drill, but gullible enough to be managed. A man like Spider Webb, a man who knew the earth intimately, was a danger. Webb climbed down from the wagon. He was a small, wiry man, covered in grease stains that looked like tattoos. He didn't walk. He stalked. He ignored Harrison and walked straight to Elias. He didn't take off his hat. He didn't offer a hand. He just stared at Elias with eyes that were pale, sharp, and utterly devoid of religious awe. "You the preacher?" Webb asked. His voice was like a file on steel. "I am Reverend Thorne," Ellis said, drawing himself up to his full height. "And this is consecrated ground, Mr. Webb. We expect a certain, reverence." Webb spat a stream of tobacco juice onto the boot of a nearby worker. "I don't reverence dirt. Reverend, I drill it. Harrison says you got a seep that blew its top 2 weeks ago. Says it went 40 feet high. It was a sign from above, Mas," Elias said. "It was a pressure pocket," Webb corrected flatly. "Where is it?" Elias pointed to the capped pipe in the depression, the shrine of the fake miracle. Webb walked over to it. He knelt down. He didn't pray, he inspected. He touched the soil around the pipe. He sniffed the air. He took a wrench from his belt and tapped the cap. Clang. Elias watched him, holding his breath. He had removed the boiler. He had hidden the hose. But had he hidden the smell of kerosene? Had he hidden the unnatural disturbance of the soil? Webb stood up and walked back. "Shallow," Webb said. "Smells sour. You got gas? Sure. Maybe a surface pocket. But 40 feet from a 3-inch pipe?" He looked at Elias with a gaze that felt like a drill bit boring into a safe. "That's a hell of a pocket." "The Lord provides in mysterious ways," Elias said, meeting his gaze. "Geology ain't mysterious," Webb grunted. "It's rocks and math. You want oil, you've got to go deep. 1,000 feet, maybe more. That little pipe of yours is a toy. Then build me a machine." "Mr. Webb," Elias said, his voice hard. "Build me a tower that can pierce the heart of the world. I have the money. You have the hands. Do not bore me with your skepticism. Bore me a well." Webb cracked a grin. It wasn't a nice smile. It was the smile of a man who enjoyed a challenge. "All right, preacher. I'll build your derrick. But don't blame me if we punch a hole to China and find nothing but salt water. Just drill," Elias said. For the next 10 days, the farm became a hive of construction. Webb and his crew, a gang of roughnecks who cursed fluently in 3 languages, worked from dawn until dusk. They didn't build a church, they built a cathedral of timber and iron. The derrick rose. It was a pyramid of wood, 60 feet high, towering over the flat plains. It was ugly, brutal, and magnificent. It cast a long shadow that swallowed the farmhouse whole. Elias spent his days in the office, the front room of the house where he had once eaten cornbread with Martha. Now, the table was covered in maps, geological surveys and ledgers. He was learning. He read every book Harrison brought him on geology. He learned about salt domes, about cap rock, about strata. He learned that Spindletop was a geological anomaly, a salt plug pushing up from the depths, trapping oil in the cracks of the rock layers above it. Or so the theory went. But theories didn't pay the bills. And the bills were mounting. The lumber cost 3 times the estimate. The steam engine to power the rotary drill cost a fortune. The crew's wages were exorbitant. The $12,000 Elias had stolen from the initial investors was bleeding away like water and sand. He sat at his desk late one night, the kerosene lamp humming. The ledger lay open, telling a tale of 2 fortunes. Cash expenditures, $8,450. Cash remaining, $3,550. Next to the ledger sat a locked tin box containing $30,000 in checks. A fortune in paper. But Elias dared not cash them. Not yet. If a ragged preacher walked into the small Beaumont bank and deposited $30,000 before a single pipe was laid, the manager would flag the account. The investors would be alerted. The fraud would be exposed before it could become truth. He was a man dying of thirst while holding a frozen bottle of water he couldn't melt. He had to run the operation solely on the cash he had skimmed, and it was bleeding away fast. They hadn't even started drilling yet. Panic. The old friend came to sit beside him. The investors would demand answers. Webb would expose the geology as barren. He needed more money. But he couldn't ask Harrison for more yet. He had promised results. There was a knock on the door. "Enter," Elias said, closing the ledger. It was Grady, the roughneck he had hired as a foreman guard. Grady looked uncomfortable indoors. He held his hat in his hands. "Reverend," Grady said, "there's a man at the gate. Says he knows you." "I know many men," Elias said wearily. "Tell him to come back during business hours. He says it's urgent." Grady shifted his weight. "Says his name is Hickok." Elias froze. The pen in his hand snapped. A splatter of ink stained his thumb black. Hickok. He was supposed to be in Louisiana. He was supposed to be gone. "Bring him in," Elias said, his voice dropping to a whisper. A moment later, Hickok sauntered into the room. He looked better than the last time. He wore a new suit, flashy, checkered, like a riverboat gambler. He was smoking a cigar that smelled expensive. "Hello, partner," Hickok grinned, closing the door behind him. "Nice office. A bit dusty, but it smells like success." "You took the money," Elias said, standing up. "You agreed to leave." "I did." Hickok shrugged, walking over to the map on the wall. "I went to New Orleans. Had a grand time. Beautiful women. terrible cards. You know how it is. Elias. Fortune is a fickle mistress. You lost it all, Elias said. It wasn't a question. Every cent, Hickok admitted cheerfully. $2,000 in 10 days. A new record, even for me. He turned to face Elias. The cheerfulness didn't reach his eyes. They were cold, desperate eyes. So I thought to myself, why am I broke when my good friend Elias is sitting on a mountain of gold? Surely the church believes in charity. I have no charity for blackmailers, Elias said, reaching into his drawer. His hand wrapped around the handle of a heavy iron paperweight. Easy now, Hickok raised his hands. I'm not here to threaten you. I'm here to work. Truly. I have a crew. I have Webb. Webb, Hickok scoffed. Webb is a Boy Scout. He follows the rules. He drills where the map says. But you and I know, sometimes the map needs a little help. Hickok leaned over the desk, dropping his voice. You're running out of money, Elias. I can see it in your face. You've built a big tower, but you haven't punched the hole yet. And you're scared. Scared that when Webb hits 1,000 feet, he's going to find nothing but dust. Elias didn't answer. You need an insurance policy, Hickok whispered. You need someone on the rig who knows how to salt the samples. Someone who can make a dry hole look wet long enough to sell more shares. Elias stared at him. It was a deal with the devil, part 2. But Hickok was right. If Webb drilled dry, the game was over, unless the samples coming up from the mud pit showed traces of oil. Traces that would keep Harrison writing checks. Webb watches everything, Elias said. Webb sleeps, Hickok countered. And Webb drinks. I can work the night shift. I can be your assistant foreman. Just put me on the payroll, Elias, $500 a month. And a bonus when we strike. Elias looked at the ink stain on his thumb. It looked like a bruise. Grady, Elias called out. The door opened. Yes, Reverend. Mister. Hickok is joining the crew, Elias said, never taking his eyes off Hickok. He'll be overseeing the night operations. Get him a bunk. And Grady? Sir? If Mr. Hickok ever tries to leave the property with company assets, shoot him. Hickok smiled, a gold tooth glinting in the lamplight. Amen, Reverend. Amen. The commencement of drilling, known in the trade as spudding in, took place on a grey and overcast Monday morning. There was no brass band, no bunting, only the hiss of escaping steam and the acrid smell of burning coal. The derrick, now complete, stood like a colossal skeleton against the gloomy sky. At its base, the steam engine, a monster of black iron and brass, growled in anticipation. Massive chains hung from the crown block 60 feet above. Gripping the first length of drill stem, a 30-foot steel pipe tipped with a sharp, fishtail bit. Elias stood on the derrick floor, elevated 10 feet above the mud. The wooden planks were slick with grease. Beside him stood Webb, Hickok, and the crew, 4 muscled giants coated in grime, known simply as roughnecks. Below, a small cluster of investors, led by Harrison, watched with faces that mixed excitement with anxiety. They had poured their fortunes into this hole, and now they demanded to see it breathe. We are ready, Webb said, his voice a rasp that cut through the wind. He wore thick leather gloves, his hand resting on the brake lever of the drawworks. Do you want to bless it, Reverend? Make it quick. The boiler pressure is peaking. Elias stepped toward the rotary table. He placed a hand on the cold steel of the pipe. This was the spear he would drive into the heart of the world. Almighty God! Elias boomed, closing his eyes, his voice projecting over the mechanical hum. We dedicate this steel to your glory. Guide it through the rock, through the darkness, to the fountain of prosperity you have promised. Protect these men from fire and iron, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen, Harrison and the investors shouted from the ground. Webb just sniffed. He spat a stream of tobacco juice onto the floorboards. Amen, he muttered sarcastically. Then he kicked the clutch. Clank, hiss, roar! The steam engine woke with a deafening scream. The massive flywheel began to blur. The chains pulled taut, groaning like tortured beasts. Webb worked the levers with the grace of a pianist. The drill stem, weighing tons, was lifted, suspended over the guide hole in the centre of the floor, and then slowly lowered. "Spin it!" Webb yelled to the roughnecks. The rotary table, the giant steel disc in the centre of the floor, began to turn. It gripped the pipe and twisted it. The drill bit began to rotate, slow at first, then gathering speed until it was a lethal blur. Webb released the brake. Crunch. The bit hit the earth. It didn't sound like metal on dirt, and it sounded like the earth gnashing its teeth. The derrick floor vibrated violently under Elias's boots. The noise became absolute. The screech of metal grinding rock, the clatter of chains, the rhythmic chug-chug-chug of the engine gasping for power. Elias stepped back, gripping the wooden railing for balance. Red dust sprayed up from the hole, fanned away by the spinning machinery. "We're going down!" Hickok shouted into Elias's ear, a manic grin stretching his scarred face. He was standing by the rotary table, manning the hose to pump mud into the hole, a technique to cool the bit and flush out the cuttings. "Every minute is $1, Reverend. Do you hear the money burning?" Elias watched the drill stem slowly sinking into the ground, inch by expensive inch. It was devouring his remaining capital. 10 feet, 20 feet. Mud began to bubble up from the hole, grey, worthless sludge. No oil, just clay and limestone. Webb stood at the controls, his eyes glued to the cable, listening to the rhythm of the machine like a doctor listening to a heartbeat. He didn't care about the money. He only cared about keeping the damn hole straight. "Soft ground," Webb yelled. "Full throttle!" The engine roared louder. The rotation speed increased. The pipe sank faster. Elias looked down at the crowd below. Harrison was clapping, a beaming smile on his face. He didn't know that at this burn rate. If they didn't hit oil in 2 weeks, the Spindletop Holy Oil Trust would be bankrupt. Elias felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned. It was Hickok. "Don't worry," Hickok whispered, leaning close so his voice cut through the din. "If Webb doesn't find anything at 500 feet, I will find something on the night shift. Just make sure you keep those rich fools writing checks." Elias looked into the black hole swallowing the steel. He gave a curt nod. A new covenant had been signed amidst the roar of industry, a pact between the fraudster and the forger, built on the foundation of precise science. The sun began to set, painting the Texas sky a bruised purple behind the black silhouette of the derrick. The machine did not stop. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like the heartbeat of a dying monster, or perhaps a monster being born. Elias left the derrick floor, walking down the vibrating stairs. He headed toward the office, where the ledgers waited with their red ink. The real game had begun. There was no turning back now. It was either oil or blood. Chapter 8. The Investors. Time in the oil fields was not measured in hours or minutes. It was measured in feet. 100 feet. Clay and sand, 300 feet. Quickstand that sucked the drill bit sideways, forcing Webb to pour concrete into the hole just to stabilise the walls. 600 feet. Hard rock that chewed through steel bits as if they were made of tin, requiring them to be pulled up and replaced every 6 hours. It had been 40 days since the spudding in. 40 days of noise that never ceased. The steam engine chugged with a rhythmic, maddening persistence. Day and night. A mechanical heartbeat that echoed in Elias's skull even when he tried to sleep. The farmhouse had transformed. The front room was no longer just an office. It was a war room. Maps covered the windows, blocking out the sun. The floor was stained with mud from the boots of roughnecks and tobacco juice from the jaws of nervous men. Elias sat at the head of the table. He looked thinner. The black frock coat hung a little looser on his frame, and there were dark circles under his eyes that no amount of cold water could wash away. But his eyes were brighter than ever, feverish, alert, the eyes of a captain steering a burning ship through a storm. Opposite him sat James Harrison and 2 other members of the board, Mr. Sterling, a cattle baron who smelled of expensive cologne and old leather, and Mr. Pierce, a lawyer with a face like a dried apple. The atmosphere in the room was toxic. 900 feet, Elias, Harrison said, his voice tight. He tapped a finger on the geological report lying on the table. Spider Webb says we're at 900 feet. And what have we found? Salt water, sulphur water, and enough sand to build a beach, but no oil. Patience. James, Elias said, his voice calm. A smooth stone dropped into a turbulent pool. Moses wandered the desert for 40 years. We have been drilling for 40 days. I am not Moses, Sterling barked, slamming his fist on the table. And this isn't the Sinai. This is my money being pumped into a mud hole. Do you know what they are saying in town? They are calling it Thorne's Folly. They say the gusher was a fluke. A surface pocket that blew its load and died. Elias didn't flinch. He poured himself a glass of water from a pitcher. His hand was steady. Let them talk, Elias said. Noah was mocked while he built the ark. Until the rain started. The rain isn't starting! Elias! Pierce, the lawyer, hissed. The money is stopping. We have burned through $30,000. The equipment repairs alone are bleeding us dry. Webb is demanding a new boiler because the old one is encrusted with salt. The crew wants a bonus for dangerous conditions. We are solvent for maybe 2 weeks. Elias took a sip of water. He knew the numbers better than they did. He knew they were solvent for 10 days, not 2 weeks. Gentlemen, Elias said, setting the glass down, you look at the ledger. I look at the earth. Do you know what Webb told me this morning? The mud coming up is changing. It's no longer grey. It's turning black. We are hitting the cap rock, the hard shell that protects the treasure. Webb told me he's hitting granite, Harrison countered. He says we might break the rotary table if we push harder. Webb is a mechanic, Elias said dismissively. He lacks vision. He sees the obstacle, I see the door. We must knock harder. We want to bring in a geologist, Sterling said, crossing his arms. A real one, from Standard Oil. We want an independent assessment before we authorise another cent. This was the danger. A Standard Oil geologist would look at the samples, look at the strata, and tell them exactly what Hickok had told Elias weeks ago. Spindletop was a gamble with terrible odds. They would shut down the rig. They would audit the books. They would find the $12,000 missing from the initial capital, the money Elias had paid to Hickok and pocketed for himself. Elias stood up. He walked to the window and tore down one of the maps, letting the harsh Texas sunlight flood the room. The investors blinked, blinded by the sudden glare. You want a geologist? Elias asked, his silhouette dark against the blinding light. You want a man with a hammer and a textbook to tell you what God has hidden? Go ahead. Bring him. And when he tells you to stop, I will buy your shares. I will buy them for 10 cents on the dollar. And when I strike oil a week later, I will make sure you watch from the fence line while I drown in gold. He turned to face them, his face in shadow, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. Do you think I'm playing a game? I sleep next to that derrick. I eat the dust. I breathe the smoke. I've staked my life on this well. If you're afraid, if your faith is as shallow as a roadside puddle, then get out. Leave the table. But do not insult me with your cowardice. The room was silent. The only sound was the chug, chug, chug of the steam engine outside, vibrating through the floorboards. Harrison swallowed. He looked at Sterling. Sterling looked at Pierce. Greed wrestled with fear in their eyes. They were terrified of losing their money, but they were even more terrified of being cut out of the fortune if Elias was right. We didn't say we were leaving, Harrison stammered. We need assurance. Elias, we need something to show the minor shareholders. You want assurance? Elias walked back to the table. He leaned over, placing his hands flat on the wood. Then give me the resources to finish the job. Webb needs a new boiler. Buy him 2. The crew wants a bonus. Double it. We drive that bit until the earth screams. That is my assurance. And the money? Pierce asked weakly. Issue a second round of stock, Elias ordered. Dilute the shares if you have to. Bring in fresh blood. Sell the dream, gentlemen. You're not just selling oil, you're selling the future of the new century. Who wouldn't want to own a piece of tomorrow? Harrison wiped sweat from his upper lip. It's risky. If we dilute, the value drops temporarily. It only drops if we fail, Elias snapped. And I do not intend to fail. He pulled a small glass vial from his pocket. Inside was a dark, viscous liquid. It wasn't from the well. It was from the secret stash Hickok kept in the barn, the remnants of the stolen crude. Elias placed the vial on the table. It caught the light, gleaming like a black jewel. Webb brought this up an hour ago. Elias lied. Traces. Just traces. But it's there. The beast is bleeding, gentlemen. We just need to stick the knife in deeper. The three men stared at the vial. It was a prop. A cheap trick. But to men desperate for salvation, it was a holy relic. All right, Sterling exhaled, the fight draining out of him. We'll authorise the new equipment. We'll issue the Series B stock. Good, Elias said. He didn't smile. Now get out of my office. I have a well to drill. The investors filed out, clutching their hats, looking like schoolboys dismissed by a stern headmaster. Elias watched them go. As the door closed, his knees gave way. He sank into his chair, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He picked up the vial of oil. He stared at it. Liar, he whispered to himself. The door opened again. Elias quickly palmed the vial, expecting Harrison to have returned with a new question. But it wasn't Harrison. It was Hickok. The assistant foreman was covered in grey mud. He looked tired, but his eyes were sharp. He closed the door and locked it. Nice speech, Hickok said, walking over to the water pitcher and drinking directly from the jug. I could hear you through the wall. The beast is bleeding. You missed your calling. Elias? You should have been a poet. Did they see you? Elias asked. They saw a dirty worker. Hickok wiped his mouth. They don't look at faces. They look at boots. Hickok pulled a chair over and straddled it. But we have a problem. Partner. A real one. What? Webb, Hickok said. He's not stupid. He saw me near the mud pit last night when I was, adjusting the samples. He didn't say anything, but he looked at me. He knows I'm not a roughneck. Webb is paid to drill, Ellis said. Webb is paid to be a professional, Hickok corrected. If he figures out we're salting the samples to keep the money flowing, he won't just quit. He'll go to the sheriff. He's got that look about him. The kind of man who thinks integrity is worth more than a paycheck. Elias rubbed his temples. The headache was back, a throbbing pressure behind his eyes. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting, Hickok said, his voice dropping to a low rumble, that accidents happen on rigs all the time. Chains snap, pipes fall, boilers explode. Elias looked up sharply. No, we need him. He's the only one who can steer the drill at this depth. If we lose Webb, the operation stops. Then we need to compromise him, Hickok said. Every man has a vice. Webb doesn't drink on the job. He doesn't chase women. But he has a weakness. Which is pride. Hickok smiled. He wants to be the man who broke Spindletop. He wants the glory. So we stop feeding him lies, Marat. Hickok said. We bring him in, not all the way. We don't tell him about the Ponzi scheme. We tell him we're desperate. We tell him we know the oil is there, but the investors are cowardly. We ask him to help us. Embellish. Just for a few days. To buy time for the breakthrough. You want to make Spiderweb an accomplice? Elias asked, incredulous. If he's an accomplice, he can't talk, Hickok reasoned. Mutually assured destruction. It's the only way to keep him quiet. Elias stared at the map on the wall. He was dragging more souls into the pit. Martha. The investors. Now Webb. Do it, Elias said softly. But if he refuses... Hickok stood up, checking the knife at his belt. Then we deal with the accident. Midnight on the rig was a different world. The sun-baked reality of Texas vanished, replaced by a sphere of artificial light carved out by flickering kerosene torches and the glow of the boiler's firebox. Elias and Hickok climbed the wooden stairs to the derrick floor. The vibration under their feet was constant, a numbing buzz that travelled up the legs and settled in the teeth. Spiderweb was there, as he always was. He was hunched over the rotary table, examining the mud that was circulating back up from the hole. He held a lantern in one hand and a sieve in the other, sifting through the sludge. He didn't turn around when they approached. "You're walking heavy, Reverend," Webb said, his voice barely audible over the clanking of the chains. "And your shadow is walking with a limp. That means Hickok is with you." "We need to talk, Lucas," Elias said. Stepping into the circle of light, Webb stood up. He wiped his hands on a rag that was already black. He turned slowly, his pale eyes catching the torchlight. He looked at Elias, then at Hickok, then at the knife handle protruding from Hickok's belt. "Is this a firing squad?" Webb asked calmly. "Or a negotiation?" "It is a reality check," Elias said. He moved closer, having to shout slightly to be heard over the steam engine. "The investors are getting restless. They want to pull the plug. They say the hole is dry." "The hole is dry," Webb said flatly. "We're at 1,000 feet, or we hit a pocket of quicksand that nearly swallowed the bit. Now we're in hard rock. Cap rock." "And what lies beneath the cap rock?" Elias asked. "Could be oil," Webb shrugged. "Could be gas. Could be the other side of the world. Geology doesn't give guarantees." "But you think it's there," Hickok interjected, stepping forward. "I saw you checking the pressure gauges yesterday. The kickback is getting stronger." "You feel it, don't you? Spider? The beast is pushing back." Webb looked at Hickok with open contempt. "I see you lurking around the mud pit at night, Hickok. I see you dropping your little vials of crude into the samples before the morning inspection. You think I'm blind? You're salting the returns." The accusation hung in the air, heavy and dangerous. Hickok's hand twitched toward his belt. "He knows," Hickok whispered to Elias. "We have to do it." Elias raised a hand, stopping Hickok. He locked eyes with the driller. "If you knew," Elias asked softly, "why didn't you report us? Why is Harrison still writing checks instead of sending the sheriff?" Webb hesitated. For the first time, his mask of professional indifference cracked. He looked at the rotating drill stem, spinning endlessly into the dark. "Because I want to finish it," Webb admitted, his voice low. "I've drilled 50 wells in this state. Dry holes, dusters. Every time I got close, the money ran out. The suits got scared. They pulled the rig just when the ground was getting hot." He spat onto the floor. "I don't care about your stock fraud, Thorne. I don't care about your fake miracles. I care about being right. I know this dome is a trap. It's holding something down there, and I want to be the one who lets it out." Elias smiled. It was the smile of a man who had found the exact price of a soul. It wasn't money, it was validation. "Then we are aligned," Elias said. "The investors are the enemy. They want to stop us. We want to dig, Hickok's, adjustments. Are simply a way to keep the enemy at bay, to buy you time to be right." Webb looked at the spinning pipe. "If I keep quiet, you keep the money flowing. Until the boiler bursts or the bank fails," Elias promised. "And him," Webb pointed at Hickok, "keep him away from my machinery. If he drops a wrench down that hole, I'll kill him myself." "I'll stick to the chemistry," Hickok grinned, his hand moving away from his knife. "One more thing," Webb said, turning back to the controls. "We're hitting gas pockets. Big ones. The pressure is spiking. If we punch through the cap rock, it's going to come up fast. We need a blowout preventer. A heavy valve." "We can't afford it," Elias said instantly. "We spent the last of the capital on the casing pipe." "Then we drill naked," Webb said grimly. "If it blows, it blows. God help us all." "God has nothing to do with it anymore," Elias said. "Drill, Mr. Webb. Drill until you hit hell. Underscore 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 underscore. The next 3 days passed in a blur of exhaustion and tension. The salted samples worked. The board authorized the emergency funds. But the atmosphere on the rig was brittle. The roughnecks stopped joking. They worked in silence, glancing nervously at the pressure gauges that danced erratically. The ground began to misbehave. Strange noises echoed up from the borehole, groans, whistles, deep thuds that shook the derrick timbers. It was as if the drill bit was waking up something that had been asleep for millions of years. On the third night, Elias was in his office, trying to balance a ledger that was hopelessly in the red. He was technically bankrupt. If they didn't strike oil in 48 hours, he wouldn't be able to make payroll. The crew would walk. Suddenly, the rhythmic chug-chug-chug of the steam engine outside changed. It sped up, then it slowed down. Then it stopped. Silence. The sudden quiet was more terrifying than any noise. Elias bolted from his chair. He ran out onto the porch. The derrick was dark. The torches were still lit, but the machinery was still. "Webb!" Elias screamed, running toward the rig. "Why have you stopped?" He climbed the stairs 2 at a time. The crew was huddled around the rotary table. Webb was on his knees, his ear pressed to the floorboards. "What is it?" Elias demanded, breathless. "Did the engine die?" "Shh," Webb hissed, waving a hand. "Listen." Elias froze. He listened. At first, he heard nothing. Then, he heard it. A sound coming from deep within the throat of the well. Gurgle. Splash. Gurgle. It sounded like a giant stomach digesting a meal. "The mud is coming back up," Hickok whispered, his face pale in the torchlight. "It's pushing back." "Pull the tools!" Webb screamed suddenly, jumping to his feet. "Pull the damn tools! It's kicking!" "Is it oil?" Elias grabbed Webb's arm. "Is it the strike?" "It's trouble." Webb shoved him aside. "Get off the floor! Everyone clear the floor!" The crew scrambled. The steam engine roared back to life as they engaged the winch to pull the drill pipe out of the hole. They had to get the heavy steel out before the pressure turned it into a projectile. They pulled one length of pipe. Then another. Mud began to spew from the hole, not a trickle, but a fountain. It sprayed the derrick floor, slick and grey. "It's gas!" a roughneck yelled, just covering his face. "It's blinding me!" "Keep pulling!" Webb roared, wrestling with the brake. Then, everything stopped again. The mud flow ceased. The gurgling stopped. The well went silent. Elias stood by the railing, covered in mud. What happened? Did we lose it? Webb stared at the hole. He looked terrified. "No," Webb whispered. "It's taking a breath." He looked at Elias. "Run." Chapter 9. The Machinery Hero. "Run!" The word hung in the air for the fraction of a second, suspended between the roar of the steam engine and the terrifying silence of the well. Then, the earth punched back. It started with a sound like a cannon shot. Boom, from deep underground. The rotary table jumped 3 inches off the floorboards, slamming back down with a bone-jarring crash. "Back! Get back!" Webb screamed, abandoning the brake lever and scrambling toward the edge of the derrick floor. Elias didn't run. He couldn't. He was paralysed, his hand gripping the wooden railing, his eyes locked on the hole in the centre of the platform. A column of mud, thick and grey like wet concrete, erupted from the well. It didn't spray, it exploded. It shot up through the derrick, coating the timbers, smashing the lanterns, and dousing the men in a heavy, suffocating sludge. "It's blowing out!" Hickok yelled, wiping mud from his eyes. "The pressure valve! Close the valve!" "There is no valve." Webb roared back, dragging a stunned roughneck toward the stairs. "We drilled naked. Move!" The mud geyser died down as quickly as it had started. Silence returned. A heavy, ominous quiet. Elias wiped his face. He tasted salt and sand. "Is that it?" he gasped. "Is it over?" Webb looked at him from the top of the stairs, his face a mask of terror. No, that was just the throat clearing. A low whistle began to emanate from the hole. It rose in pitch, higher and higher, until it sounded like a tea kettle screaming in hell. And then the pipe came. The heavy steel drill stem, thousands of pounds of metal that they had painstakingly lowered into the earth, began to rise. It wasn't being pulled by the winch. It was being pushed. "Look out!" The pipe shot out of the hole like a majestic lethal spear. It kept coming. Hundreds of feet of steel tubing ejected by the sheer force of the gas below. It shot up through the crown block at the top of the derrick, shearing through the heavy timbers with a sound of splintering doom. The pipe snapped. It twisted in the air like a giant metal snake, crashing down onto the rig floor, smashing the rotary table, destroying the winch. Metal screamed against metal. Sparks flew. Elias threw himself flat on the greasy floorboards as a 20-foot section of pipe crashed down inches from his head, embedding itself in the wood like a javelin. The derrick shook violently. Wood rained down from above. "Get off the rig!" Hickok grabbed Elias by the collar of his coat and dragged him toward the stairs. "The whole thing is coming down!" They tumbled down the stairs, slipping on the mud, crashing into the dirt below. The crew was already running, scattering into the fields away from the collapsing monster. They reached the fence line, 50 yards away, and turned back. The derrick was groaning. The pipe had stopped ejecting, but the hole was now an open wound, vomiting rocks and gas. "It's ruined," Elias whispered, staring at the destruction. "The equipment, the investment, it's all destroyed." He felt a sickness rise in his gut. This wasn't a strike. This was a disaster. The gas had blown the equipment apart. They had lost the hole. They had lost the money. The lie was over. "Wait," Webb said. He was standing next to Elias, breathing hard, his eyes fixed on the derrick. "Watch!" The gas roared. It was invisible, but they could see the heat shimmering in the air. Then, the colour changed. The grey mist coming from the well turned green, then brown, and then black. It happened in a heartbeat. The roar deepened, changing from a high-pitched hiss to a thunderous, earth-shaking bellow. A solid column of oil, 6 inches wide, shot out of the ground. It hit the remains of the derrick's crossbeams and exploded into a spray, but the main column kept rising. It went higher than the derrick. It went higher than the barn. It rose 100 feet into the air, a black geyser standing rigid against the grey sky. Elias stopped breathing. This wasn't the fake gusher he had engineered with 4 barrels and a boiler. This wasn't a trick. This was the blood of the earth, pressurized by millions of years of geology, finally set free. The noise was absolute. You couldn't hear a man scream if he was standing next to you. The wind caught the spray, carrying it over the onlookers. A mist of crude oil descended on them. It wasn't warm like the stolen oil. It was cold. It was heavy. It coated Elias's face, his expensive suit, his hands. He looked at his hands. They were black. He looked at Webb. The driller was crying. Tears cut white tracks through the oil on his face. "She's alive," Webb mouthed the words, though no sound came out. "She's alive." Elias turned to look at the farmhouse. The door burst open. Harrison and the other board members stumbled out onto the porch. They froze. They stared up at the black tower of liquid rising into the heavens. Harrison fell to his knees. He didn't care about his suit. He raised his arms to the black rain, screaming something that was lost in the roar. Elias felt a laugh bubbling up in his chest. It started as a giggle, then turned into a cackle, hysterical and jagged. He had lied. He had cheated. He had stolen. He had prayed to a god he didn't believe in. He had signed a pact with a devil named Hickok, and the universe had rewarded him. "I did it," Elias whispered, the oil running into his mouth. "I made it true." Hickok stepped up beside him. The cynic looked shaken. He lit a cigar, but the oil rain soaked it instantly, ruining it. He threw it on the ground. "Well, partner," Hickok shouted over the roar, "you better find a way to cap that thing, because right now, we're not rich. We're just drowning." Hickok was right. The oil wasn't stopping. It was gushing at a rate of thousands of barrels an hour. It was filling the depression in the yard. It was flowing toward the creek. It was flowing toward the road. If a spark hit that mist, if a single ember from the boiler was still alive, the world would burn. "The fire!" Elias screamed, grabbing Webb. "The boiler! Is the fire out?" Webb's eyes widened. "The firebox! We didn't dump the firebox!" Panic, cold and sharp, cut through the euphoria. The steam engine was sitting right next to the derrick, buried under the debris. If the firebox inside was still hot, if the oil vapour reached it. "Move!" Elias yelled. He didn't run away. He ran toward the gusher. "Elias, no!" Hickok shouted. But he didn't follow. Elias ran into the heart of the storm. The noise was physically painful. The oil battered him like hail. He couldn't see. He could only feel the ground shaking. He reached the wreckage of the steam engine. The oil was pooling around it, thick and treacherous. He could see a faint orange glow from the grate of the firebox. The heavy iron door had been knocked ajar by the falling pipe. A tongue of flame licked out. Elias grabbed a shovel lying in the mud. He scooped up a pile of wet, oily sludge. He threw it at the firebox. Hiss. It wasn't enough. The fire was deep inside and he needed to smother it. He needed water. But there was no water. Only oil. He looked around. He saw a heavy canvas tarp, the one they had used to cover the machinery. It was soaked in oil, but it was heavy. Elias grabbed the tarp. It weighed a ton. He dragged it through the mud, his muscles screaming. He threw it over the open door of the firebox, sealing it off. Then he started shoveling dirt. Fast. Frantic. He piled mound after mound of earth onto the tarp, burying the engine, burying the fire, burying the spark that could end his empire before it began. He shoveled until his lungs burned. He shoveled until his arms went numb. Only when the engine was completely covered in a mound of mud did he stop. He collapsed back into the sludge, gasping for air. The geyser roared above him, a black monolith connecting earth and sky. He lay there, looking up at the dark fountain. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. He was the king of Spindletop. A shadow fell over him. He looked up. Spiderweb was standing there, looking down at him. "You're crazy," Webb said. "You could have died." Elias sat up, wiping the oil from his eyes. He looked at the vast black lake forming around them. "Death was here 10 minutes ago." "Lucas," Elias said, his teeth white against his black face. "He missed. Now, it's just business." By sunset, the landscape of Spindletop had been obliterated. The oil did not stop. It continued to roar out of the earth at a rate that defied comprehension. 70,000, perhaps 80,000 barrels a day. The depression in the yard was gone, replaced by a lake of crude that was rising by the inch. The creek bed was overflowing. The road was a river of black slime. Elias stood on the porch of the farmhouse, which was now an island in a dark sea. He had stripped off his ruined coat. His white shirt was soaked black, clinging to his skin. He watched the investors. They were no longer men of dignity. Harrison, the banker who fussed over ink stains on his cuffs, was wading waist-deep in the crude, laughing hysterically. He scooped up handfuls of the sludge and let it run through his fingers, baptizing himself in the liquid assets. "It's sweet!" Harrison screamed, his voice cracking. "Elias, it's sweet crude. The gravity is perfect. Standard Oil will beg us. They will crawl on their knees. Mister." Sterling, the cattle baron, was sitting on the railing, staring at the gusher with a blank, stunned expression. "My cows," he muttered. "I wasted 40 years raising cows. This is the only herd that matters." Elias turned away from them. Their joy was vulgar. It lacked the reverence the monster deserved. He walked to the far end of the porch, where Webb was slumped against the wall, smoking a cigarette with trembling hands. The driller looked exhausted, his face a mask of dried mud. "Can you cap it?" Elias asked. Webb looked up. "Cap it, Reverend? That column is pushing out at 1,000 psi. If you stick a valve on it, It'll shoot it into the stratosphere. We need to build a manifold. We need heavy iron, and we need to do it fast. Why fast? Because the wind is shifting, Webb pointed to the south. Right now, the spray is blowing toward the marsh. If the wind turns, it blows toward the train tracks. One spark from a passing locomotive, and this whole field goes up. It won't be a fire, Elias. It will be the apocalypse. Elias looked at the black tower. It was beautiful, but Webb was right. It was a bomb with the fuse lit. "Hickok!" Elias shouted. Hickok appeared from inside the house, holding a bottle of whiskey he had liberated from somewhere. He took a swig and wiped his mouth. "Captain," Hickok grinned. "Round up the crew," Elias ordered, "and get every man in town with a shovel. We need to build levees. We need to contain the lake before it reaches the tracks. Pay them $5 a day. 10 if they bring their own mule. $10, Hickok whistled. That's robbery. I don't care about the cost, Elias said, his eyes hard. I care about the asset. Build the walls, Hickok. Protect the castle. Hickok saluted mockingly and ran off toward the barn to find the horses. Elias turned back to the gusher. The sun had set, but the darkness was absolute. The moon was hidden behind the cloud of oil mist. The only light came from the distant lanterns of the town, where word was undoubtedly spreading like wildfire. Tomorrow, the world would change. The speculators, the con men, the whores, and the titans of industry would descend on Beaumont like locusts. They would offer him millions. They would threaten him. They would try to steal what he had found. Elias reached into his pocket. The deed to the land, the piece of paper he'd swindled from Martha Miller, was still there. It was stained with oil now, translucent and heavy. He took it out and unfolded it. The ink was blurring, but the signature was still visible. Martha Miller. She was gone. She was in Dallas, planting roses on a rocky hill, thinking she'd escaped hell. She didn't know she had just signed away the keys to the kingdom. Elias felt a twinge of something, not guilt, but a cold acknowledgement of the cruelty of fate. "Thank you, Martha," he whispered. He folded the deed and put it back. He looked at his hands. The oil had seeped into the pores, into the lines of his palms. It would never truly wash off. He was branded. Elias Thorne, the man of God, was dead. He had died the moment that first black drop hit his face. In his place stood something else. Something harder. Something forged in the fire he'd just buried. He walked to the edge of the porch and screamed into the roar of the gusher. "Let them come!" His voice was swallowed by the sound of the earth bleeding. "Let them all come!" The black rain continued to fall, coating the world in shadow and gold. Chapter 10. The Boomtown. 72 hours after the earth opened its throat, Beaumont ceased to exist. The gusher itself had finally been tamed. It took Spiderweb 3 days of hell to fight the pressure, but they had managed to lower a heavy iron cap over the pipe, forcing the raging oil through a newly installed Christmas tree, a massive assembly of high-pressure valves and chokes. Now, the monster had a leash. A single iron wheel could shut off the flow or unleash it. But for now, the valve remained open, feeding the lake that was drowning the town. In its place, a new city was born, a city without a name, without laws, and without a soul. They called it the Hill, or Swindletop, or simply Hell's Front Porch. The train station, once a sleepy wooden platform that saw 2 locomotives a day, was now a choked artery. Trains arrived every hour, steaming in from Houston, from New Orleans, from as far away as New York. They spilled their cargo onto the mud-slicked platforms, men with suitcases held together by twine, women with painted faces and hard eyes, gamblers, thieves, engineers, and lunatics. They didn't walk, they swarmed. Elias Thorne watched the invasion from the upper balcony of the Crosby House Hotel. He had rented the entire top floor. The widow's farmhouse was no longer habitable. It was buried under a foot of oil spray. The furniture ruined. The air unbreathable. Below him, the street was a river of sludge. The red dust of Texas had mixed with the crude oil raining from the sky to create a black, viscous paste that sucked the boots off men's feet. Tents had sprung up everywhere, in alleyways, in vacant lots, even on the roofs of stables. "Look at them," Hickok said, leaning on the railing beside Elias. He was smoking a cigar, finely dry, and wearing a silk vest that cost more than a farmhand earned in a year. Cockroaches. Every single one of them. "They are not cockroaches," Elias said, sipping a glass of iced tea. "They are fuel." "Fuel for what?" "For the machine," Elias said. "We have the oil, Hickok, but oil in the ground is worthless. We need pipelines. We need refineries. We need tank cars. And for that, we need muscle." He pointed to a group of men fighting over a shovel in the street below. One man swung a fist, another went down in the mud. The crowd cheered. "Go down there," Elias ordered. "Hire them, all of them." "We have a full crew," Hickok protested. "We need an army," Elias corrected. "Webb says the lake is rising, the earthen levees are leaking. If that dam breaks, 1,000,000 barrels of crude will wash into the Neches River. If that happens, the government will shut us down. I want 500 men with shovels. I want them stacking sandbags until their fingers bleed. Pay them whatever they ask." Hickok shook his head, finishing his drink. "You're the boss, but you're bleeding money, Elias." "We haven't sold a drop yet." "We aren't selling oil yet," Elias said, turning back to the room. "We are selling the spectacle." Inside the suite, the atmosphere was frantic. Harrison and the board of directors had set up a makeshift exchange. The Spindletop Holy Oil Trust was trading at a frenzy. Men were buying shares for 10 times their face value, trading them for land deeds, for diamonds, for promises. Elias walked to the heavy oak table where Harrison was buried under a mountain of paper. "The price per barrel?" Elias asked. Harrison looked up, his face flushed with the mania of the boom. "It's crashing. Elias, 3 cents a barrel. There's too much of it. The market is flooded. Water costs more than oil right now." "Let it crash," Elias said calmly. "Are you insane?" Harrison sputtered. "We are sitting on the biggest asset in the world, and it's worthless." "So, it is worthless to them," Elias gestured to the window, "because they can't move it. They have no storage. They have no trains. But we have the land. We have the rail siding." Elias leaned over the table, his shadow falling across Harrison's papers. "Buy it," Elias whispered. "Buy what?" "Buy the oil from the other wells," Elias said. "The wildcatters are punching holes all around our perimeter. They will hit oil soon, and when they do, they will have nowhere to put it. They will panic. They will sell it for a penny a barrel just to get it off their land. And what do we do with millions of barrels of cheap oil? We store it," Elias said. "We build tanks, we build lakes, we hold it. And when the panic subsides, when the railroads build the lines, we sell it for $1. We don't just own the well, Harrison. We corner the market." Harrison stared at him. The banker saw the logic, cold and predatory. It was the strategy of a monopoly. "It will cost everything we have," Harrison warned. "Then spend everything," Elias said, "and get me a lawyer, a shark. I want to sue anyone who drills within 50 feet of our property line." Elias left the hotel and walked out into the chaos. The noise of the town hit him like a physical blow. Piano music from a dozen saloons clashed with the hammering of carpenters building shacks. The air smelled of unwashed bodies, fried food, and the omnipresent, suffocating stench of sulphur. He walked toward the livery stable. He needed to ride out to the rig. He needed to see Webb. As he passed a narrow alley between a saloon and a brothel, a hand reached out and grabbed his coat. Elias spun around, his hand going to the pistol he now carried in his pocket. It was a boy. He was perhaps 12 years old, skinny as a rail, his face smeared with black grease. He wore oversized trousers held up by a piece of rope. His eyes were huge, dark, and terrified. "Mister!" the boy rasped. "Please, work!" Elias looked at the child. He saw thousands like him every day. Runaways. Orphans of the boom. "I have no work for children," Elias said, brushing the boy's hand away. "Go home to your mother." "Ain't got no mother," the boy said, stepping back but not retreating. "She died of the fever in the camp. My PA. He fell off a derrick yesterday. They left him in the mud." Elias froze. Fever. Mud. The words echoed in his mind, triggering a flash of memory, 2 graves in the red dust of the north. He looked at the boy again. Really looked at him. The kid was starving, but he wasn't begging for a coin. He was begging for a job. There was a hardness in his jaw that Elias recognised. It was the look of a survivor. "What is your name?" Elias asked. "Silas," the boy said. "Silas," Elias repeated. It was a biblical name. Silas, the companion of Paul. "What can you do, Silas?" "I can fit in small places," the boy said eagerly. "I can clean the boilers. I can run messages. I don't eat much." Elias looked at the boy's hands. They were small, scarred, hands that had known labour too early. A thought crossed Elias's mind. A cold, pragmatic thought. He was a public figure now. The newspapers called him the prophet of oil. But the rumours of his ruthlessness were starting to spread. He needed a prop. He needed something to soften his image. What was better than a miracle well? A miracle charity. "You say your father died on a derrick?" Elias asked, loud enough for passers-by to hear. "Yes, sir. Standard oil rig. They didn't even stop drilling." Elias placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. He felt the thin bones beneath the dirty shirt. "Standard Oil treats men like cogs," Elias announced to the street. A few people stopped to listen. "But the Spindletop Trust treats men like brothers." He looked down at Silas. "You will not clean boilers, Silas. You will come with me. You will be my..." "Ward." The boy blinked, confused. "Ward? Does that pay?" "It pays in food, shelter and education," Elias said. "And one day, if you are sharp, it pays in power." He didn't wait for an answer. He turned and walked toward the stable, signalling for the boy to follow. Silas hesitated for a second, looking back at the alley where he had been sleeping in a crate. Then he ran to catch up with the man in the black coat. Elias didn't look back. He had just acquired another asset. An asset with a soul, perhaps, but an asset nonetheless. They rode out to the field in silence. The closer they got to Spindletop, the darker the world became. The vegetation was dead, coated in black wax. The ground was spongy. The gusher had finally been capped, not by a valve, but by a mountain of sand and iron that Webb had engineered. But the lake of oil remained, a vast, shimmering mirror reflecting the grey sky. Webb was standing on the levee, watching the level of the crude. He looked like a man who hadn't slept in a week. "Reverend," Webb nodded, eyeing the boy on the back of Elias's horse. "Who's the runt?" "His name is Silas," Elias said, dismounting. "He's the new mascot." "We don't need a mascot," Webb spat. "We need a miracle. The containment wall is cracking on the south side. The pressure is too high. If we get another rainstorm, the oil goes over the top." "I sent Hickok to hire 500 men," Elias said. "They will be here by noon." 500 men with shovels won't stop physics," Webb said grimly. "We need pumps. We need to get this oil into tanks or onto trains. And the railroad is dragging its feet. They say they can't lay track in this mud." "Then we build a pipeline," Elias said. "To where? The sea?" "To the sea," Elias pointed south. "To Port Arthur." "If the trains won't come to us, we send the oil to the ships," Webb laughed. "That's 20 miles through swamp, alligators, and land owned by hostile farmers. You think you can lay 20 miles of pipe in a month?" "I think," Elias said, "that I have enough money to buy the swamp, kill the alligators, and bribe the farmers. Draw up the plans. Lucas, we are building an artery." As they argued, a commotion broke out near the main gate of the complex. A group of men on horseback was forcing their way through the crowd of workers. They weren't roughnecks. They wore matching grey dusters and wide-brimmed hats. They carried Winchesters in saddle scabbards. Leading them was a man with a silver star pinned to his chest. "Trouble," Webb muttered. Elias straightened his coat. He signalled for Silas to stay behind him. "Sheriff," Elias called out as the riders approached. "To what do I owe the honour? Have you come to buy shares?" The sheriff was a heavy man with a face like a slab of beef. He didn't smile. He pulled his horse up, looking down at Elias. "Elias Thorne?" "I am he." "I have a warrant here," the sheriff said, pulling a folded paper from his pocket. "Issued by the district judge." "A warrant?" Elias frowned. "For what? Speeding?" "For fraud," the sheriff said loudly. "Grand larceny and public endangerment." The workers nearby stopped shoveling. The silence spread outward like a ripple. "On whose authority?" Elias demanded, his voice turning to ice. The sheriff gestured to a man riding beside him. A man in a tailored suit, wearing spectacles and holding a briefcase. "On the complaint of the Standard Oil Company of New Jersey," the sheriff said. "They claim you have salted this claim. They claim this well is a geological impossibility. And they want an immediate injunction to stop operations pending an investigation." Elias looked at the man in the suit. The shark. It had begun. The war wasn't with the earth anymore. The war was with the giants. Elias looked at the lawyer, then at the sheriff, and finally at the paper in his hand. He didn't read it. He simply crumpled it into a ball and dropped it into the mud at his feet. "You're mistaken, Sheriff," Elias said, his voice calm, carrying over the murmur of the crowd. "This is not a crime scene. This is a church." The lawyer, a man with a face as sharp and pale as a shark's belly, stepped forward. He adjusted his spectacles. "Save the sermons for the Sunday school, Mr. Thorne," the lawyer said. His voice was clipped, Eastern, polished in the halls of Ivy League universities. "My name is Vance Halloway. I represent Standard Oil. We have geologists who will testify that this salt dome cannot support a sustained flow. Your gusher is a geological anomaly at best, and a mechanical fraud at worst. We have reason to believe you're pumping stored crude from an underground reservoir to inflate stock prices." It was a terrifyingly accurate guess. It was exactly what Elias had done, until nature had decided to make the lie true. "A fraud?" Elias laughed. It was a dry, humourless sound. He walked down the steps of the porch, wading into the muck until he stood face to chest with Halloway's horse. "Mister." "Halloway," Elias said, pointing to the black lake that stretched for acres behind him. "Do you see that? That is 100,000 barrels of crude oil. It is rising by the hour. Do you think I carried that here in buckets? Do you think I'm pumping it from a hidden cellar? We know you have a history." "Thorne," Halloway said, undeterred. "We know about the miracle 3 weeks ago that stopped and started on command. We know about your associate, Mr. Hickok, and his late-night deliveries." Elias felt a prickle of danger. They had done their homework. "That is speculation," Elias said. "Look at the reality. Look at the oil." "I am looking at a public hazard," the sheriff cut in, his hand resting on his gun. "The judge says shut it down. That means you cap the well, you disperse the crew, and you open your books for inspection. Now." Elias looked around. The workers, his army of 500 shovel-wielding men, were watching. They were silent, leaning on their tools. They were hungry men who had finally found a paycheck after years of famine. Elias knew something about hungry men that the sheriff did not. They were loyal to the hand that fed them, not the badge that threatened them. "Sheriff," Elias said, raising his voice so the men on the levees could hear. "You're a good man. You're doing your duty. But Mr. Halloway here, he is not the law. He is a competitor." Elias walked over to a pile of sandbags where Hickok was standing. He grabbed a shovel. "Standard Oil wants to shut us down," Elias shouted to the workers. "They say this oil is fake. They say your work is a lie. They want to send you back to the soup kitchens. They want to take the bread out of your children's mouths so they can keep their monopoly in Pennsylvania. A low grumble started in the crowd. It was a deep, ugly sound. They brought a warrant. Elias roared, pointing the shovel at Holloway. But did they bring shovels? Did they bring wages? No. They brought lawyers to steal what you have built. That's enough, the sheriff drew his revolver. Thorne, you're under arrest for inciting a riot. Click. The sound came from the porch. Webb stood there, a double-barreled shotgun resting casually on the railing, aimed directly at the sheriff's chest. I wouldn't do that, Sheriff, Webb said, his voice flat and weary. My finger is slippery from all this oil. Might slip. At the same time, the crowd moved. 500 men took a step forward. 500 shovels, pickaxes, and crowbars were raised. They didn't shout. They just moved in, closing the circle around the small group of horsemen. The sheriff looked at Webb. He looked at the sea of angry, desperate faces. He looked at his deputies, Dikier, who were already looking for an exit route. This is insurrection, Holloway hissed, though his face had gone pale. No, Elias said, walking back to the horse. He patted the animal's neck, leaving a bloody-looking oil smear on the white coat. This is the free market, Mr. Holloway, and you are trespassing. Elias leaned in close to the lawyer. Go back to New York, Elias whispered. Tell Rockefeller that Spindletop is not for sale. Tell him that if he wants this oil, he will have to pay for it. At market price, plus tax. He turned to the sheriff. Sheriff, I suggest you leave. The air here is bad for your health, and the ground swallows things. The sheriff holstered his gun. He was a brave man, but he wasn't suicidal. He glared at Elias with pure hatred. This isn't over, Thorne, the sheriff spat. You can't buy the whole world. I don't need the whole world, Elias smiled. Just the part that burns. The sheriff yanked his reins, turning his horse sharply. Let's go. The posse retreated. They rode out through the parting sea of workers, heads bowed and mercilessly defeated by the sheer weight of numbers and crude oil. As they disappeared down the road, the workers erupted into a cheer. It was a raw, victorious sound. Elias didn't cheer. He dropped the shovel. He felt drained. He felt a small hand tugging at his sleeve. He looked down. Silas was staring up at him, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. The boy had watched the whole thing. He had seen a man defy the law with nothing but words and a mob. Did you really steal the oil? Silas asked, his voice a whisper. Before the gusher. Elias looked at the boy. He could lie. He could tell him it was all slander. But he saw something in Silas's eyes, an intelligence that wouldn't accept a cheap lie. Elias knelt down, ruining his trousers in the mud, so he was eye level with the child. Silas, Elias said softly, history is not written by the saints. It is written by the winners. Today we won. That is the only truth that matters. He stood up and put a hand on the boy's head. Now, go to the cook tent. Get something to eat. You start work tomorrow. You're going to learn how to read a geological map. Silas nodded slowly. Yes, sir. The boy ran off, but he stopped once to look back at Elias, as if making sure the man was real. Hickok walked up, spitting a piece of tobacco onto the ground. That was close. Yeah, no, Hickok said. Holloway isn't going to stop. He'll be back with a federal judge. Or the National Guard. Let him come, Elias said, watching the dust settle on the road. By the time he gets back, we will have a pipeline. We will be too big to fail. You really think you can fight Standard Oil? Hickok asked, genuinely curious. They have more money than God. They have money, Elias said, turning to look at the black tower of the derrick. But we have the blood, and in this century, Hickok... Blood is thicker than gold. Elias walked back toward the farmhouse. The sun was setting, turning the oil lake into a sheet of fire. He was the master of the boomtown, the king of the sludge. But as he walked, he couldn't shake the feeling of the sheriff's eyes on him, or the cold, reptilian gaze of Vance Holloway. The first shot had been fired. The war for the soul of the 20th century had begun in a muddy field in Texas. And Elias Thorne was standing right in the crosshairs. Chapter 11. The Sharks. The retaliation from Standard Oil did not come with a bang. It came with the squeal of brakes that refused to engage. 3 days after the confrontation with the sheriff, a freight train from the Southern Pacific Railroad approached the Spindletop siding. It was pulling 20 empty tank cars that Elias Thorne had contracted to fill. Elias stood on the platform, checking his pocket watch. The train was on time. He turned to Hickok, who was supervising a crew of men ready to connect the loading hoses. "Get ready," Elias ordered. "We fill them in 2 hours, maximum efficiency." The train whistle blew, a long, mournful shriek. But the train did not slow down. Elias frowned. He stepped closer to the edge of the platform. The locomotive was thundering past, steam venting from its pistons. The engineer in the cabin didn't look out. He kept his eyes fixed strictly on the horizon, his hand locked on the throttle. The train roared through the station at 40 miles per hour. The wind of its passage whipped Elias's coat, stinging his face with grit. The 20 empty tank cars rattled past, a blur of black iron mocking him. They didn't stop. "Hey!" Hickok yelled, waving his hat. "Hey! You missed the stop!" The caboose faded into the distance. Silence returned to the siding, broken only by the confused murmurs of the loading crew. "What happened?" Silas asked, standing beside a pile of sandbags. "Why didn't they stop?" Elias stared at the empty tracks. He felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. Because they were paid not to. Elias whispered. He turned and walked back to the telegraph office inside the depot. The operator, a young man named Miller, looked up with a pale face. "Mr. Thorne," Miller stammered. I just got a wire from the Union Pacific Regional Office, and another from the Santa Fe line." "Read it," Elias said. Miller picked up the yellow slip of paper. His hands were shaking. "Due to unforeseen logistical constraints and safety concerns regarding the stability of the Spindletop field, all rail service to the Spindletop siding is suspended indefinitely. We regret the inconvenience." Elias snatched the paper. "Safety concerns," he spat. "That is Rockefeller's handwriting." It was the Anaconda strategy. Standard Oil didn't need to win a lawsuit. They just needed to choke the logistics. They had pressured the railroads, likely with threats of pulling their own massive contracts, to boycott Spindletop. Elias walked out of the depot. He looked at the lake of oil. It was still rising. The gusher was still roaring, though Webb had managed to throttle it down slightly with a makeshift choke manifold. But they were still producing 50,000 barrels a day. Without the trains, they had nowhere to put it. The earthen levees were holding, but barely. The oil was seeping through the dirt. The stench was overpowering. If they couldn't move this product, they would drown in it. Harrison came running from the hotel, his face purple with panic. "They cancelled the lumber," Harrison screamed. "The shipment of staves for the wooden tanks. The supplier in Houston says he's out of stock. But I know he's lying. He's selling to Standard." "Calm down, James," Elias said, though his own pulse was racing. "Calm down. We are blockaded." Harrison grabbed Elias's lapels. "We have millions of dollars of oil and we can't sell a drop. The stock price dropped 40% this morning. The investors are dumping shares. We have to sell. Elias, we have to sell the field to Standard Oil while we still have leverage." Elias looked at Harrison's hands on his coat. He calmly reached up and removed them, gripping the banker's wrists until Harrison winced. "We do not sell," Elias said. "If we sell now, we admit defeat. We admit that the monopoly owns the world." "But they do own the world," Harrison cried. "They own the rails. They own the refineries. What do we have?" "We have the product," Elias said. "And the world is thirsty." He turned to Hickok. "Get the carriage. We're going to Port Arthur." "Port Arthur?" Hickok asked. "That's 20 miles of swamp. What's in Port Arthur?" "The Dutch," Elias said. underscore 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 underscore. The carriage ride to the coast was a brutal slog through the marshes of East Texas. The humidity was suffocating, and the mosquitoes swarmed in clouds thick enough to choke a horse. Elias sat in the back, silent, brooding. Silas sat opposite him, watching the man he called father with wide, observant eyes. "Why are the trains afraid of us?" Silas asked after an hour of silence. Elias looked at the boy. "They aren't afraid of us, Silas. They're afraid of the man who holds their leash. A dog does not bite the hand that feeds it." "So we need to find a bigger hand?" Silas asked. Elias smiled. It was a rare, genuine smile. The boy was learning. Yes, or a different dog. They arrived in Port Arthur at dusk. It was a rough port town, smelling of salt, dead fish, and coal smoke. Ships from all over the world were docked here, waiting for cargo that wasn't coming fast enough. Elias directed the carriage to a nondescript warehouse near the docks. A sign above the door read, "Vanderhoven Import and Export." It was a front. Elias knew it. Everyone in the trade knew it. This was the quiet outpost of the Royal Dutch Petroleum Company, the European rival that Standard Oil had been trying to crush for a decade. Elias told Hickok and Silas to wait outside. He adjusted his coat, wiped the dust from his boots, and entered. The office was cool, dark, and smelled of expensive tobacco. A fan turned lazily on the ceiling. Behind a mahogany desk sat a man who looked like a walrus poured into a white linen suit. He had a thick moustache and eyes that were heavy-lidded but sharp. "Mynheer Thorne," the man said, not rising. He spoke with a thick accent. "To what do I owe the pleasure? I heard you were swimming in success up north." "Mr. Vanderhoven," Elias said, taking a seat without being asked. "I am swimming in oil, but my towels have been stolen." Vanderhoven chuckled. "Ah, the railroads. Mr. Rockefeller does not like to share his toys." "I have 100,000 barrels of crude sitting in a mud lake," Elias said, getting straight to the point. "And I have a well that produces 50,000 more every day. It is the largest strike in history. And Standard Oil is trying to strangle it in the crib." "I know," Vanderhoven said, picking up a silver letter opener. "They have warned us too. They say any ship that carries Spindletop oil will be barred from their refineries in New Jersey." "But you don't use their refineries," Elias said. "You have refineries in Borneo, in Rotterdam. You serve the Asian market. You serve the British Navy." Vanderhoven's eyes flickered. "The British Navy is converting from coal to oil. They need fuel, stable fuel, not this political dynamite." "My oil is not dynamite." Elias leaned forward. "It is cheap. I will sell it to you for 10 cents a barrel." Vanderhoven froze. 10 cents? The market price before the glut had been $1. Even now, with the crash, 20 cents was standard. 10 cents was practically giving it away. 10 cents, Elias repeated. "On one condition, which is, you provide the tanker for free," Elias said. "You dock them here at Port Arthur, and you lend me the capital to build a pipeline from Spindletop to this harbour. Immediate funds, cash." Vanderhoven tapped the letter opener on the desk. "A pipeline? Across 20 miles of hostile territory? The railroads will block you. They own the right-of-way crossings. You cannot lay pipe under their tracks without their permission, and they will never give it." "I don't need their permission," Elias said, his voice dropping to a growl. "I just need the steel." "Can you get me the pipe?" "I have a shipment of 6-inch steel pipe arriving from Belgium tomorrow," Vanderhoven mused. "It was intended for Mexico. I could divert it." "Divert it," Elias said. "Give me the pipe, give me the cash for the crew, and I will fill your ships until they sink." Vanderhoven studied Elias. He saw a desperate man, yes. But he also saw a man who was willing to burn down the house to kill the rat. The Europeans liked that kind of man. It was the only way to fight Rockefeller. $50,000 in gold, van der Hoeven said, and the pipe, in exchange for exclusive rights to export your oil to Europe for 5 years. 3 years, Elias countered. 5, van der Hoeven said, or I let you drown in your lake. Elias clenched his jaw. It was usury. It was theft. But it was a lifeline. Done. Van der Hoeven smiled and opened a drawer. He pulled out a bottle of schnapps and 2 glasses. To the sharks, van der Hoeven said, pouring the clear liquid. To the sharks, Elias echoed. He drank. It burned like gasoline. Underscore 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 underscore. Elias walked out of the warehouse an hour later with a bank draft and a shipping order. Hickok was leaning against the carriage, whittling a stick. Silas was asleep on the bench. Did we sell the farm? Hickok asked. No, Elias said. We bought a war. He climbed into the carriage. We have the pipe coming tomorrow in there, Elias said. But van der Hoeven was right. The railroads cross the route in 3 places. They will have guards. They will have injunctions. They will not let us dig under their tracks. So how do we get the oil to the sea? Hickok asked. Elias looked at the moon hanging over the swamp. We don't dig under, Elias said, and we don't ask permission. We wait for the night. We build the pipeline to the edge of the tracks. And then we take the crossing by force. Force? Hickok stopped whittling. You mean guns? I mean speed, Elias said. And if speed isn't enough, then yes, guns. He looked at Silas, sleeping peacefully. Wake the boy, Elias said. We have to get back. We have a pipeline to build. And Hickok? Yeah? Find me men who aren't afraid of jail or shooting a railroad detective. Triple their pay, Hickok grinned. The cigar clamped between his teeth glowed bright red. Now you're talking my language, Reverend. The pipeline was not built, it was fought for. For 10 days, the swamp between Spindletop and Port Arthur became a battlefield without gunpowder. Webb and his crew, bolstered by the army of labourers Elias had hired, drove the 6-inch steel pipe through the mud like a spear. They worked in shifts that defied human endurance. Men stood waist-deep in alligator-infested water, bolting flanges together by the light of kerosene lanterns. Mules drowned in the quicksand, malaria mosquitoes feasted on the sweating backs of the workers. Ellis was everywhere. He didn't sleep. He rode up and down the line, a black figure on a mud-splattered horse shouting orders, handing out whiskey, and promising bonuses that drained the last of the Dutch gold. Faster, Elias would scream, pointing at the sun. Every hour is 1,000 barrels lost. Silas rode with him. The boy had become a shadow, learning the geography of desperation. He saw men crushed by falling pipes. He saw Elias pay the widows $50 and tell the foreman to keep working. He saw the cost of the empire. By the 9th day, they reached the obstacle. The tracks of the Southern Pacific Railroad cut across the marshland like a scar. They sat on a raised embankment of crushed stone, an iron barrier separating the pipeline from the sea. Standing on the tracks were 20 men. They wore dusters and held Winchester rifles, railroad bulls. Hired guns paid by the railway and by extension, Standard Oil to protect the right-of-way. Elias halted his horse 50 yards from the embankment. Webb rode up beside him, looking grim. They have a court order, Webb said. Injunction against tunnelling, crossing or disturbing the railbed. If we touch a single tie, they shoot. And they have the law on their side. Elias looked at the guards. He looked at the miles of pipe stretching behind him. A useless metal snake if it couldn't cross these 30 feet of iron and wood. The law says we cannot disturb the traffic, Ellis said, studying the tracks. It says we cannot impede the trains. It says we can't trespass deeds, Webb corrected. Ellis pulled his pocket watch. When is the next train? Freight from Houston just past, Webb said, checking his own watch. The next one is the mail train to New Orleans. It comes through at 4 a.m, Elias looked at the dial. It was midnight. 4 hours, Elias whispered. We have 4 hours to tear up an embankment, lay a pipe and rebuild the world before the whistle blows. If we are 1 minute late, the train derails and we hang for murder. Elias snapped the watch shut. He turned to Hickok, who was cleaning his fingernails with a knife. Get the men, Elias said. All of them. 500 men. Bring the shovels. Bring the pickaxes. And bring the whiskey. Are we going to charge them? Hickok asked, and grinning. A little reprise of the Alamo. No, Elias said. We are going to perform a magic trick. We are going to make the obstacle disappear and reappear before the sun comes up. Underscore 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 underscore. Night fell heavy and suffocating. The air was thick with fog. At 12:15 a.m, the freight train rumbled past, its whistle screaming in the darkness. The guards on the embankment waved their lanterns, watching the caboose fade into the mist. Clear, one of the guards shouted. Settle in, boys. Nothing moving till morning. Then they heard it, a sound like a rising wind, or a stampede. The guards raised their rifles. Who's there? Out of the fog. They came. 500 men. They didn't run, they marched. A wall of humanity emerging from the swamp. They carried torches, shovels, and lengths of pipe. Hold fire! The head guard screamed, his voice cracking. This is private property, Elias rode to the front. He stopped his horse at the base of the embankment. Gentlemen, Elias shouted, we have no quarrel with you. We are simply improving the drainage. I have orders to shoot. The guard levelled his rifle at Elias. You have 20 guns, Elias said calmly. I have 500 shovels, and these men, they haven't been paid their bonus yet. They are very frustrated. If you shoot me, they will bury you under this embankment before you can reload. The guard looked at the sea of dirty, angry faces. He looked at the torches reflecting in the dark water of the swamp. He lowered his rifle. You touch those tracks, the railroad will hang you, the guard warned. Let them try, Elias said. He signalled to Webb. Go. The swarm descended. They didn't tunnel under the tracks. That would take too long. They did the unthinkable. They dismantled the railroad. Hundreds of men swarmed the embankment. With crowbars and sledgehammers, they ripped the iron rails from the ties. They tossed the heavy wooden beams aside. In 20 minutes, they had cut a trench straight through the railroad embankment. The guards watched in stunned silence, helpless against the sheer mass of labour. Webb directed the pipe crew. Lay it! Now! Bolt it down! They dragged the heavy 6-inch pipe into the trench. Men scrambled in the mud, tightening the bolts, sealing the flanges. Cover it, Elias screamed. Bury it! As soon as the pipe was laid, the dirt crew moved in. They shoveled the earth back into the trench. They packed it down. They replaced the wooden ties. They spiked the iron rails back into place. It was a frenzy of activity, a race against the sun and the 6 a.m. train. Elias watched from his horse, his heart pounding. This was vandalism on an industrial scale. It was a federal crime. But as the first light of dawn began to bleed into the sky, the last spike was driven. The tracks looked undisturbed. The embankment was whole again. And underneath it, hidden in the dark earth, the oil artery pulsed. The guards were still standing there, mouths open. Good morning, gentlemen, Elias tipped his hat to them. Thank you for your supervision. At 6:05 a.m, the morning passenger train from New Orleans came down the line. It slowed slightly as it approached the crossing, the engineer eyeing the crowd of muddy men standing by the swamp. But the tracks looked solid. The train accelerated. It thundered over the spot where, just hours before, there had been a gaping hole. Clack, 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 clack. The wheels held, the ground held. As the train disappeared, a cheer went up from the men, a roar that shook the trees. Elias didn't cheer. He turned his horse south. "To the ships," he said. Underscore 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 2 days later, at the Van der Hoven docks in Port Arthur. The Dutch tanker Dordrecht sat low in the water. A heavy black hose ran from the newly completed pipeline into the ship's hold. Elias stood on the deck with Van der Hoven. The air smelled of salt and sweet crude. "The pumps are running at full capacity," Webb reported, walking up to them. "We are moving 2,000 barrels an hour. The pressure is holding." Van der Hoven lit a cigar. He looked at the black liquid pulsing through the hose. "You are a dangerous man, Mr. Thorne," the Dutchman said. "Standard Oil will be furious. You have broken their siege. Let them be furious unto you," Elias said, leaning on the railing. "Anger makes men make mistakes." "They will come for you," Van der Hoven warned. "Not with lawyers this time, with something else. You have humiliated Rockefeller. He does not forgive." "I don't seek forgiveness," Elias said. "I seek the market." He looked down at the dock. Silas was sitting on a crate, watching the ship. The boy looked small against the massive hull of the tanker. Elias felt a moment of vertigo. He had won. He had forced the oil to the sea. He had $12 million worth of contracts in his pocket. But as he looked at the black oil flowing into the ship, he remembered the look in Martha Miller's eyes when she signed the deed. He remembered the graves of his wife and child. He had built a pipeline to carry the oil away. But he had no pipeline to carry away the guilt. It just pooled inside him, rising like the lake at Spindletop. "Cast off when full," Elias ordered, "and tell your captains, run fast." He turned and walked down the gangplank. He walked past Silas. "Come, boy," Elias said. "We have a bank to buy." "A bank?" Silas asked, jumping up. "If you control the money," Elias said, "you control the silence." They walked into the chaotic streets of Port Arthur, leaving the ship to carry the black blood of Texas to the world. The sharks were still circling. But now, the shark in the black coat was the biggest one in the water. Chapter 12. The Black Rain. Victory tastes like champagne, but disaster tastes like ash. 3 days after the Dordrecht sailed for Rotterdam, Spindletop was in a festive mood. The threat of bankruptcy had vanished. The first payment from the Dutch had arrived, a bank draft for $50,000. The pipeline was holding. The blockade was broken. Elias held a gala, not in a ballroom, for there were none in Beaumont, but in the muddy yard of the Trust's headquarters. Lanterns were strung between the derrick legs. Tables were laden with whiskey and roasted pig. The roughnecks, usually segregated from the investors, mingled freely, united by the intoxication of sudden wealth. Elias stood on the porch, a glass of wine in his hand. He wore a new suit, immaculate black silk. Beside him stood Silas, looking uncomfortable in a stiff collar and a jacket that was slightly too big. "Smile, boy," Elias murmured. "You are the heir to the kingdom." "It smells funny tonight," Silas said, wrinkling his nose. Elias inhaled. The usual smell of crude oil, heavy and sulphurous, was there. But there was something else. A sharp, chemical tang, like ozone or gunpowder. "It smells like money," Elias corrected. Down in the yard, Hickok was holding court. He was drunk, loud, and dangerous. He had his arm around a girl from the saloon, and he was telling stories to a group of roughnecks. "And there I was," Hickok roared, waving a bottle, standing on the tracks with a shovel, staring down a locomotive. And Elias says to me, "Hickok, if you move, I'll shoot you myself." Laughter erupted. Hickok looked up and caught Elias's eye. He raised the bottle in a mock toast. His eyes were glassy, but there was a flicker of something sharp behind them. Knowledge. He knew where the bodies were buried because he had dug the graves. Elias sipped his wine. Hickok was becoming a problem. A loud problem. Suddenly, a shout came from the perimeter. Fire! Fire at Tank 3! The music stopped. The laughter died. Elias dropped his glass. It shattered on the floorboards. Red wine splashing like blood. He looked north, toward the hastily constructed storage farm where they held the excess crude. A wooden tank, a massive silo holding 10,000 barrels, was glowing. Not burning, glowing. Then it split. Whoomp! It wasn't an explosion, it was a release. The wooden staves gave way, and a tidal wave of burning oil rushed out. It didn't look like fire, it looked like liquid sun. It flowed over the earthen berms, igniting the grass, the fences, and the neighbouring tanks. Run! Webb screamed from the crowd. It's a chain reaction. Panic. Pure animal panic. The guests scattered like ants under a magnifying glass. The roughnecks ran for the gates. The women screamed. Silas, Elias grabbed the boy by the collar. Get to the creek. Get in the water. Stay under. But you... Go! Elias shoved him off the porch. He didn't run away. He ran toward the office. The deed, the ledger, the bank drafts, everything he owned was in that room. But as he turned, he saw the fire leap. The wind had shifted. The burning river of oil was moving fast, flowing downhill toward the main derrick, toward the wellhead itself. If the fire reached the gusher, which was still venting gas, the pressure would turn the column of oil into a flamethrower miles high. It would incinerate everything within a mile radius. The shut-off, Elias screamed, running down the stairs. There was a manual emergency valve on the new manifold Webb had installed. It could cut the flow from the well, but it was right in the path of the fire. Elias hit the mud. The heat was already blistering. The smoke was thick, black, and oily, the true black rain. It coated his throat, choking him. He saw a figure ahead of him, struggling in the mud. It was Hickok. The man wasn't holding a shovel. He was clutching the metal strongbox, the petty cash box from the office. He had tried to run with the money when the fire started, but in his drunken haste, he had slipped into the drainage ditch. The heavy box and a collapsed beam had pinned him down. Elias, Hickok screamed, seeing him. He didn't let go of the box. Help me! Get the beam off! The money's right here! Elias stopped. The fire was roaring like a dragon. Drop the box, Hickok! Elias yelled, but pull your leg out! I earned this, Hickok shrieked, clutching the cash tighter as the flames licked his boots. I won't leave it. Help me, partner! Elias! Hickok pleaded, his eyes wide with terror. Partner, don't leave me! Elias looked at the valve, 10 yards to the left. Then he looked at Hickok. If he saved Hickok, he would lose time. The fire would reach the wellhead. The explosion would destroy the asset. If he went for the valve, Hickok would burn. Time slowed down. The roar of the fire faded into a dull hum. Elias thought of the blackmail. He thought of the loose tongue. He thought of the night Hickok had threatened to go to the sheriff. Please, Hickok shrieked. I won't tell. I swear I won't tell about the salting. Just get me out. That was the mistake. Even in death, Hickok tried to bargain. Elias made his choice. He turned his back on Hickok. Elias, no! You son of a bitch! Elias ran towards the valve. He didn't look back. He heard the scream. It was high, thin, and then it was cut off by the roar of the flames. Elias reached the manifold. The iron wheel was hot to the touch. He grabbed it with his bare hands. The skin on his palms blistered instantly. He screamed in pain, but he didn't let go. He cranked the wheel. 1 turn. 2 turns. The fire was all around him now. He was in the furnace. 3 turns. The roar of the gusher began to die. The column of oil feeding the fire choked off. Elias fell to his knees, gasping for air, surrounded by a ring of fire but alive. The well was sealed. The asset was safe. He looked back toward the ditch. There was nothing there but a wall of orange flame. Dawn broke over Spindletop not with light, but with a grey, suffocating pallor. The sun struggled to pierce the thick curtain of smoke that hung over the field, casting a sickly yellow glow on the devastation below. Elias sat on the singed steps of the porch. His hands were wrapped in bandages, torn strips of his own ruined silk shirt. The blisters throbbed in time with his heartbeat, a constant, stinging reminder of the price of the valve. The yard was a graveyard of ambition. The wooden storage tanks were gone, reduced to piles of smouldering ash and twisted iron hoops. The ground was scorched black. The smell was a nauseating cocktail of burnt wood, crude oil, and cooked meat. Webb walked up the path, his boots crunching on the carbonised crust of the earth. He looked like a demon, his eyebrows singed off, his skin coated in soot. "The well is secure," Webb croaked. His voice was ruined from screaming orders all night. "The manifold held. The fire didn't get past the valve." "Good," Elias whispered. "We lost tank 3 and 4, Webb continued, looking at his clipboard with bloodshot eyes. "About 20,000 barrels gone. And the rig, the derrick, is scorched. But structural integrity looks okay. We can drill again in a week." "And the men?" Elias asked. He didn't look at Webb. He looked at the ditch where the fire had burned hottest. 3 roughnecks with bad burns, Webb said. "Sent them to the hospital tent." He paused. "And Hickok?" Elias stayed silent. "We found him in the ditch," Webb said, his voice flat. "Or what was left of him. He didn't make it out." Elias closed his eyes. He summoned the ghost of the preacher he used to be. He summoned the mask of sorrow. "He was a troubled soul," Elias said softly. "But he was my partner. He died trying to save the rig." "Is that what happened?" Webb asked. Elias opened his eyes and looked at the driller. There was no accusation in Webb's face, only a tired, cynical understanding. Webb didn't care about justice. He cared that the check cleared. "That is what happened." "Lucas," Elias said firmly. "He was a hero. Write it in the report and we'll pay for a funeral. A closed casket." "Right," Webb spat into the dust. "A hero." Webb turned and walked away to supervise the clean-up. Elias was alone again. The only obstacle standing between him and total control of the company was now a pile of ash in a ditch. There would be no more blackmail, no more late-night threats. The secret of the salted well had died with Hickok. "Father?" The voice was small, trembling. Elias turned. Silas was standing at the edge of the porch. The boy was wet, shivering, covered in mud from the creek. But his eyes were wide and unblinking. "I thought you were lost," Elias said, standing up. He winced as the movement pulled at his burns. "Come here, boy." Silas walked up the steps. He didn't hug Elias. He stood a few feet away, staring at Elias's bandaged hands. "I saw the fire," Silas said quietly. "From the water. It was bright. It was hell on earth." "Silas," Elias said. "I saw Mr. Hickok," Silas continued. "I saw him fall." Elias felt a cold chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. The smoke was thick, sun. It plays tricks on the eyes. "I saw you run," Silas said. He looked up, locking eyes with Elias. "You ran to the valve." The boy knew. He might not understand the politics, or the blackmail, or the why. But he understood the physics of the moment. He knew that Elias had chosen iron over flesh. Elias looked at the boy. He could lie. He could comfort. But he realised, with a sudden clarity, that he was done lying to this child. This boy was his heir, and an heir needed to know the weight of the crown. "Yes," Elias said, his voice hard. "I ran to the valve." "Why didn't you help him?" Silas whispered. Elias walked to the railing. He looked out over the black, smoking ruin of his empire. He looked at the gusher, capped and waiting. He looked at the horizon where the sun was finally burning through the smoke. "Because, Silas," Elias said, "some things are worth more than a man. That valve, that well, it is the future. It is power. It is the only thing that matters in this century." He turned back to the boy. "Mr. Hickok was the past, and the past is heavy. Sometimes you have to let it burn." Silas stared at him. For for a moment. He looked like he might run. He looked like he saw the monster beneath the silk suit. But then the boy nodded. A slow, imperceptible nod. The light in his eyes hardened. The innocence fractured just a little, replaced by the cold calculation of survival. "Are we rich now?" Silas asked. Elias smiled. It was a terrible smile. "Yes, my son. We are kings." He put his bandaged hand on the boy's shoulder. It hurt, but the pain felt like validation. "Come," Elias said. "Let us go wash the ash off. We have a funeral to plan, and a railroad to buy." They walked into the house, leaving the blackened field behind them. Outside, the sky finally opened up. It began to rain. Not oil this time, but water. Clean, cold rain. It washed over the soot, turning the dust to mud, mixing with the spilled crude to create a rainbow sheen on the ground. It washed the bones of Spindletop. But it could not wash it clean. The genesis was over. The lie had been planted, watered with blood, and harvested in fire. Elias Thorne had won. But he had forgotten one thing. Oil stains everything it touches. Chapter 13. The Black City. Beaumont, Texas, 1905. 4 years had passed since the earth screamed. The silence of the prairie was dead, murdered by the rhythmic pounding of 1,000 steam hammers. The blue sky was a memory, replaced by a perpetual shroud of coal smoke and sulfur dioxide that hung low over the rooftops, turning the noon sun into a pale, sickly coin. Beaumont was no longer a town, it was a machine. It was a labyrinth of muddy streets that never dried, forests of wooden derricks that grew like weeds, and hastily constructed saloons that never closed. The population had swelled from 9,000 to 50,000 in the span of a heartbeat. They were men with oil under their fingernails and greed in their eyes, living in a city where fresh water cost more than whiskey, and life was cheaper than a barrel of crude. In the centre of this chaotic hive stood the Thorne Building. It was not the tallest building in Texas, but it was the most imposing. 4 stories of red brick and iron, standing on a raised foundation to keep it above the eternal muck. It was the fortress of the Spindletop Holy Oil Trust, now simply known as Thorne Petroleum. On the top floor, behind a window of thick plate glass imported from Chicago, Elias Thorne looked down at his creation. He had changed. The gaunt, desperate preacher who had dug graves in the dust was gone. In his place stood a titan. Elias was 44, but he looked older. His hair was streaked with iron grey, slicked back with expensive pomade. He wore a suit of charcoal wool, tailored to hide the slight paunch of a man who no longer worked with a shovel. A heavy gold ring sat on his finger, tapping a rhythmic click, click, click against the glass. He watched the ants below. He watched the wagons churning the mud. He watched the black veins of pipelines snaking out from the city like the roots of a poisonous tree. "It's ugly, isn't it?" The voice came from the leather armchair in the corner of the room. Elias didn't turn. "Beauty is a luxury of the poor. Silas, we deal in utility." Silas Thorne stood up. At 16, the boy had grown into a striking, if somewhat unnerving, young man. He was tall and lean, with the same sharp jawline as Elias, though they shared no blood. He wore a suit that mirrored his father's, but he wore it with a restless energy. His eyes were dark, observant, and devoid of the innocence that had been there that night in the firelight 4 years ago. Silas walked to the desk, picking up a piece of paper that had just been delivered by a runner. "The foreman at Rig 4 sent this," Silas said, his voice flat. "They had an incident." "Define incident," Elias said, still watching the street. A cable snapped on the drawworks. The travelling block came down. It crushed a rough neck. "A man named Miller?" Elias paused. The tapping of his ring stopped. Miller. The name echoed from a past life. A ghost scratching at the door. "No relation," Silas added quickly, anticipating the thought. "Just a drifter from Oklahoma. Name's John Miller. Is he dead?" Not yet, but he won't walk again. His legs are pulp. The doctor says gangrene will likely take him by the weekend. Elias turned away from the window. He walked to his desk, a massive slab of mahogany that looked like a coffin lid. He sat down and poured himself a glass of water. It was crystal clear, filtered, and served from a silver pitcher. "Does he have a family?" Elias asked. "A wife in a tent city near the tracks. 3 kids." Elias took a sip of water. "Shut down the rig for 2 hours. Clean the mess. Replace the cable. Get the crew back to work by 2 p.m. "And the man?" Silas asked. "And the wife?" "Give the widow $50 net," Elias said, opening a drawer and pulling out a pre-signed bank draft. "And a ticket to Oklahoma. One way." Silas took the paper. He looked at it. $50. It was the price of a mule. It was an insult. "The union organiser, that man O'Malley, is sniffing around," Silas warned, tapping the paper against his hand. "He's been talking to the crews at the saloons. If he finds out we're running cables past their safety rating to save money..." "Safety is a myth sold by cowards," Elias snapped, his eyes flashing. "We are pumping 10,000 barrels a day from that sector. If we stop to inspect every inch of steel, we lose market share to Standard Oil. Do you want Rockefeller to win? Silas? Do you want to go back to sleeping in an alley?" Silas stiffened. The threat was subtle but sharp. "No, father." "Then handle it Elias ordered, waving his hand dismissively. "Go down there. Ensure the widow takes the money and leaves." "Ensure the crew understands that accidents happen to the careless. And ensure O'Malley finds nothing but a clean rig." Silas nodded. He placed the cheque in his pocket. He didn't flinch at the cruelty. He had been swimming in this oil for 4 years. The stain was now part of his skin. "One more thing," Elias said as Silas reached the door. Silas stopped, his hand on the brass knob. "Sir? Webb is in the waiting room," Elias said, his voice tightening with a mixture of annoyance and something else. Perhaps regret, though he would never admit it. "He's been waiting for an hour. Send him in on your way out." "Webb looks sick," Silas noted quietly. "I saw him in the lobby. He's coughing up black phlegm. He looks like a ghost." "Webb is old," Elias said coldly, "and he is sentimental. Sentimentality kills faster than the cough. Send him in." Silas left. The heavy door clicked shut, leaving Elias alone in the silence of his power. But the silence did not last. A moment later, the door opened again. Lucas Spider Webb walked in. The legendary driller was a shadow of his former self. His skin was grey, his frame shrunken inside his work clothes, which now hung loosely on his bones. He walked with a cane, wheezing slightly with every step. The sour gas, the hydrogen sulfide that plagued the Spindletop field, had eaten away at his lungs for 4 years. He was a man eroding from the inside out. "You keep me waiting like a beggar." "Elias," Webb rasped, sinking into the chair Silas had vacated. He didn't take off his hat. "I am a busy man, Lucas," Elias said, not looking up from his papers. "What do you want? A pension? I told you, the company doesn't offer pensions. We offer opportunities." "I don't want your charity," Webb spat, coughing violently into a handkerchief. He pulled it away. It was spotted with dark blood. "I want you to stop." Elias finally looked up. He stared at the blood on the cloth. "Stop what?" "Making you rich. You have 5% of the preferred stock. Lucas, you are a wealthy man. You could retire to the coast, breathe clean air." "I'm a dying man," Webb said, his voice trembling. "And so is the field. You're over-drilling. Elias. You've got 50 wells punched into a salt dome that can only support 20. The pressure is dropping. The water is creeping in. You're killing the goose to get the last egg. The geologists say we have another 10 years of peak production." Elias lied smoothly. "Your geologists are paid to lie." Webb slammed his cane on the floor. "I listen to the ground, it's wheezing." "And now you're pushing into the deeper strata without proper casing? You're going to contaminate the water table for the whole county." "Water is not my concern," Elias said calmly. "Oil is my concern. And what about the men?" Webb leaned forward, his eyes burning with a feverish light. I heard about the accident at Rig 4, broken cable. Why? Because you bought cheap steel from a supplier in Mexico to save a nickel a foot. That blood is on your ledger, Ellis. So, it was a procurement error, Elias said, his face a mask of stone. It has been corrected. You're a monster, Thorne, Webb whispered. I thought you were just a con man, a fraud. But you've become something worse. You've become a tyrant. Elias stood up. He walked around the desk and stood over the sick man. He placed his hands on the back of Webb's chair, leaning in close. Do not lecture me on morality. Lucas, Elias said softly. You drilled the hole. You helped me sort the samples. You took the money. You built this empire with me. If I am a monster, then you are Dr. Frankenstein. Webb slumped back, defeated by the truth. He looked old and broken. I'm retiring, Webb said quietly. I'm done. I want to cash out my shares. I want to leave Texas. You can't, Elias said. What? The bylaws of the trust, Elias smiled thinly. Executive officers cannot liquidate their position without a majority vote of the board, and I control the board. You're holding my money hostage? Webb asked, his voice rising into a thin, reedy shriek. I am protecting the company's stability, sir, Elias corrected, his voice devoid of emotion. If the legendary spider web sells out, panic will ensue. Rumours will spread that the field is dry. The stock will drop. I cannot allow that. Ellis walked around the desk. He placed a hand on Webb's shoulder. It felt frail, like a bird's wing under cheap cotton. You will stay, Lucas. You will remain the figurehead of our engineering department. You don't have to go to the rigs. You don't have to breathe the gas. Just sit in your office, sign the reports I send you, and collect your dividends. Webb looked up at Elias. In the driller's eyes, the fire of rebellion flickered and died, extinguished by the crushing weight of corporate bureaucracy. He realized, with a terrifying clarity, that he had helped build a prison, and now he was locked inside it. I thought we were partners, Webb whispered. We are, Elias said. Partners until the end, Webb stood up. He trembled, leaning heavily on his cane. He looked around the opulent office, the mahogany, the leather, the plate glass. You think you've won, Elias, Webb wheezed, moving toward the door. You think because you wear a silk suit and sit in a high tower, the dirt can't touch you? He paused at the threshold, looking back. But you've forgotten the first rule of the field. The ground always wins, always. Webb slammed the door. The sound echoed in the large room like a gunshot. Elias stood still for a moment. He brushed an invisible speck of dust from his sleeve where Webb had touched him. He felt nothing. No pity, no remorse. Only the cold satisfaction of a chess player who had just neutralized a pawn that was trying to become a queen. He returned to the window, low in the street. He saw Silas exiting the building. The boy walked with the predator's stride, ignoring the beggars and the mud, heading toward a carriage that would take him to Rig 4, to the widow, to the mess. Teach him well, world, Elias whispered to the glass. Harden him, for he will need to be made of iron to rule this kingdom of bones. Roaring. The telephone on his desk rang, a jarring, mechanical scream that cut through the silence. It was a new installation, a direct line to the outside world that Elias both needed and despised. Ellis walked back to the desk. He picked up the heavy black receiver. Thorne. Mr. Thorne. The voice of his secretary crackled through the earpiece, sounding tinny and distant. I have a long-distance call from Washington, D.C. Senator Redmond's office is holding. Elias's eyes narrowed. Standard Oil had stopped sending lawyers. They'd stopped blocking trains. They had realised that Elias Thorne could not be bullied by commerce alone. So now, they were escalating. They were sending the federal government. Put him through, Elias said. The line clicked. Static hissed like a nest of snakes. Mr. Thorne? The voice was smooth, cultured, dripping with the polished accent of the East Coast elite. It was a voice that had never shouted over the roar of a gusher, a voice that decided the fate of nations over crystal glasses of scotch. This is Senator Arthur Redmond, the voice continued. chairman of the Committee on Interstate Commerce. "Senator," Elias said, leaning back in his chair, "to what do I owe the honour? Has the government finally decided to buy some reliable oil for its navy?" Redmond chuckled. It was a dry, humourless sound. "You have a colourful reputation, Mr. Thorne. They told me you were direct. I'm a busy man, Senator. Time is oil." "Indeed," Redmond said. "I am calling out of courtesy. I wanted you to be the first to know that my committee will be introducing a new bill next week. The Interstate Pipeline Tariff Act." Elias tightened his grip on the receiver. "A tariff? On domestic oil?" "On unsafe transport," Redmond corrected smoothly. "We have received disturbing reports about the environmental hazards of unregulated pipelines in Texas. Leaks, fires, corruption. The bill proposes a federal tax of 50 cents per barrel on any oil transported across state lines via non-standardized piping." 50 cents. It was a death sentence. The profit margin was only 60 cents. A 50-cent tax would wipe out Thorne Petroleum's advantage instantly. It would force them to sell to Standard Oil, who already owned the railroads and the standardized infrastructure, at a loss. "This is a blockade," Elias said, his voice turning to ice. "Written by Rockefeller and signed with your pen." "It is progress, Mr. Thorne," Redmond said. "Civilization requires order. The Wild West is over. We are bringing the law to the frontier." "I am the law in Spindletop," Elias growled. "Not anymore," Redmond replied softly. "I will be in Texas next month. A fact-finding mission. Perhaps we can meet. I would love to see this. Empire. You have built on the swamp. Before the tide comes in." Click. The line went dead. Elias slowly lowered the receiver. He didn't slam it down. He placed it gently into the cradle. He looked at his hand. It was shaking. Not from fear, but from rage. A pure, white-hot rage that he hadn't felt since the day he buried his family in the dust. They wanted to take it, after he had lied, stolen, and bled for it. After he had sold his soul to Hickok and his humanity to the devil. They wanted to take it with a piece of paper in Washington. Elias opened the bottom drawer of his desk. Inside lay a heavy black revolver, a Colt Peacemaker. Beside it lay the Bible he'd carried from the north, the one with the pages glued together by humidity and time. He reached past the Bible. He touched the cold steel of the gun. "Let them come," Elias whispered to the empty room. He stood up and walked to the wall map, a giant cartographic representation of East Texas. He picked up a red pin. He stabbed it into the location of Rig 4, where the man named Miller lay dying. Then he picked up a black pin. He stabbed it into the wall, far to the northeast, Washington, D.C. "Silas," Elias murmured. "Hurry back, my son. The war has just begun." Chapter 14. The Enforcer. The carriage ride from the Thorne building to the worker camps, known locally as the Flats, was a descent through the layers of purgatory. Silas sat alone in the plush velvet interior of the black brougham. The windows were closed to keep out the stench. But the smell of Beaumont was pervasive. It was a cocktail of raw sewage, unrefined crude, and the sweat of 50,000 desperate men. He looked at his hands. They were clean. His fingernails were manicured. He wore a gold wristwatch, a gift from Elias for his 16th birthday. It ticked loudly in the confined space. Tick, tick, tick outside. The world was drowning in mud. The carriage wheels sliced through the thick, black sludge that coated the streets. They passed saloons where men fought with knives over a spilled drink. They passed brothels where women with dead eyes stood on balconies, calling out to the roughnecks. They passed the derricks, standing shoulder to shoulder like a forest of burnt trees, their steam engines gasping in the heat. Silas felt a strange detachment. He had arrived here 4 years ago as a starving orphan, a boy who would have fought a dog for a bone. Now, he was the prince of the city, but as he looked out at the misery, he didn't feel superior. He felt hollow, like a porcelain doll filled with oil. The carriage stopped. "We can't go further, mister." "Silas," the driver called down. "The mud is too deep. You'll have to walk." Silas opened the door. The heat hit him instantly, heavy and wet. He stepped out onto a wooden plank that served as a sidewalk. The Flats was a tent city that had metastasized into a shanty town. Tents made of canvas and flour sacks sat next to shacks built from stolen derrick lumber. There was no sanitation. The ditches ran with filth. Silas adjusted his coat. He checked the pistol in his shoulder holster, a reflex Elias had taught him. Trust no one, especially the poor. He walked toward a tent that had been patched with a standard oil tarp. A number 4 inches was painted on a piece of wood stuck in the mud nearby. This was where the roughneck miller lived. A woman was washing clothes in a tin tub outside. The water was grey. She looked up as Silas approached. She was young, perhaps 25, but her face was aged by sun and worry. Her eyes were red. "Mrs. Miller?" Silas asked. She wiped her hands on her apron. She saw his suit. She saw the clean boots. She knew instantly what he was. "You're from the company," she said. Her voice was flat, devoid of hope. "I am Silas Thorne." The name had weight. She flinched slightly. Has he passed?" Silas asked, gesturing to the tent flap. "Not yet," she whispered. "He's screaming inside. The doctor gave him morphine, but it ran out an hour ago. Now he's just chewing on a leather strap." From inside the tent, a low moan drifted out. It was a sound of pure animal agony. Silas felt a muscle in his jaw jump. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the envelope. Inside was the bank draft for $50 and the train ticket. "Mrs. Miller," Silas said, keeping his voice professional, cold. "The company regrets the incident. It was unfortunate. A mechanical failure." "Mechanical failure," she repeated bitterly. "He told me the cable was fraying 3 days ago. He told the foreman. They laughed at him. Said steel costs money, but men are free." "That is not what the report says," Silas lied. The words tasted like ash. "The report says user error. But, mister, Thorne is a generous man. He wishes to help." He held out the envelope. $50, Silas said, "and a ticket to Oklahoma, for you and the children, to be with your family." The woman looked at the envelope. She looked at the tent where her husband was dying. $50. It was enough to bury him and feed the kids for 6 months, or it was the price of his life. "Take it," Silas said softly. "Please." She snatched the envelope from his hand. She didn't say thank you. She spat at his feet. The glob of spittle landed on the toe of his polished boot. "Get out," she hissed. "Take your blood money and get out, before I scream and bring every man in this camp down on you." Silas looked at the spittle on his boot. He didn't wipe it off. "The train leaves at noon tomorrow," Silas said. "Be on it." He turned and walked away. He walked fast. The moan from the tent followed him, a ghost dog snapping at his heels. He reached the edge of the camp, where the carriage waited. He was about to climb in when a shadow detached itself from a stack of crates. "Generous," a voice said. $50 for a pair of legs." "That's the going rate?" Silas spun around, his hand going to his coat. A man stepped into the light. He was big, broad-shouldered, with a face that looked like it had been chiselled from granite. He wore a clean shirt and suspenders. He didn't look like a roughneck. He looked like a boxer. "Who are you?" Silas demanded. "O'Malley," the man said. "International Brotherhood of Oil Field Workers. I'm the man your father is trying to starve." "You're the agitator," Silas said, relaxing his hand but keeping his guard up. "The Bolshevik." "I'm a man who thinks a cable shouldn't snap because a billionaire wants to save a nickel," O'Malley said. He stepped closer. He wasn't afraid of the boy in the suit. "I saw what you did. Silas, I saw the envelope. You think you're buying silence. You're just buying time." "Get out of my way," Silas said. "Tell your father something for me," O'Malley said, blocking the path to the carriage. Tell him the men are talking. Tell him that 50,000 men with shovels are stronger than one man with a checkbook. Tell him Spindletop is going to burn again. And this time, it won't be an accident." Silas looked up at O'Malley. The man was right. He could feel the anger in the air, thick as the humidity. "If you threaten me again," Silas said, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper that sounded exactly like Elias, "I will have you arrested for vagrancy. Or worse." O'Malley smiled. It was a sad smile. "You're just a boy, aren't you? Playing dress-up in a devil's suit. Look at your boot, son. You missed a spot." O'Malley pointed to the spittle on Silas's boot. Then he turned and walked back into the camp, disappearing into the maze of misery. Silas stood there for a moment, shaking. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the boot clean. Then he threw the handkerchief into the mud. He climbed into the carriage. "Where to, sir?" the driver asked. "The Henderson farm," Silas said, closing his eyes. "We have an eviction to perform." The Henderson farm lay on the western edge of the Spindletop Dome. It was one of the few plots of land that Elias did not yet own. A stubborn island of green in a rising sea of black. It stood directly in the path of the new pipeline expansion, the artery needed to bypass the proposed federal tariff zone. The carriage arrived an hour later. The landscape here was jarringly different. Because the Hendersons had refused to sell their water rights, their oak trees were still alive, their leaves a vibrant, defiant green against the grey sky. Silas stepped out of the carriage. The air here didn't smell of sulphur, it smelled of hay and wet earth. It smelled like the past. He was met by a different kind of reception committee. A group of hired muscle, Thorne's private security, essentially thugs with badges, was already there. They stood by the fence, leaning on axe handles and Winchester rifles. They looked like wolves waiting for the shepherd to give the nod. "Mr. Silas." The lead thug, a brute named Carver, nodded. He spat a stream of tobacco onto the pristine grass. "We're ready. The old man is barricaded in the barn. Says he won't leave. Says he'll shoot the first man who crosses the fence." Silas looked at the farmhouse. It was neat, painted white. There were chickens pecking in the yard. It reminded him, painfully, of the house Martha Miller had left behind 4 years ago. Before the oil, before the ruin. "Did you show him the court order?" Silas asked, buttoning his jacket. "I showed him." Carver grinned, revealing a missing tooth. He used it to roll a cigarette. "He's got a double-barrel 12-gauge, and he ain't bluffing," Silas sighed. The sound was old for a boy of 16. He was tired. He still heard the moan of the dying man in the tent at the flats. He didn't want violence. He just wanted the day to end. He wanted to go back to his room, lock the door, and pretend he was someone else. "Stay here," Silas ordered. "I'll talk to him." "He'll shoot you," Carver warned, shifting his rifle. "If he shoots me," Silas said coldly, "then you have permission to burn it down. But not before." Silas walked to the gate. He unlatched it. The metal clinked loudly in the silence. He walked up the dirt path toward the large wooden barn. The loft door was open, a square of darkness watching him. "Mr. Henderson!" Silas called out. His voice cracked slightly, betraying his age, before he forced it deeper. "This is Silas Thorne. I have the deed. The eminent domain order has been signed by the judge. This land belongs to the trust now." "Go to hell!" a voice shouted from the darkness of the loft. It was old, brittle, and shaking with rage. "This is my land. My grandfather built this barn before you were a glint in the devil's eye." "Your grandfather didn't know he was sitting on $1 million of right-of-way," Silas replied, stepping closer. He stopped 20 yards from the barn doors. "Mr. Henderson, listen to me. We don't want to hurt you. The company has deposited $3,000 in your account. That is 3 times the market value. Take the money. Leave. Live like a king. I ain't selling and I ain't moving," click-clack. The sound of hammers cocking echoed from the loft. "That's far enough, boy," Henderson shouted. One more step and I'll fill your fancy suit with buckshot." Silas stood his ground. He felt a cold sweat prickle on his back. He calculated the distance. 20 yards. At this range, birdshot would sting, maybe blind him, but likely wouldn't kill him. But if he backed down, Carver would see, the men would see, and word would get back to Elias that Silas was weak. "You're making a mistake," Silas said, his voice hard. "You're fighting a glacier. Mr. Henderson, you cannot stop it. You can only get crushed. I'd rather be crushed than sold." Bang! A shotgun blast erupted from the hayloft window. Silas flinched instinctively. The shot went wide, kicking up dirt 10 feet to his left. It was a warning shot. Or a miss. "Behind him," Carver shouted. "That's it! He fired, taking him down." "No!" Silas screamed, turning around. "Hold fire!" But the wolves were off the leash. Carver didn't use his rifle. He grabbed a lit torch from one of his men. "Smoke him out!" Carver yelled. He wound up and threw the torch. It arced through the air, trailing smoke, and landed in a pile of dry hay stacked against the side of the barn. "No!" Silas ran forward. The flames caught instantly. The dry wood, seasoned by 50 Texas summers, went up like paper soaked in kerosene. The fire climbed the wall with terrifying speed, licking at the loft window. "Henderson, get out!" Silas screamed, running toward the burning doors. "The barn is on fire! Get out!" He reached the doors and kicked them open. Smoke billowed out, thick and grey. "Come out," Silas coughed, covering his mouth. A figure stumbled out of the smoke. It was Henderson. The old man was coughing, his eyes streaming tears, his shotgun forgotten on the floor inside. He barely made it 3 steps before Carver's men were on him. 2 thugs tackled the old man into the dirt. One kicked him in the ribs. Another raised an axe handle to strike. "Stop!" Silas roared. He pulled the pistol from his shoulder holster. He didn't think. He pointed it at the sky and pulled the trigger. Crack! The gunshot froze the scene. The thugs looked up. Henderson lay in the dirt, curled in a ball, wheezing. Silas walked over to them. The gun was heavy in his hand. It felt hot. "Let him up," Silas ordered Carver. Carver sneered, but he stepped back. "Just doing the job, boss." Silas looked down at Henderson. The old man's face was bleeding. His shirt was torn. He looked up at Silas with a mixture of fear and pure, undiluted hatred. "You?" Henderson gasped. "You burned it. You burned my home." Silas looked at the barn. It was fully engulfed now. The heat was intense, pushing them back. The flames roared, consuming the history of a family in minutes. "You fired first," Silas said. But the words felt empty. They felt like a lie. "You're the devil," Henderson whispered, spitting blood into the dust. "You look like a boy, but you have dead eyes. You're just like your father." Silas stared at the old man. Dead eyes. "Put him in the wagon," Silas said to Carver, holstering his gun. His hands were trembling uncontrollably now. "Drive him to the county line. Dump him. Make sure he has the check." "And the house?" Carver asked, pointing to the white farmhouse that stood untouched 50 yards away. Silas looked at the house. It was clean. It was innocent. But it was in the way. "Bulldoze it," Silas said. His voice was a whisper, but it carried the weight of a tombstone. "We need the space for the pipe. Clear it all. I want this field black by Monday." He turned and walked back to his carriage. He didn't look back at the fire. He didn't look back at the old man being dragged away. He climbed inside the velvet interior and slammed the door. He locked it. The carriage began to move, rocking gently as it navigated the ruts. Silas looked at his hands. They were still clean. No soot, no blood. Just the manicured fingernails of a gentleman. But he could smell it. He could smell the burning hay. He could smell the old man's fear. It was seeping into the velvet, into his skin, into his lungs. He pulled the $50 bank draft, the one the widow had refused, out of his pocket. He stared at Elias's signature. He was right. Silas whispered to the empty carriage. He wasn't talking about Elias. He was talking about Henderson. You have dead eyes. Silas leaned his head against the cool glass of the window. He watched the green trees passing by, knowing that by next week they would be gone, replaced by iron, replaced by progress. A single tear leaked out of his eye. It traced a path down his cheek. He wiped it away angrily. 16, he whispered. I'm only 16. But as the carriage rolled back toward the smoke and the noise of the Black City, Silas knew that the boy who was 16 had died back there in the barn fire. The enforcer had been born, and the enforcer did not cry. Chapter 15, The Senator. If the oil fields of Spindletop were hell, the grand ballroom of the Crosby House Hotel was intended to be heaven. But it was a heaven built on a foundation of mud. Crystal chandeliers imported from Paris at great expense dripped electric light onto a sea of black tuxedos and silk gowns. An orchestra played a waltz by Strauss, the sweet, frantic strings struggling to drown out the low, constant hum of the steam hammers from the city outside. Waiters in white gloves moved like ghosts through the smoke, carrying silver trays laden with champagne and oysters on ice brought by train all the way from the Great Lakes. Elias Thorne stood at the top of the grand staircase. He looked like an emperor surveying a conquered province. He wore a tuxedo of midnight blue wool, tailored to perfection. A diamond stud, large and cold, glittered in his lapel. He smiled. He nodded. He raised a glass. But his eyes were dead. He hated them all. The local politicians who begged for scraps. The bankers who had once refused him loans and now kissed his ring. The wives who whispered about his past behind their fans but drank his wine. They were leeches, and he was the host. They eat like pigs, a voice murmured beside him. Silas stood at his right hand. The boy had scrubbed the soot of the Henderson fire from his skin, but he couldn't scrub it from his memory. He stood stiffly in his formal wear, his collar tight against his throat. His hands were clasped behind his back, hiding the tremors that still plagued him. Pigs act according to their nature. Silas, Elias replied, his lips barely moving, his smile fixed for the crowd below. Our job is to fill the trough so they don't bite the hand that feeds them. I smell smoke, Silas whispered. Do you smell it? Elias sniffed the air. It smelled of expensive perfume, roasted duck, and Cuban tobacco. It's the cigars. Silas, focus. No, Silas said, his eyes distant. It's hay, burning hay. Elias gripped the boy's elbow. It was a sharp, controlling pinch that snapped Silas back to the present. Forget the barn, Elias hissed. Forget the old man. Tonight, we are not arsonists, we are statesmen. Look at the door. He is here. The double doors at the entrance swung open. The room did not go silent. That would be too vulgar. But the energy shifted. The laughter became a little too loud. Heads turned. The air grew heavy. Senator Arthur Redmond entered. He was a man who took up space not with his size, but with his gravity. He was 60, with a mane of silver hair and a face that was handsome in a predatory way. He moved with the easy, languid grace of a man who had never had to work for a living, a man born into the soft power of the East Coast aristocracy. He was flanked by 2 aides, young men with hungry eyes. But trailing a few steps behind him was a figure that made Elias's blood run cold. It was a man in a grey suit, wearing wire-rimmed spectacles. He carried a leather briefcase like a weapon. Vance Halloway, the lawyer from Standard Oil, the shark who had tried to shut them down 4 years ago. He brought the shark, Elias noted. That is a statement. Standard Oil owns the senator? Silas asked. Standard Oil rents him, Elias corrected. Tonight, we see if we can outbid the landlord. Elias descended the stairs. Silas followed, a step behind, the silent shadow. The crowd parted for them. It was a meeting of 2 different species of power, the raw, bloody power of the frontier versus the polished, institutional power of Washington. They met in the centre of the room, under the largest chandelier. "Senator Redmond," Elias said, extending a hand. "Welcome to the belly of the beast." Redmond took the hand. His grip was dry, cool, and firm. He smiled, showing perfect, expensive teeth. "Mr. Thorne, it is a pleasure to finally meet the prophet of oil. Your city is vigorous. It is loud, Senator, but money makes noise." "Indeed," Redmond chuckled. He glanced at Holloway. "You remember Mr. Holloway, I believe?" Elias looked at the lawyer. Holloway didn't smile. His eyes were flat like a reptile's. "We have crossed swords," Elias said. "And now we break bread," Holloway replied. His voice was dry as dust. "I have arranged a private room," Elias said, signalling to a waiter. "Away from the noise. We have much to discuss regarding the tariff." "Lead the way," Redmond said. "I am parched. The dust in this state is quite overwhelming. Underscore 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 underscore. The private room was a library on the second floor of the hotel. It was a sanctuary of silence, lined with leather books that no one ever read, heavy velvet curtains, and a humidor the size of a trunk. Elias poured 2 glasses of aged scotch. He didn't offer one to Holloway or Silas. He signalled for Silas to stand by the door, the guard dog. Redmond sat in a wing-back chair, swirling the amber liquid. He looked at the painting on the wall, a depiction of the Battle of San Jacinto. "Fine scotch," Redmond noted. "Smooth. Unlike your roads." "We are paving them with asphalt," Elias said, taking the seat opposite. "A byproduct of our refinery. We turn waste into foundation. That is the Texas way." "Commendable," Redmond said. He took a sip. "But let us speak of foundations, Mr. Thorne. Specifically, the foundation of law." "The Pipeline Tariff Act," Elias said, cutting through the pleasantries. "Let us not dance, Senator. You're here to threaten me." Redmond raised an eyebrow. "I am here to save you." "Save me?" Elias laughed coldly. "A federal tax of 50 cents a barrel on independent pipelines? That isn't salvation. That is an execution. It is designed to bankrupt every operator in Texas except Standard Oil. It is designed to ensure safety and standardization," Redmond countered smoothly. "Your pipelines are leaking. Mr. Thorne, farmers are complaining. The water table is threatened. The government has a duty to regulate interstate commerce to protect the public good." "My pipelines are steel," Elias snapped. "Standard Oil's pipelines are steel. The only difference is that Rockefeller pays a different set of inspectors, and perhaps a different set of senators." Redmond sighed. He placed his glass down on the coaster. The mask of politeness slipped, just a fraction, revealing the steel beneath. "John D., Rockefeller brings order to chaos," Redmond said. "He stabilizes prices. He ensures supply for the Navy. He is a statesman of industry. You, Mr. Thorne, you're a cowboy. You flood the market. You crash prices. You create volatility. Washington does not like volatility. Wall Street does not like volatility. So you're here to put a leash on me. I'm here to offer you a choice," Redmond said. He nodded to Holloway. The lawyer stepped forward. He placed the leather briefcase on the table and opened it. He pulled out a single, thick document bound in blue ribbon. He slid it across the mahogany table toward Elias. "Standard Oil is willing to acquire Thorne Petroleum," Redmond said. "The entire infrastructure, the wells, the pipelines, the refinery you're building, everything." Elias looked at the document. He didn't touch it. "I am not for sale." "Everything is for sale," Redmond said gently. "Look at the number. Elias. It is generous. It is astronomical." Elias looked at Holloway. "How much?" $20 million, Holloway said. The room went silent. $20 million. It was a fortune beyond comprehension. It was enough to buy a small country. It was enough to wash away every sin Elias had ever committed. Silas, standing by the door, felt his breath hitch. 20 million. They could leave. They could leave the mud, the smoke, the burning barns. They could be free. You could walk away, Redmond urged softly. You could go to Europe. You could buy a castle in France. You could be a king in Paris, Mr. Thorne. You could give your son a life of purity. Redmond glanced at Silas. The senator knew exactly where to aim the arrow. And if I refuse? Elias asked. He was staring at the blue ribbon. Then the Tariff Act passes next month, Redmond said, his voice hardening. Your profit margins will vanish. Your investors, who are already skittish, will panic. Your stock will crash. Your creditors will call in their loans. Redmond leaned forward. Standard Oil will buy you anyway, Mr. Thorne, but we won't buy you for $20 million. We will buy you from the bankruptcy court for pennies on the dollar. And you will leave this city with nothing but the suit on your back. Elias stared at the document. He thought of the graves in the north. He thought of the hunger. He thought of the deal with Hickok. He thought of the fire he'd just walked through. $20 million was peace. But Elias Thorne did not want peace and Ndikura. He wanted victory. He reached out and picked up the document. The paper was heavy, expensive. 20 million, Elias whispered. It is a fair price, Holloway said. For a surrender? That was the word. Surrender. If Holloway had said acquisition, Elias might have considered it. But surrender was a declaration of war. Elias stood up. He walked to the fireplace, where a log was burning brightly. Father? Silas whispered from the door. There was a pleading note in his voice. Take it. Let's go. Elias looked at the boy. Then he looked at Redmond. You think this is about money, Elias said. That is your mistake, Senator. You think because you were born rich, money is the only currency. He tossed the document into the fire. The paper curled. The blue ribbon blackened. The ink of the $20 million offer turned to smoke. You are insane, Holloway gasped. I am not for sale, Elias roared, turning back to them, the firelight dancing in his eyes. And I will not pay your tariff. Then you will die, Redmond said, standing up. Economically, you are a dead man walking. We shall see, Elias said. I will build a refinery right here in Texas. I will process my own oil. I will sell it to the British. I will sell it to the Germans. I will bypass your interstate laws by shipping it internationally from Port Arthur. I will flood the world with Texas oil until Standard Oil drowns in it. That, Redmond said, adjusting his cuffs, would be considered an act of hostility against the United States' interests. The United States is a big place, Senator, Elias smiled. It was the smile of a wolf. But I'm here, and I have the oil. Now get out of my hotel. Redmond stood near the door, his hand on the brass handle. He didn't look angry. He looked disappointed, like a teacher watching a student fail a simple test. You're a brave man, Mr. Thorne, Redmond said, or a foolish one. You think you're fighting a company. You're fighting gravity, and gravity always wins. He opened the door. The sound of the orchestra swelled into the room, a crescendo of violins masking the declaration of war that had just taken place. One last thing, Holloway added, pausing in the doorway. He adjusted his spectacles, the glass reflecting the firelight. The tariff bill has a rider attached to it, a safety clause. It allows the federal government to seize assets that are deemed critically unstable during a time of national infrastructure development. If your refinery has accidents, we won't just tax you. We will take it. Elias picked up his glass of scotch. Then I suggest you don't stand too close to the machinery, Mr. Holloway. Accidents are contagious. Holloway's eyes narrowed. He turned and followed the senator out. The heavy door clicked shut, severing the connection between the library and the ballroom. Silence returned. The only sound was the crackle of the $20 million offer turning to ash in the fireplace. Elias walked to the hearth. He watched the blue ribbon burn. It turned from royal blue to black, curling into nothingness. "They're scared," Elias whispered. "They didn't look scared," Silas said. His voice was trembling. He was gripping the back of a leather chair so hard his knuckles were white. "They looked certain." "Certainty is the mask of the fearful," Elias said, turning to face the boy. "They know that if I build that refinery, if I become independent, I break the monopoly, I become the second Rockefeller. And Washington cannot handle two kings." "We could have left," Silas said. The words came out in a rush. A dam breaking. $20 million. Father. "We could have gone to Europe. We could have bought a house where the air doesn't smell of sulphur. We could have been free." Elias looked at the boy. He saw the desperation in Silas's eyes. He saw the 16-year-old who had just burned a barn and terrified an old man, begging for an exit. But Elias didn't see a son to be comforted. He saw a lieutenant who was losing his nerve. "Freedom?" Elias laughed. It was a harsh, barking sound. "You think money buys freedom? Look at Redmond. He has money, old money, and yet he's a dog on a leash, barking for Halloway. Money is just paper, Silas. Power. Power is the ability to say no when the world tells you to say yes." "I don't want power," Silas whispered. "I just want to sleep without seeing fire." Elias walked over to him. He grabbed Silas by the shoulders. His grip was iron. "You're weak," Elias hissed. "The fire is what forged us. Do you want to go back to the mud? Do you want to be like the man in the tent with the crushed legs, begging for $50? Because that is the alternative. There is no middle ground. You're either the hammer, or you are the nail." Silas looked into Elias's eyes. He saw the madness there. Madness. It wasn't the manic madness of a lunatic. It was the cold, crystallized madness of a man who had cut away every part of himself that could feel pain. "I am not a nail," Silas said quietly. "Then prove it," Elias said, releasing him. "Go down to the refinery site tonight. Wake up the foreman." "Tonight? It's midnight." "I don't care," Elias said, walking back to his desk. "Tell him the schedule has changed. I want the refinery operational in 4 months, not 6. We have to beat the tariff bill." "4 months?" Silas asked, shocked. "That's impossible. The men are already working 12-hour shifts. They're exhausted. The accident rate is climbing." "Then implement double shifts," Elias ordered, picking up a pen. "Run them 24 hours a day. Offer a bonus if they finish early. Threaten to fire them if they don't. I don't care how you do it, Silas. Just build me my fortress. If we push them that hard..." Silas hesitated. "O'Malley warned us. He said the men are at the breaking point. If we push them, they will strike." Elias stopped writing and he looked up. "Let them strike," Elias said. "Hunger is a great motivator. If they walk off the job, we will bring in scabs from Louisiana. We will bring in Italians. We will bring in convicts if we have to. But that refinery will rise." He pointed the pen at Silas. "Now go. Do your job. Be the enforcer." Silas stared at his father for a long moment. He wanted to scream. He wanted to punch the old man in his arrogant face. But the habit of obedience, forged in 4 years of survival, was too strong. "Yes, sir," Silas said. He turned and walked to the door. "Silas," Elias called out. Silas stopped, his hand on the knob. He hoped, for a split second, that Elias would change his mind, that he would say, "Wait, let's take the money." "Change your suit before you go to the site," Elias said, looking back at his papers. "You smell like smoke. It's unprofessional." Silas didn't answer. He opened the door and walked out. As he moved down the hallway, the music from the ballroom swelled again. The Blue Danube, a waltz for the drowning. Silas looked at his hands. They were trembling again. But this time, he didn't try to stop them. He clenched them into fists. He wasn't the hammer. He wasn't the nail. He was the hand that held the match. And sooner or later, he knew he was going to burn it all down. Chapter 16. The Strike. The refinery site was a skeleton of iron rising from the swamp, illuminated by the harsh, flickering glare of arc lamps. It was 3 a.m, the hour of the wolf, but the noise was deafening. Rivet guns chattered like machine guns, steam cranes groaned under loads of steel, and the shouts of foremen cut through the humid night air like whips. Elias had demanded a cathedral of industry in 4 months. He was getting a graveyard of exhausted men. Silas stood on a wooden platform overlooking the main distillation unit. He had not slept in 20 hours. He wore a heavy canvas coat over his suit to protect it from the sparks and the grime. His eyes were gritty, burning with fatigue, but he forced himself to watch. He was the enforcer. His presence was the only thing keeping the double shift running. Below him, hundreds of men moved like zombies. They were covered in mud and grease, their faces gaunt, their movements sluggish. These were not the fresh, hopeful faces that had arrived in Beaumont 4 years ago. These were men who had been chewed up by the boom and spat out by the bust. "Faster!" a foreman bellowed, shoving a worker who had paused to wipe sweat from his eyes. "Mister, Thorne pays you to weld, not to weep. Move that beam." The worker, a scrawny Italian immigrant, stumbled but grabbed his torch again. Silas gripped the railing. He hated this. He hated the cruelty of it. But he remembered Elias's voice in the library. "You're either the hammer or you're the nail." Beside him, Lucas Webb leaned heavily on his cane. The old driller had defied orders to stay in his office. He had come to the site claiming he needed to inspect the pressure valves. But Silas knew he was there to witness the madness. "The metal is cold," Webb wheezed, watching a crane lift a massive steel tank. "And the men are tired. Bad combination. Boy. Cold steel snaps. Tired men drop things." Oh, we have a deadline. Mr. Webb," Silas said automatically. "The tariff bill passes in November. We must be operational." "Deadlines don't change physics," Webb spat. "Look at them. They're sleepwalking. You're pushing them off a cliff." "They are paid double overtime," Silas defended, though the word sounded hollow even to him. "You can't spend overtime in a coffin." Suddenly a shout rose above the din, not a command but a scream of warning. "Look out, the cable!" Silas looked up. On the third tier of the scaffolding, 50 feet in the air, a heavy I-beam was swinging wildly. The crane operator, blinded by fatigue or the glare of the lights, had swung the boom too fast. The cable, stressed beyond its limit, frayed. Snap. The sound was like a whip crack from God. The cable parted. The steel beam, weighing 2 tons, plummeted. It didn't hit the ground. It hit the scaffolding below. The wooden platform shattered. 3 men were standing there. There was no time to scream. The beam sheared through the timber and the flesh with indifferent brutality. The structure collapsed in a shower of splinters and twisted metal. Crash! The impact shook the ground beneath Silas's feet. Dust and steam billowed up, obscuring the carnage. Silence followed. A sudden, terrible silence that swallowed the entire site. The rivet guns stopped. The engines idled. Then came the screams. "Medic! Get a medic! Oh God, my legs, help me!" Silas froze. He saw the foreman running toward the wreckage. He saw men dropping their tools and rushing forward. "Stay here," Silas ordered Webb, though he didn't know why. He ran down the stairs. He ran toward the dust cloud. When he reached the site of the impact, the scene was a butcher shop. The steel beam lay across the ruins of the scaffold. 2 men were pinned underneath it. One was silent. The other was screaming, his lower body crushed into the mud. The third man had been thrown clear. He lay twisted at an unnatural angle, his neck broken. It was the Italian welder Silas had seen earlier. "Get the jacks," the foreman, a brute named Kowalski, shouted. "Lift the beam! Get them out!" Men scrambled, their fatigue forgotten, replaced by adrenaline and horror. They heaved at the steel, but it was too heavy. "Use the crane," someone yelled. "The crane is busted," Kowalski roared. "Heave, you lazy bastards, heave!" Silas stepped into the circle. He saw the blood pooling in the black mud. He saw the life draining out of the man under the beam. "Stop," Silas whispered, but no one heard him. "All right, that's it," a voice boomed. It wasn't Kowalski. It was a voice that carried the weight of thunder. O'Malley stepped out of the shadows. The union organizer was wearing his work clothes, covered in grime. He held a large wrench in his hand. He didn't look at the bodies. He looked at Kowalski. "Kill the engines," O'Malley ordered. "Who the hell are you?" Kowalski snarled. "Get back to work. We have to clear this debris." "I said kill the engines," O'Malley roared. He raised the wrench and slammed it against a steam pipe. Clang. The sound rang out like a church bell. "Shut it down," O'Malley shouted to the men. "Shut it all down. No more." The men looked at O'Malley. Then they looked at the dead Italian. Then they looked at the screaming man. One by one, they dropped their tools. A roughneck near the generator walked over and pulled the release lever. The main steam engine hissed and died. The arc lamps flickered and dimmed, leaving the site in a gloom illuminated only by the moon and the dying fires of the rivet forges. "This is mutiny!" Kowalski screamed, reaching for the pistol at his belt. "Don't," Silas said, stepping forward. Kowalski turned. "Mr. Thorne, these men are refusing to work. Order them back." Silas looked at the crowd. There were hundreds of them now, gathering in a tight circle around the wreckage. Their faces were dark, smeared with soot and rage. They weren't looking at Kowalski. They were looking at Silas. O'Malley stepped forward, confronting Silas. "3 men," O'Malley said, pointing at the wreckage. "Dead or dying, because you wouldn't let them sleep. Because your father wants to beat a tax bill." "It was an accident," Silas said. His voice was steady, but his heart was hammering against his ribs. "It was murder," O'Malley corrected. "Industrial murder. We told you the cables were frayed. We told you the shifts were too long. You didn't listen." O'Malley turned to the crowd. "Are we mules?" he shouted. "No," the crowd roared back. "Are we machines to be run until we break?" "No." "Then we stop," O'Malley declared. "Right now, we stop the pumps, we stop the drills, we stop the refinery. Not a drop of oil moves from Spindletop until Elias Thorne comes down here and looks at this blood." "You can't do that," Silas said, trying to summon the authority of the enforcer. "This is a breach of contract. If you walk off the job, you will all be fired. We will bring in new men tomorrow." O'Malley smiled. It was a terrifying smile. "Look around you, boy," O'Malley said. "There are 2,000 men in this field. You have 20 guards. You think you can bring scabs across that line?" He gestured to the perimeter fence. "We are shutting the gates," O'Malley said. "We're occupying the site. This is our oil now. Until we get safe conditions. Until we get an 8-hour day. My father will not negotiate with terrorists," Silas warned. "Then your father can come and drill the well himself," O'Malley said. He turned to Kowalski. "Get off the site. Take your foreman and go. Or we throw you in the mud." Kowalski looked at Silas, waiting for an order to shoot. Silas looked at the sea of angry men. He saw hammers, wrenches, and crowbars in their hands. If a shot was fired now, they would be torn to pieces. "Stand down," Silas said to Kowalski. "But sir—" "I said stand down," Silas screamed, his control snapping. "We are leaving." He looked at the bodies under the beam. The screaming had stopped. The second man was dead. "Webb," Silas called out. "Mr. Webb, come with us." Webb hobbled down from the platform. He stopped next to O'Malley. The 2 men, the old driller and the young agitator, looked at each other. There was respect there. "You're doing a dangerous thing, son," Webb said to O'Malley. "Thorne won't blink. He'll burn this whole place down before he lets you win." "Then let it burn," O'Malley said. "At least the fire will keep us warm." Silas turned and walked toward the gates. He felt the eyes of 2,000 men boring into his back. He felt the shame of retreat. But more than that, he felt fear, not for himself, but for what Elias would do when he heard the news. Elias had declared war on Standard Oil. He had declared war on Washington. Now, he would have to declare war on his own people. Silas climbed into his carriage. He looked back one last time. The refinery was dark. The noise had stopped. The strike had begun. Dawn did not bring light to Beaumont. It only brought a change in the shade of grey. Silas walked into the Thorne building at 5 a.m. His canvas coat was gone, left in the carriage, but the mud on his boots remained. He walked past the sleeping clerk in the lobby, up the stairs straight to the top floor. He didn't knock. He pushed open the double doors to Elias's office. Elias was there. He hadn't slept. He was standing by the window, staring out at the distant skyline of the oil field. From here, the refinery was just a silhouette against the horizon, but the lack of smoke rising from its stacks was a scream of silence. "The engines have stopped," Elias said without turning round. His voice was calm, almost conversational. "There was an accident," Silas said, closing the door. He walked to the sideboard and poured himself a whiskey. He didn't ask permission. His hands were steady now, frozen by shock. A cable snapped. 3 men are down, 1 dead, 2 crippled. "Accidents happen," Elias said. "Production continues." "No," Silas downed the drink. The alcohol burned his throat, waking him up. "Not this time. O'Malley was there. He rallied them. They shut down the main generator. They've barricaded the gates. They have wrenches and crowbars, and they're threatening to kill anyone who tries to restart the pumps." Elias turned slowly. His face was a mask of cold porcelain. "They have seized my property." "They call it occupying," Silas corrected. "They want an 8-hour day. They want safety inspectors. And they want a 50% wage increase for hazard pay." Elias walked to his desk and sat down. He picked up a silver letter opener, testing the point against his thumb. 50%, Elias mused. "Do they know what the tariff bill will do to our margins? If I give them 50%, I might as well hand the keys to Rockefeller." "They don't care about Rockefeller," Silas said, his voice rising. "They care about the man with the broken neck lying in the mud. Father, I saw it. It was butchery. We are pushing them too hard." Elias slammed the letter opener onto the desk. The sound cracked like a pistol shot. "We are at war," Elias roared. "Do you think soldiers in the trenches get an 8-hour day? Do you think they get safety inspectors? We are fighting for survival. Silas, if that refinery isn't running by November, we are finished." "If we don't negotiate, they will burn it down," Silas shouted back. "There are 2,000 of them. We have 20 guards. It's simple arithmetic." Elias stared at Silas. He saw the fear in the boy's eyes. He saw the humanity that he had tried so hard to beat out of him. "Negotiation is a sign of weakness, Elias said, lowering his voice to a dangerous whisper. "If I give them an inch today, they will take a mile tomorrow. They will own the company. I will not be dictated to by men who cannot read their own paychecks." "So, what do we do?" Silas asked, sinking into a chair. "Starve them out? We can't. The community supports them. The churches are bringing them food." "The churches," Elias scoffed. "Hypocrites. They take my donations for their steeples and then feed the men who try to tear mine down." Elias opened a drawer in his desk. He pulled out a telegram form. It was already filled out. "I anticipated this," Elias said. "O'Malley has been agitating for months." It was only a matter of time. He slid the paper across the desk to Silas. Silas picked it up. He read the destination. "To Pinkerton National Detective Agency, Chicago office. ATTN, James McParland requesting immediate deployment. Strikebreaker unit. Typer authorization. 100 men. Full armament." Silas looked up, his face pale. "Pinkertons," Silas whispered. "Type A authorization? That means lethal force." "It means protection of assets," Elias corrected. "McParland is effective. He broke the Molly Maguires. He broke the Homestead strike. He brings order. He brings a massacre," Silas said. "Father, these are men with families. They are our neighbours. If you bring in the Pinkertons, there will be a war in the streets. Real war." "They started it," Elias said coldly. "They seized my property. They breached the contract. They are no longer employees, Silas. They are trespassers. And in Texas, we shoot trespassers. We can talk to them, Silas pleaded. Give them the safety inspectors. That costs nothing. Give them a 10% raise. We can afford it. No, Elias said. It is the principle. I am the king of Spindletop. I do not bargain with the serfs. He pointed to the telegram. Take it to the telegraph office. Send it. Pay the operator triple to prioritise it. Silas held the paper. It felt heavy, like a death warrant. If I send this, Silas said, there is no going back. There never was, Elias replied. The moment we drilled that first well, we crossed the line. Innocence is for people who don't have oil. Silas looked at the paper. He looked at Elias. He thought about the dead Italian worker. He thought about Henderson's barn. He thought about the $50 in his pocket. He realised then that he was trapped. He was too deep in the mud to walk out now. If Elias fell, Silas fell. If the company went bankrupt, Silas would be back in the alley, starving. Survival was a cruel master. Silas stood up. His face hardened. The fear receded, replaced by a numb acceptance. 100 men, Silas said. When will they arrive? 48 hours, Elias said. By train. The railroads may block my oil, but they never block mercenaries. It's good business for them. And until then, Elias said, turning back to the window, we let them think they have won. Let them celebrate. Let them get drunk on their little victory. It will make them careless. Silas folded the telegram and put it in his pocket. I'll send it, Silas said. He walked to the door. Silas, Elias called out. Silas stopped. You did well last night, Elias said. At the barn. You showed strength. Do not lose it now. Silas didn't answer. He couldn't. If he spoke, he might scream. He walked out of the office, down the stairs and into the grey morning. He walked to the telegraph office. The operator, Miller, looked up sleepily. Mr. Silas. Miller nodded. Silas placed the paper on the counter. He placed a gold coin on top of it. Chicago, Silas said. Urgent. Miller read the message. His eyes widened. He looked at Silas. Miller had a brother working on Rig 3. Mr. Silas, Miller stammered. This is trouble. Send it, Silas commanded. His voice was dead. Send it, or I find an operator who will... Miller swallowed hard. He began to tap the key. Click-clack, click-clack. The sound was rhythmic, mechanical, inevitable. It was the sound of a fuse being lit. Silas walked out onto the street. He looked toward the refinery. It was still silent, but in his mind, he could already hear the gunfire. Chapter 17, The Pinkertons. The 48 hours of the strike passed in a surreal, suffocating silence. For the first time in 4 years, the ground did not shake. The steam hammers were cold. The roar of the refinery had been replaced by the chirping of crickets and the distant sound of fiddle music coming from the worker camps. The strikers were celebrating. They had shut down the machine. They believed that silence was their victory cry. They grilled chickens on open fires, shared bottles of cheap whiskey, and talked about the 8-hour day as if it were a law already written. Silas watched them from the balcony of the Thorne building. He held a telescope. He saw O'Malley walking among the men, shaking hands, looking like a general who had won the war without firing a shot. They are happy, Silas whispered. They are sheep, Elias said from inside the room. He was cleaning his revolver, polishing the black steel until it shone like obsidian. They think because the wolf is quiet, the wolf is gone. A train whistle cut through the air. It was a sharp, aggressive shriek, different from the mournful wail of the freight locomotives. Elias stood up. He holstered the gun. It is time, Elias said. Go to the station. Silas. Welcome our guests. underscore 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 underscore. The train that pulled into the Spindletop depot was unmarked. It was painted a dull, matte black, with no company logos, no passenger windows, just 5 heavy armoured cars and a locomotive that breathed smoke like a dragon. The platform was empty. Elias had bribed the station master to clear the civilians. Silas stood on the wooden planks, waiting. The humidity was oppressive, making his shirt stick to his back. He felt a nausea rolling in his stomach that had nothing to do with the heat. The train hissed to a halt. The metal groaned. The doors of the cars slid open in unison. They didn't step out. They poured out. 100 men. They wore matching grey dusters that fell to their ankles. They wore derby hats pulled low over their eyes. They didn't look like soldiers. They looked like undertakers. They moved with a terrifying, disciplined silence. No one spoke. No one laughed. They formed ranks on the platform, their boots thudding in unison. Every single one of them carried a Winchester Model 1897 pump-action shotgun or a repeating rifle. At their hips hung heavy revolvers and truncheons made of hickory wood. A man stepped down from the lead car. He was older, perhaps 50, with a moustache waxed into sharp points and eyes that were as dead as a dry well. He wore a suit beneath his duster and carried a silver-tipped cane. He walked up to Silas. He didn't offer a hand. "Mr. Thorne?" the man asked. His voice was a rasp, like sandpaper on bone. "I am Silas Thorne. My father is occupied. Captain James McParland," the man introduced himself. "Pinkerton National Detective Agency, Western Division." Silas looked at the army behind McParland. "My father requested order." "We don't bring order, son," McParland said, adjusting his gloves. "We bring consequences. Where is the infestation?" "The refinery site," Silas said. "They have barricaded the main gate. About 2,000 men." McParland nodded. He turned to his lieutenant. "Form up. Columns of 2. Load with buckshot and slugs. No warning shots. We are here to clear a trespass." Clack, clack. The sound of 100 shotguns racking a shell into the chamber echoed through the station. It was a mechanical sound, devoid of mercy. "Lead the way, Mr. Thorne," McParland said. Underscore 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 underscore. The march to the refinery was a funeral procession for peace. Silas rode in his carriage, leading the column. Behind him, the Pinkertons marched through the mud. They didn't care about the sludge ruining their boots. They walked with the implacable rhythm of a machine designed to crush. As they passed the outskirts of the town, the music in the camps died. Women came out of tents, holding babies, their eyes widening in terror as they saw the grey coats and the guns. "It's the Pinks!" someone screamed. "They brought the Pinks!" Panic rippled through the streets. Men ran ahead to warn the strikers. Bells began to ring, the alarm bells usually reserved for fires. Silas stared straight ahead. He didn't look at the women. He didn't look at the children running for cover. He felt like a traitor guiding the executioner to his brother's house. They reached the refinery. The main gate was blocked by a wall of crates, barrels, and overturned wagons. Behind it stood the strikers. There were thousands of them. They held wrenches, hammers, and lengths of pipe. O'Malley stood on top of a crate in the centre of the line. He looked at the approaching column. His face went pale, but he didn't step down. "Hold the line!" O'Malley roared to his men. "Don't let them scare you. We are the workers. We built this. They can't kill us all." Silas stopped the carriage 50 yards from the gate. He stepped out. McParland walked up beside him. The Pinkerton captain surveyed the barricade with a bored expression. A disorganised rabble, McParlin noted. They have spirit, but they lack geometry. What do you mean? Silas asked. They are bunched together, McParlin said. Easier to break. McParlin raised his cane. The 100 agents spread out, forming a firing line that stretched across the road. They levelled their shotguns. The silence returned. But this was not the silence of peace. It was the silence of a held breath before the scream. Mr. O'Malley. Silas shouted, his voice cracking. This is your last chance. Disperse. Open the gates. If you leave now, no one gets hurt. O'Malley looked at Silas. He looked at the shotguns. You brought mercenaries to kill your neighbours. Silas, O'Malley shouted back. Is that what your father taught you? Is that the price of oil? Open the gate, Silas pleaded. Please. This gate stays closed until we get justice, O'Malley raised his wrench. Stand fast, boys. They won't shoot unarmed men. McParlin chuckled softly. Unarmed? A wrench is a weapon in the eyes of the law. He turned to Silas. Is the property deed in your father's name? Yes, Silas whispered. Have they been served with an eviction notice? Yes. Then the law is satisfied, McParlin said. He turned to his men. He didn't shout. He spoke in a conversational tone that carried perfectly in the stillness. Gentlemen, clear the obstruction. He dropped his cane. Boom! The first volley was deafening. 50 shotguns fired at once. The barricade splintered. Wood shattered. And behind the wood, men screamed. It wasn't a warning. It was a slaughter. Charge, McParland ordered. The Pinkertons racked their slides, clack, clack, and marched forward, firing as they walked. Boom, boom, boom. The strikers broke. They had expected a negotiation, or a fistfight. They hadn't expected a firing squad. Men fell. Blood sprayed onto the muddy road, mixing with the oil. The line collapsed. No! Silas screamed, covering his ears. Stop! Stop it! But the machine had started, and it had no brakes. O'Malley was still standing, miraculously untouched, trying to rally his men. Fight back, throw rocks, do something. A Pinkerton agent stepped up to the barricade and swung his rifle butt. It connected with O'Malley's jaw with a sickening crunch. The big Irishman went down like a felled tree. The agents swarmed over the barricade. They didn't stop shooting. They moved into the refinery yard, hunting the fleeing workers like sport. Silas stood frozen by the carriage. He watched a young man, no older than himself, crawling in the mud, clutching a shattered leg. A Pinkerton walked up to him for water and looked down and kicked him in the ribs before moving on. My God, Silas whispered. What have we done? We have secured the asset, a voice said. Silas turned. Elias had arrived. He had ridden up on his white horse from near, watching the carnage from the rear. He wore his black suit, unspotted by the chaos. He looked like a general observing a battlefield from a hill. Is it everything you hoped for, father? Silas asked, tears streaming down his face. Is the blood red enough for you? Elias looked at the boy. Then he looked at the refinery, where the Pinkertons were now raising the company flag over the occupied buildings. It is necessary, Elias said. Look, Silas. The gate is open. Silas looked. The barricade was gone. The road to the refinery was clear. But the road was paved with bodies. Silas stepped out of the carriage. His boots sank into a mixture of mud, crude oil, and fresh blood. It was a slurry that stuck to the leather like guilt. He walked into the refinery yard. The shooting had stopped, replaced by the groans of the wounded and the sharp, clicking orders of Captain McParland. Check the bodies, just, McParland commanded, pointing with his cane. Anyone moving, cuff them. Anyone not moving, drag them to the ditch. The Pinkertons moved with efficient brutality. They were not policemen. They were janitors of violence. They dragged men by their heels, leaving long, red streaks in the black earth. Silas walked past them, moving like a ghost. He tried not to look at the faces, but one caught his eye. Lying near a pile of overturned barrels was a young man. He was clutching his stomach, his face grey as ash. He wasn't a roughneck. He wore a clean shirt, now stained crimson. It was Miller, the telegraph operator. Silas froze. Miller shouldn't be here. Miller worked in the depot. He was a clerk, not a striker. Silas fell to his knees beside the boy. Miller's eyes fluttered open. They were glassy, unfocused. "Miller," Silas whispered, "why are you here?" Miller coughed, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. "My brother," he wheezed. "Came to find my brother." He looked up at Silas. Recognition dawned in his dying eyes. It wasn't anger, it was betrayal. "You sent the wire," Miller gasped. "You made me send the wire." "I didn't know," Silas stammered, his hands hovering over the wound. "Useless. I didn't know you would come here." "You knew," Miller whispered. The light faded from his eyes. His head lolled to the side, staring at the smokestack of the refinery he had never worked in. Silas stayed there, kneeling in the mud. He felt a scream building in his chest, a primal rejection of what he had become. He had forced this boy to sign his own death warrant. "Get up, Silas!" Elias's voice cut through the fog. Silas looked up. Elias stood over him, tall and immaculate. He glanced at Miller's body with the indifference one might show a dead bird. "He was the telegraph operator," Silas said, his voice shaking. "He was innocent." "He was standing on the wrong side of the gate," Elias said. "That makes him an obstacle." Elias offered a hand. Silas looked at it. It was the hand that had signed the cheque for the Pinkertons. It was the hand that held the world. Silas didn't take it. He stood up on his own, his legs trembling. "Where is O'Malley?" Silas asked. "Over there." Elias gestured. Two Pinkertons were dragging the Union leader toward a waiting wagon. O'Malley was conscious, but barely. His jaw was shattered, hanging loose. One eye was swollen shut. His shirt was torn to ribbons. McParland was standing by the wagon, writing in a notebook. "Charged with inciting a riot, trespassing, and destruction of private property," McParland recited as Silas approached. "He'll get 10 years in Huntsville. If he survives the trip." Silas looked at O'Malley. The big Irishman tried to speak, but only a gurgle came out. He spat a tooth onto the ground. He looked at Silas with one good eye. There was no fear in it, only a promise. "This isn't over." "Take him away," Elias ordered. "And the rest of them. Clear the yard." "What about the wounded?" Silas asked McParland. "There are men bleeding out. The county hospital can sort them out." McParland shrugged. "My contract covers security, not nursing." The Pinkertons began to load the prisoners, living and dead, onto the flatbed wagons. It was a harvest of flesh. Elias turned his back on them. He walked toward the main powerhouse of the refinery. The building was dark, the great flywheels silent. "Webb!" Elias shouted. Lucas Webb emerged from the shadows of a workshop. He looked older than Silas had ever seen him. He leaned on his cane, staring at the carnage with hollow eyes. "You got your blood, Elias," Webb rasped. "Are you happy?" "I am efficient," Elias said. "Restart the generator." Webb shook his head. "We have no crew. The men are either dead, arrested, or running for the swamps." "Who is going to shovel the coal?" Elias pointed to the open gate. Through the clearing smoke, a new group of men was marching in. They weren't soldiers. They were ragged, desperate men carrying bundles of clothes. They were the Scabs, recruited from the slums of Houston and New Orleans, brought in on the same train as the Pinkertons, hidden in the rear cars. "Meet the new shift," Elias said. The Scabs walked past the piles of bodies. They kept their heads down. They didn't look at the blood. They just wanted the job. They wanted the $1 a day that the dead men had fought to raise to $2. "Put them to work," Elias ordered Webb. "I want the distillation unit hot in 1 hour." Webb looked at the Scabs. He looked at Elias. For a moment, it seemed he might refuse. He might spit in Elias's face and walk away. But then, he looked at the refinery. It was his machine. His child. He couldn't let it die. "God damn you," Webb whispered. He turned to the scabs. "All right. You heard the man. Coal team to the boiler. Valve team to the manifold. Move." The refinery began to wake up. Chug, chug, chug. The steam engines coughed to life. The belts began to spin. The noise returned, slowly at first, then building to a roar that drowned out the moans of the dying. Elias stood in the centre of the yard, the symphony of industry rising around him. He took a deep breath of the sulphur-laden air. He looked energised. He looked alive. Silas stood apart. He felt cold. He felt the weight of the telegram in his memory. Requesting immediate deployment. He looked at his hands. They were stained with Miller's blood. He tried to wipe it off on his trousers, but it just smeared, turning into a dark, permanent shadow. He realised then that the fire at the barn had taken his innocence. But the massacre at the gate had taken his soul. He was no longer a bystander. He was the heir to the Empire of Bones. "Silas," Elias shouted over the roar of the engines. "Come!" "We have a schedule to keep." Silas looked at his father. He looked at the monster in the suit. "Coming, father," Silas said. He stepped over a pool of blood and walked into the factory. The strike was broken. The union was crushed, and the oil flowed again, blacker than ever before. Chapter 18. The Merger. New York City. Winter, 1905. Snow fell on Fifth Avenue. It was clean, white, and silent. A stark contrast to the black, noisy rain of Beaumont. Silas Thorne sat in the back of a private carriage, watching the gas lamps of New York flicker past. He was 17 now, but the events of the last 6 months had aged him a decade. He wore a tuxedo cut from English wool, a cashmere overcoat, and leather gloves that cost more than a roughneck earned in a lifetime. He looked like a prince. He felt like a prisoner. Beside him, Elias was reading a newspaper, the Wall Street Journal. The headline screamed, "Senate passes pipeline tariff bill. Independent oil faces ruin." "They passed it," Elias said, folding the paper calmly. "Redmond was efficient. The tariff goes into effect on January 1st. "That gives us 3 weeks," Silas said, his voice devoid of emotion. "The refinery is running, but we can't export fast enough to beat the tax. If we have to pay 50 cents on the barrel, we will be insolvent by March." "Insolvency is a state of mind, Silas," Elias said, tossing the paper onto the floor of the carriage. "We are not going to pay the tax, and we are not going to bankruptcy court." "Then what are we doing in New York?" Silas asked. "Standard Oil is headquartered here." "Are we surrendering in person?" Elias turned to look at the boy. He saw the hollowness in Silas's eyes, the legacy of the Miller boy and the burning barn. It pleased him. The boy was no longer soft. He was tempered steel. "We are not here to surrender," Elias said. "We are here to buy a shield." "A shield?" "The tariff applies to independent oil companies," Elias explained. "Companies without federal charters. Companies without establishment protection." He pointed out the window at the mansions lining the avenue. Palaces of stone and marble built by the Vanderbilts, the Astors, the Morgans. "These people," Elias said, "they don't pay taxes. They write the tax laws. If we want to survive, we cannot just be rich. Silas, we must be aristocracy. We are from the mud. Father," Silas said, "they will never accept us." "They don't have to accept us," Elias smiled coldly. "They just have to need us. Old money is respectable, but it is often cash poor. We have the cash. They have the respectability. It is a perfect market exchange." The carriage slowed. It turned into the circular driveway of a massive limestone mansion that occupied half a city block. The iron gates bore the crest of a lion holding a key. "Where are we?" Silas asked. "The residence of Nathaniel Lowell," Elias said, "chairman of the Lowell Banking Group, a major donor to the Republican Party, and, more importantly, a man who lost $5 million in the panic of 1901. "Why are we seeing a banker?" "We aren't here for a loan," Elias adjusted his tie. "We are here for a merger." "A merger of what? Banks and oil?" A merger of blood, Elias said. Silas froze. He looked at Elias. The realization hit him like a physical blow. No, Silas whispered. Nathaniel Lowell has a daughter, Elias continued, ignoring Silas's reaction. Eleanor. She's 19, educated in Switzerland. Her pedigree is impeccable. Her family traces back to the Mayflower. You are selling me, Silas said. The rage flared up, hot and sudden, piercing through his numbness. Like a prize bull. I am securing the empire. Elias corrected sternly. The Lowell family needs money to maintain their position. We need political cover to bypass the tariff. If you marry Eleanor Lowell, Thorne Petroleum gains the protection of one of the oldest families in America. Senator Redmond cannot attack the son-in-law of Nathaniel Lowell. It would be political suicide. I won't do it, Silas hissed. I have done everything you asked in Rutger. I burned the barn. I sent the telegram. I walked through the blood of the strike. But I will not do this. Elias grabbed Silas's wrist. He squeezed hard, pressing his thumb into the pulse point. You will do it, Elias said, his voice a low growl. Because you are my heir, and heirs do not have the luxury of love. Love is for the poor. Silas, we have duty. I don't love her, Silas said. I don't even know her. You will learn to tolerate her. She's part of the deal. The refinery, the pipeline, the girl. It is all the same asset class. The carriage stopped. A footman in livery opened the door. Smile, Silas, Elias ordered, releasing his grip. You're about to meet your destiny. Underscore, 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 underscore. The interior of the Lowell mansion was a mausoleum of gold leaf and velvet. It was quiet, suffocatingly so. The air smelled of old paper and lavender. Nathaniel Lowell waited for them in the drawing room. He was a small man, withered and dry, like a leaf pressed between the pages of a Bible. But his eyes were sharp, calculating. Mr. Thorne, Lowell said, not rising from his chair. You are punctual. I admire that in a Westerner. Time is the only resource we cannot drill for, Mr. Lowell, Elias replied smoothly, and this must be the sun. Lowell turned his gaze to Silas. He looked the boy up and down, as if inspecting a horse for defects. He's tall. That is good. The Lowell line has been getting shorter in recent generations. Silas stood rigid. He felt like an object, a commodity. Silas is capable, Elias said, placing a hand on Silas's shoulder. He manages our field operations. He broke the strike last month. Lowell nodded approvingly. I read about that. The Pinkertons. A messy business, but necessary. Order must be maintained. Exactly, Elias said. We share a philosophy. Let us be frank, Mr. Thorne, Lowell said, gesturing to a servant to pour sherry. You have crude oil. I have influence. You're being hunted by the government. I'm being hunted by creditors. A marriage between our houses solves both problems. A perfect alignment of interests, Elias agreed. My daughter knows her duty, Lowell said. She understands that her name is her dowry. I assume your son is equally pragmatic, Elias squeezed Silas's shoulder. Silas understands that the company comes first, Elias said. Lowell sipped his sherry. Very well. The lawyers can draft the papers tomorrow. The wedding will be in the spring, a quiet affair. We don't want to appear desperate. Of course, Elias said. But perhaps the young people should meet. She is in the conservatory, Lowell waved a hand dismissively. Playing the piano. You may go in, boy. Introduce yourself. Don't bore her. She has a sharp tongue. Silas looked at Elias. Elias gave a barely perceptible nod. Go. Silas turned and walked toward the double doors at the end of the room. He felt like he was walking to the gallows. He pushed the doors open. The conservatory was a glass-walled room filled with exotic ferns and orchids. Snow pressed against the glass from the outside, but inside it was warm and humid. At the far end, sitting at a grand piano, was a girl. She stopped playing as he entered. She didn't turn around immediately. She let the last note hang in the air, fading into silence. Then she turned. Eleanor Lowell was not beautiful in the traditional sense. Her features were too sharp, her eyes too intelligent. She had pale skin and dark hair pulled back in a severe style. She wore a dress of grey silk that looked like armour. She looked at Silas. She didn't smile. She didn't blush. She looked him over with the same cold calculation her father had used. "So," she said. Her voice was clear, cool, and utterly unimpressed. "You are the oil boy." Silas stopped 10 feet away. "I am Silas." "I know who you are," Eleanor said, standing up. She was tall. She walked toward him, her movements precise. "I read the papers. You are the enforcer, the boy who burns barns." Silas flinched. "The papers exaggerate." "Do they?" Eleanor stopped in front of him. She smelled of ice and lilies. "You have oil under your fingernails, Silas, even with those expensive gloves." "I can smell it." "And you," Silas retorted, his defensive instinct kicking in. "Smell like a bank vault, cold and empty." Eleanor stared at him for a second. Then, unexpectedly, the corner of her mouth quirked up. A half smile. "Good," she said. "You have a spine. My father worried you would be a brute. I worried you would be a bore." She extended a hand. "I don't want to marry you, Silas Thorne," she said frankly. "I wanted to study literature at Vassar. But my father gambled away my tuition on copper futures. So here we are." Silas looked at her hand. It was pale, delicate, but held steady. "I don't want to marry you either," Silas admitted. I don't know what I wanted, but it wasn't this." "Then we are agreed," Eleanor said. "This is a transaction. You get my name to hide your oil. I get your money to hide my father's shame." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "But know this, Silas, I am not a barn. You cannot burn me down. If we do this, we are partners, not husband and wife. Partners. Do you understand?" Silas looked into her eyes. He saw something there he recognised. It wasn't warmth. It was survival. She was trapped in this gilded cage just as he was trapped in the oil field. He took her hand. It was cold. "Partners," Silas whispered. "Good," Eleanor said. She pulled her hand back. "Now, take me back to the drawing room. Let us pretend to be charmed. The sharks are watching." The wedding took place 3 weeks later in the private chapel of the Lowell estate. It was not a celebration. It was a coronation of capital. There were no tears of joy, no blushing bridesmaids, just a room full of bankers, senators, and oilmen in black coats, watching two dynasties merge assets. The air smelled of beeswax candles and cold stone. Silas stood at the altar, looking at the stained glass window where a martyr was being stoned to death. He felt a strange kinship with the saint. "Do you, Silas Thorne, take this woman?" "I do," Silas said. The words felt heavy, like stones in his mouth. "Do you, Eleanor Lowell, take this man?" "I do," Eleanor replied. Her voice was steady, her chin high. She looked like a queen walking to the block, determined to die with dignity. Elias stood in the front row, watching them. He didn't look at his son. He looked at Nathaniel Lowell. They exchanged a nod. The deal was sealed. The tariff bill would be blocked in committee. The loans would be refinanced. The empire was safe. Underscore 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 Beaumont. Texas, spring 1906. The return to Texas was a descent back into the furnace. They arrived by private train car. As they crossed the state line, the landscape changed. The green forests of the east gave way to the flat, humid coastal plains. And then the smell hit them. Eleanor sat by the window, watching the world turn grey. She wore a travelling suit of cream linen, pristine and out of place. "It smells like rotten eggs," she said, wrinkling her nose. "It smells like money," Silas replied automatically, repeating Elias's mantra. Then he stopped himself. He looked at his wife. "No, you're right. It smells like rot. It's the sulphur." "And the black rain?" Eleanor pointed to the dark streaks on the window pane. "Soot. Oil spray. It covers everything. It never washes off." The train slowed as it entered Beaumont. The Spindletop field came into view. It was a forest of derricks, so dense they blotted out the sun. Smoke billowed from 100 stacks. The ground was a churned sea of black mud. Eleanor stared at it. She didn't look horrified. She looked fascinated. "It looks like a battlefield," she whispered. "It is," Silas said. "And we are the occupying army." They disembarked at the depot. The car was waiting. Elias had not come to meet them. He was at the refinery, overseeing the final installation of the cracking units. The drive to the New Thorne residence, a sprawling Victorian mansion Elias had built on the only hill in town, overlooking the misery below, was silent. Eleanor watched the people, the roughnecks covered in grease, the women washing clothes in muddy water, the beggars. "My father said you were rich," Eleanor said. "But he didn't say you were kings of a slum." "We built the city," Silas said defensively. "Before us. This was a swamp. And now it is a swamp with money," Eleanor noted dryly. They arrived at the mansion. It was gaudy, filled with expensive furniture that looked uncomfortable. It was a house built to impress, not to live in. "Welcome home," Silas said, opening the door for her. Eleanor walked into the grand foyer. She looked at the crystal chandelier, then down at her boots. There was a speck of oil on the white leather. "I will need darker clothes," that was all she said. Underscore 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 underscore. That night, the air was heavy with impending rain. Thunder rumbled in the distance, low and menacing. Silas stood on the balcony of their bedroom. He was smoking a cigarette, watching the lights of the refinery in the distance. The plant was fully operational now, a city of light and steel churning out kerosene and gasoline 24 hours a day. Eleanor came out. She was wearing a silk dressing gown. She stood beside him, not touching him. "Does it ever stop?" she asked. "The noise?" "No," Silas said. "If it stops, we are losing money." "You hate it," she observed. It wasn't a question. "I am it," Silas said. "I am the oil, Eleanor. I am the mud. I tried to scrub it off in New York, but it's in the blood." "We have a deal, Silas," she reminded him gently. "We are partners. If you hate it, we can change it. My father has influence." "We could force Elias to—" Boom! The world turned white. A shockwave hit the house, rattling the windows in their frames. Silas was thrown back against the wall. Eleanor screamed, covering her head. "What was that?" Eleanor cried. Silas scrambled to his feet. He ran to the railing, in the distance, to the south. A fireball was rising into the night sky. It wasn't the refinery. It was out in the marsh. It was the pipeline. The fire climbed higher, turning the low clouds a demonic orange. It was a massive explosion, miles away, but bright enough to cast long dancing shadows on the bedroom wall. "The artery," Silas whispered. "They cut the artery." Another explosion followed. Boom. Closer this time, then another. A chain reaction. Someone had rigged explosives along the main line to Port Arthur. My God, Eleanor whispered, staring at the inferno. Is it an accident? No, Silas said. His face hardened. The mask of the enforcer slid back into place. This is a message. He turned and ran back into the room. He grabbed his heavy leather gun belt from the chair. Where are you going? Eleanor asked, grabbing his arm. Silas, don't go out there. I have to, Silas said, shrugging her off. If the line is cut, the refinery backs up. The pressure builds. If we don't shut the valves manually, the whole plant goes up. Let the men do it. There are no men left, Silas shouted. Only mercenaries and scabs. They will run. I have to go. He checked his gun. Loaded. Stay here, he ordered. Lock the doors. Don't open them for anyone but me. He ran out of the room, down the stairs and into the night. As he rode his horse toward the burning horizon, Silas knew who had done this. O'Malley was in prison. But hate didn't need a leader. Hate just needed a spark. The war wasn't over. The merger hadn't brought peace. It had only raised the stakes. He rode into the fire, the black rain falling around him once again. The Empire of Bones was burning. Chapter 19, The Purge. Beaumont, Texas. Late winter, 1906. The fire on the pipeline had been extinguished for 3 days. But the smell of scorched iron and burnt crude still hung over the city like a shroud. Beaumont was no longer a boomtown. It was a fortress under siege. The explosion had severed the main artery to the sea. The refinery's tanks were full to bursting, the pumps were silent, and the pressure, both geological and financial, was rising to critical levels. Every hour the oil didn't move was a fortune lost, a debt unpaid, a weakness exposed to the sharks in New York and Washington. Elias Thorne did not sleep. He paced the length of his office in the Thorne building, a tiger in a cage of mahogany and glass. The windows were draped with heavy black curtains, blocking out the daylight. He claimed it was to help him think. Silas knew it was because Elias had started to fear the sniper's bullet. Silas sat in the corner, polishing his boots. He wore his heavy leather gun belt now. Even indoors, the holster weighed on his hip, a constant reminder of the new reality. They're laughing at us, Elias muttered, stopping in front of the wall map. He stabbed a finger at the location of the pipeline breach. O'Malley's ghosts. They blow up my pipe and they laugh in the dark. O'Malley is in prison. Father, Silas said quietly. He's in solitary confinement in Huntsville. Ideas do not need a leader to spread. Silas. Elias spun around. His eyes were bloodshot, rimmed with dark circles. He looked older, his hair now more grey than black. It is a cancer. You cut out the tumour, but the cells remain. The camps. The flats. They are breeding grounds for saboteurs. Elias walked to his desk. He picked up a piece of paper. It was a list. McParland has been busy, Elias said. His agents have been listening in the saloons. They have names. Men who talk too much. Men who buy dynamite. Men who are friends with the telegraph operator. He slammed the list down in front of Silas. I want them gone. Silas picked up the paper. There were 20 names. Gone? Silas asked. You want them fired? I want them gone, Elias repeated, his voice dropping to a hiss. This is martial law, Silas. My law. We are not waiting for the sheriff. We are not waiting for a judge. Tonight, we purge the infection. Father, Silas stood up. If we start dragging men out of their homes without proof, the city will burn. The remaining workers will revolt. Let them revolt, Elias sneered. We have the Pinkertons. We have the Winchesters. Fear is the only currency left. Go to McParland. Tell him the hunt begins at sundown. Silas looked at the list. He saw names he recognised. Old roughnecks. Men who had been there since the beginning. And if they resist? Silas asked. Then you make an example of them, Lars said, turning back to the map. Do not fail me, Silas. The Empire is cracking. We must seal it with blood. underscore 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 night fell over the flats like a physical weight. The usual sounds of the camp, the drunken arguments, the fiddle music, the crying babies were muted. The air was thick with tension. Everyone knew the pipeline had blown. Everyone knew the retribution was coming. Silas rode at the head of the column. Beside him rode Captain McParland. Behind them, 50 Pinkerton agents on horseback, their dusters flapping in the cold wind, their shotguns resting on their thighs. They didn't carry torches. They moved in darkness, guided only by the pale moonlight that cast long, dancing shadows across the mud. First target, McParland rasped, checking his notebook. Shack near the drainage ditch. A man named Clancy, former blasting specialist for the railroad. Silas nodded. He knew Clancy. The one-eyed Irishman who told jokes about nitroglycerin. He has a wife, Silas said. Collateral, McParland shrugged. They reached the shack. It was a miserable pile of driftwood and tin. A single candle flickered inside. McParland signalled. 2 agents dismounted. They didn't knock. One kicked the door in. Crash. Pinkertons! Nobody move! Screams from inside. The sound of furniture breaking. A woman wailing. Clancy was dragged out a moment later. He was wearing long johns, his face bruised and his gear. He wasn't holding a weapon. He was holding a Bible. "I didn't do it!" Clancy screamed as they threw him into the mud at Silas's horse's feet. "I swear on my mother's grave, I was asleep." McParland dismounted. He walked over to Clancy and placed the tip of his cane under the man's chin, lifting his head. "We found blasting caps in your shed, Mr. Clancy." McParland lied. Silas knew it was a lie. They hadn't even checked the shed yet. "They're for fishing," Clancy sobbed. "Just for fishing." "Dynamite fishing is illegal," McParland said smoothly. "And blowing up a pipeline is treason." "Silas," Clancy looked up, locking eyes with the boy. "Silas, tell him. You know me. I helped you fix the boiler on Rig 2 last year. I'm loyal." Silas looked down at the one-eyed man. He remembered the boiler. He remembered Clancy sharing a sandwich with him. But he also felt the weight of Elias's gaze from the tower in the distance. "You're either the hammer, or you are the nail." "Load him in the wagon," Silas ordered. His voice was flat, unrecognisable to his own ears. "Silas, please." A Pinkerton struck Clancy with a rifle butt. The man went limp. They tossed him into the cage wagon that followed the column like a hearse. "Next name," Silas said. Underscore 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 underscore. The purge continued for hours. It was a surgical removal of dissent, performed with blunt instruments. They raided tents. They raided boarding houses. They kicked down doors and dragged men out of their beds. Some fought back. At a boarding house near the tracks, a man fired a revolver through the window. The Pinkertons returned fire instantly. 12 gauges roared. The wall of the house disintegrated. The man inside didn't scream. He just ceased to exist. Silas watched it all from his saddle. He felt sick. A deep nausea that rotted his gut. But he didn't stop it. He was the enforcer. This was his function. By midnight, the cage wagon was full. 20 men, beaten, bloody, terrified. "One last stop," McParland said. "The bakery." "The bakery?" Silas frowned. "The baker is a German immigrant. He makes bread for the canteen. He also hosts meetings in his cellar," McParland said. "We have intel that the explosives were stored there." They rode to the bakery. It was a brick building, one of the few permanent structures in the flats. The Pinkertons surrounded it. "Open up!" McParland shouted. The door opened. The baker, a large man named Schultz, stood there in his flour-covered apron. He held a rolling pin. "That is this?" Schultz demanded. "We are closed." "Search the cellar," McParland ordered. Agents pushed past Schultz. The baker tried to block them. "No, you have no right." An agent clubbed him. Schultz fell. Silas dismounted. He walked into the bakery. It smelled of yeast and warm bread, a smell of home, of comfort. It clashed violently with the violence in the room. From the cellar, there was a shout. "Captain, we found something!" Silas and McParland went down the narrow stairs. In the cellar, amid sacks of flour, sat a wooden crate. It was marked Atlas Powder Company. Dynamite. Silas stared at the crate. "Schultz?" Schultz was dragged down the stairs, bleeding from a scalp wound. I hold it for a friend," Schultz stammered. "He say it is tools. I swear." "Who?" Silas asked. "Who gave you this?" Schultz looked at the Pinkertons. He looked at Silas. He was terrified. "I cannot say. He will kill me." McParland drew his revolver. He cocked the hammer. The click echoed loudly in the small stone room. "We will kill you right now," McParland said. "And then we will burn your bakery with your wife inside." Schultz broke. He collapsed, weeping into the flour. "It was the kid," Schultz whispered. "The one who runs messages. The one with the limp." Silas froze. "Which kid?" Silas demanded, grabbing Schultz by the collar. "Toby," Schultz sobbed. "Toby, he said it was for the fireworks. For the wedding." "Toby." Silas let go of Schultz. He staggered back. Toby was 12 years old. He was a runner for the company. Silas had given him a $silver once for delivering a letter quickly. A boy with a club foot. "A child?" McParland raised an eyebrow. "Clever. Who suspects a cripple?" "Where is he?" Silas asked. "He sleeps in the stables," Schultz said. "Behind the livery." Silas turned and ran up the stairs. He burst out into the cold night air. "To the livery!" Silas shouted. Mounting his horse, he rode hard. He wasn't riding to arrest the boy. He was riding to save him. If the Pinkertons got to Toby first, they would tear him apart. He reached the livery stable ahead of the column. He jumped off his horse and ran inside. "Toby!" Silas hissed into the darkness. "Toby! Wake up!" A rustle in the hay. A small figure sat up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "Mr. Silas?" the boy asked. "Get up," Silas said, grabbing the boy's arm. "You have to run. Now." "Why?" Toby asked, confused. "Did I do something wrong?" "The crate," Silas said. "At the bakery. They know. Toby, they're coming." Toby's eyes went wide. The man said it was just supplies. He gave me $5. "What man?" "The man with the scar," Toby said. "He said he knew you." "He said he was your father's old friend." Silas felt the blood drain from his face. "The man with the scar? Hickok." "Hickok is dead," Silas whispered. "I saw him burn." "He had a burn," Toby said, touching his own face. "All down here. It looked melted. He said to tell you hello." "Hello?" A ghost. A ghost from the ashes. Outside. The thud of hooves approached. The Pinkertons. "Run," Silas said, pushing Toby toward the back door. "Go into the swamp. Don't stop. Don't look back." "But Mr. Silas." "Go!" Toby scrambled out the back door just as the front doors burst open. McParland strode in, his lantern casting long, swinging shadows. "Where is he?" McParland asked, looking at the empty pile of hay. Silas stood there, his hand resting on his gun belt. "He's gone," Silas lied. "I missed him." McParland looked at the back door, swinging slightly in the wind. Then he looked at Silas. The captain's eyes were cold, calculating. He knew. "A pity," McParland said. "We could have made him sing." He turned to his men. "Burn the stable," McParland ordered. "What?" Silas stepped forward. "No, the horses." "Burn it," McParland repeated. "Let it be a beacon. Let them know there is no place to hide." An agent threw a lantern into the hay. The fire caught instantly. The horses screamed. Kicking at their stalls, Silas watched the fire rise. He thought of Hickok. He thought of the man he had left to die in the ditch 4 years ago. The past wasn't dead. It was alive. It was burnt, scarred and angry, and it had just declared war. Silas returned to the Thorne building an hour before dawn. The smell of the burning stable, a mix of charred wood and roasted horseflesh, clung to his coat like a second skin. He dismissed McParland in the lobby. The Pinkerton captain looked disappointed that the night's sport was over, but he took his payment, a bag of gold coins, without complaint. "If you find the boy," Silas said quietly to McParland, "you bring him to me, alive. If you harm him, Captain, I'll forget that we are allies." McParland tipped his derby hat, a smirk playing on his thin lips. "We catch wolves, Mr. Thorne. We don't hunt puppies. But if he comes back, he's fair game." Silas watched him leave and then turned to the stairs. Every step felt heavier than the last. He reached the top floor. The double doors to Elias's office were ajar. Inside, the lamps were still burning. Elias was sitting at his desk. He wasn't working. He was building a house of cards. He placed a queen of hearts gingerly on top of a jack of spades. His hands, usually so steady, were trembling slightly. "It smells like victory," Elias said without looking up, sniffing the smoke on Silas's clothes. "Or is it just arson?" "We found the explosives," Silas said, closing the door. "At the German bakery. 20 sticks of dynamite. Enough to blow the pipeline twice over." Elias placed another card. The structure wobbled but held, and the baker, arrested, Silas lied, along with 20 others. "They're in the cage wagons, heading to the county jail." "Jail is too good for them," Elias whispered. "But it will do for now." "Did they talk? Who gave the order?" Silas froze. The image of the terrified boy in the hayloft flashed in his mind. The man with the scar. If he told Elias that Hickok was alive, that the partner Elias had left to burn in the ditch had returned from the grave, it would shatter him. Elias was already teetering on the edge of paranoia. The knowledge that his past sins had literally survived the fire would push him over the edge into madness. And a mad king could not run an empire. "It was the baker," Silas lied. His voice was steady, practiced. "Schultz. He was an anarchist back in Berlin. He wanted to make a statement." Elias paused. He looked at the house of cards. "A baker," Elias mused. "Just a baker? Just a baker, father? There's no grand conspiracy. Just angry men with bad ideas." Elias sighed. He finally looked up at Silas. His eyes were desperate, searching for reassurance. He wanted to believe the lie. He needed to believe that his enemies were simple men, not ghosts. "Good," Elias said. "Good." He flicked his finger. The house of cards collapsed. "Ensure that Schultz does not make bail," Elias ordered, his voice hardening. "Ensure that he hangs himself in his cell. An admission of guilt. It tidies up the narrative." Silas felt a cold knot in his stomach. He had just sentenced the baker to death to cover his own lie. "Yes, sir," Silas whispered. "Go home, Silas." Elias waved a hand. "Wash the smoke off. Tomorrow, we have to deal with the banks. The purge has bought us time, but it hasn't bought us money." Silas turned to leave. "Silas," Elias called out. "Yes?" "You are a good son," Elias said softly. "You do what is necessary. I sleep better knowing you are the watchdog." Silas didn't answer. He walked out of the room, closing the door on the man he was protecting, and the monster he was becoming. Underscore 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 underscore. Silas did not go home to Eleanor. He couldn't face her, not with the blood on his hands and the lie on his tongue. Instead, he rode his horse back toward the edge of the flats. He stopped on a ridge overlooking the burnt remains of the livery stable. The fire had died down to glowing embers. The carcass of the building looked like the ribs of a prehistoric beast. He sat there, watching the darkness. "I know you're there," Silas whispered to the wind. He didn't see anyone, but he felt it, a pressure on the back of his neck. The feeling of being hunted. Hickok was out there. Silas touched the handle of his revolver. "Come for me," Silas said, his voice low and dangerous. "Come for me, Hickok, but leave the old man out of it." There was no answer. Only the wind rustling the dry grass. Underscore, 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 200 yards away. Deep in the shadows of a cypress grove, a man stood watching the ridge. He wore a long, tattered coat that had once been expensive. A wide-brimmed hat was pulled low, shadowing his face. But the moonlight caught the lower half of his jaw. It was a ruin. The skin was melted, fused into a shiny, red landscape of scar tissue that pulled his mouth into a permanent, skeletal grin. The beard grew in patches, unable to take root in the burnt flesh. He raised a hand to his face. 2 fingers were missing, burnt down to the knuckles. With his good hand, he struck a match on the bark of a tree. The flame flared, illuminating his single good eye. It burned with a cold, blue intelligence. He looked at the silhouette of Silas on the ridge. Then he looked toward the distant lights of the Thorne building, where Elias sat in his tower. "Hello, partner," the man rasped. His voice was a wet, ruined sound, like gravel grinding in a blender. He brought the match to the stub of a cigar clenched in his teeth. He took a drag. The smoke curled around his scarred face. He didn't want to kill them. Not yet. Death was too easy. He had learned that in the ditch, while the fire ate his skin. Pain was a process. Suffering was a journey. He wanted to watch them dismantle their own empire. He wanted to see Elias turn on Silas. He wanted to see the paranoia eat them alive. He had given the dynamite to the baker not to blow up the pipeline. That was just a bonus. But to make them panic. To make them unleash the Pinkertons. To make them shed innocent blood. And they had taken the bait perfectly. Hickok dropped the match. He crushed it onto his boot. "Burn," he whispered. He turned and vanished into the swamp. A monster returning to the dark. Waiting for the next move in the game. The purge was over, but the haunting had just begun. Chapter 20, Saltwater. Spindletop Field, April 1906. The death of a giant does not begin with a roar, it begins with a shudder. Lucas Webb stood on the floor of derrick number 1, the original well, the mother of the boom. The wooden tower, once golden and new, was now black with 5 years of oil spray and rot. The steam engine that powered the pump was groaning, a rhythmic, metallic cough that sounded painfully like Webb's own lungs. Thump hiss. Thump hiss. Webb leaned on his cane, watching the pressure gauge. The needle was vibrating violently, dancing between 800 and 600 psi. It should have been steady at 1,000. "She's struggling. Boss!" the foreman shouted over the noise. "The flow is sputtering, like she's choking on something." "It's the intake," Webb rasped, wiping black phlegm from his lips with a handkerchief. "Increase the steam pressure. Keep the suction constant." "We're already at red line. If we push harder, we'll blow a gasket." "Push it," Webb ordered. "Thorne wants 50,000 barrels by Friday. We are short." The foreman cursed but turned the valve. The engine screamed. The pump cycled faster. Webb walked over to the outflow pipe, where the crude oil poured into the open trough that led to the storage tanks. He knelt down. His joints popped, painful and stiff. He looked at the flow. It wasn't right. For 5 years, Spindletop crude had been thick, black, and smooth. Texas sweet, they called it. It moved like molasses. But today, the liquid flowing past him looked thin. It swirled with a strange turbulence. There were streaks in it, grey streaks. Webb reached out. He plunged his hand into the stream. The liquid was warm, but it felt different, less viscous, slippery in the wrong way. He pulled his hand out. He rubbed his thumb against his fingers. The oil separated, leaving a watery residue on his skin. He brought his hand to his face. He sniffed. The sulphur smell was there, but beneath it lay another scent, sharp, ancient, the smell of the ocean. Webb hesitated. Then he did the unthinkable. He touched his tongue to his oil-stained finger. Salt. It hit him like a physical blow. A sharp, stinging salinity that burned his tongue. "No," Webb whispered. "God, no." He scrambled up, ignoring the pain in his legs. "Shut it down," Webb screamed at the foreman. "Kill the pump, now!" The foreman looked confused. "But you said, kill it!" Webb roared, swinging his cane at the steam pipe. The foreman panicked and slammed the emergency shut-off. The engine wheezed and died. The pump stopped. The flow of oil in the trough slowed to a trickle, then stopped. Silence returned to the rig floor. "What is it?" the foreman asked, wiping sweat from his brow. "Did we break a rod?" Webb didn't answer. He grabbed a glass jar from the tool bench. He scooped up a sample of the liquid remaining in the trough. He held it up to the harsh light of the arc lamp. The liquid in the jar was settling. At the top, a layer of black oil, but at the bottom, a rapidly growing layer of murky, grey water. "Salt water," Webb whispered. The jar shook in his hand. "We've broken the seal. Underscore, 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 underscore. An hour later, inside the field laboratory. The lab was a small shack filled with beakers, centrifuges, and the chemical stench of analysis. Silas stood by the door, watching Webb work. The old driller was moving with a frantic energy, mixing reagents, spinning samples, checking specific gravity. "You shut down the main well," Silas said, his voice tight. "Father is going to be furious. We have a shipment for the Germans due in 2 days." "There will be no shipment," Webb said without looking up. "Not from that well. And maybe not from any well." He pulled a test tube from the rack and handed it to Silas. "Look." Silas took the tube. It was half black, half clear. "Water?" Silas asked. "Brine," Webb corrected. "Ocean water. Ancient water trapped in the rock formations below the oil. So, we filter it out. We have separators." "You don't understand, boy." Webb coughed. A wet, rattling sound. He sat down heavily on a stool. Spindletop is a salt dome. Imagine a mushroom underground. The oil sits on top of the cap. The water sits below it. For millions of years, they stayed separate. Webb used his cane to draw a diagram in the dirt on the floor. "We punched holes in the cap," Webb explained, stabbing the dirt. "1 hole, fine. 10 holes, maybe okay. But Elias punched 50 holes. He sucked the oil out so fast that the pressure dropped. And when the pressure drops, the water rises." Silas finished the thought. He felt a cold dread settling in his stomach. "It's called water coning," Webb said. "The ocean is rushing in to fill the void. It's drowning the oil. Once it starts, you can't stop it. It's like a dam breaking from the bottom up." "Is it just rig 1? "I checked rig 4 and rig 7, Webb said grimly. "Same result. Traces of brine. It's spreading. The whole field is infected." Silas stared at the test tube. He looked at the separation line between the oil and the water. It looked like a horizon line. The horizon of the end of the world. "How long?" Silas asked. Weeks, Webb said. Maybe days. The ratio of water will increase exponentially. Soon, we'll be pumping 90% brine. The refinery can't process that. The pipes will corrode, the tanks will rot, and the oil is gone. Silas. Gone? We killed it, Webb said. Greed killed it. We drank the milkshake too fast, and now we're sucking up the sludge at the bottom. Silas placed the test tube on the table. Does anyone else know? Just the foreman. But he thinks it's a mechanical leak. Keep it that way, Silas ordered. If this gets out, the stock crashes by morning, the banks call the loans, we are dead. We are already dead, Webb shouted, standing up. Don't you get it? The asset is worthless. You're selling tickets to a sinking ship. We have to tell Elias, Silas said. He needs to know. He won't listen, Webb said, shaking his head. He thinks he is God. He thinks he can command the geology. He has to listen, Silas said, though he didn't believe it himself. Get your charts. Get the samples. We are going to the tower. Underscore. The office of Elias Thorne was a shrine to denial. Elias was reviewing the architectural plans for a new wing of the mansion. He wanted a ballroom that could hold 500 guests. He wanted marble floors imported from Italy. He looked up as Silas and Webb entered. He saw the jar in Webb's hand. He saw the look on his son's face. Elias rolled up the blueprints. "Why is the main pump silent?" Elias asked quietly. "I can hear the silence from here. Lucas, it costs me money." "The well is dead, Elias," Webb said. He didn't sugarcoat it. He placed the jar of salt water on the mahogany desk. It sat there, an ugly grey accusation against the polished wood. Elias looked at the jar. "What is this?" "Salt water," Webb said. "Intrusion. The dome is collapsing internally. The water table has breached the oil reservoir." Elias stared at the jar. He didn't touch it. He looked at Silas. "Is this true?" "I saw the tests, Father," Silas said. "Rig 1 is pumping 40% water. Rig 4 is at 20%. It's rising fast." Elias laughed. It was a soft, incredulous chuckle. "Water," Elias said. "You come to me with a jar of dirty water and tell me my empire is over?" "It is over," Webb pleaded. "We have to throttle back. We have to shut down 80% of the wells. If we let the pressure rebuild naturally, we might be able to save the field for a few more years of low production. But if we keep pumping at this rate, the field will be totally flooded in a month." "Shut down?" Elias stood up. His face darkened. "You want me to stop the pumps? Now? With the Germans waiting, with the banks watching? If you don't stop, you'll be selling them salt water," Webb shouted. "You can't cheat physics. Elias!" Elias walked around the desk. He picked up the jar. He held it up to the light. "You're old, Lucas," Elias said softly, "and you're sick. The gas has rotted your brain. You see doom where there is only a minor setback." "Minor setback?" Webb coughed, clutching his chest. "It's a catastrophe." "It is a casing failure," Elias declared, his voice hard. "The concrete casing in Rig 1 cracked. That is why the water is getting in. It is a mechanical issue, not geological." "I checked the casing," Webb argued. "The casing is fine. The water is coming from the formation." "You checked it with old eyes." Elias dismissed him. "You're tired. You're panicked." Elias threw the jar into the wastebasket. Crash. The glass broke. The salty sludge spilled onto the expensive rug. "Go home, Lucas," Elias ordered. "Take a week off. I will put a new engineer on Rig 1, someone with optimism." "You're going to kill the field," Webb whispered. "You're going to pump it until it pumps mud, just to keep your stock price up for one more week." "I am going to do what is necessary," Elias roared. "I built this. I commanded the earth to bleed, and it bled. It does not stop bleeding until I say so." He pointed at the door. "Get out, before I fire you for incompetence." Webb looked at Elias. He looked at Silas. He saw the madness in the father and the fear in the son. "You don't have to fire me," Webb said, his voice trembling with a mixture of rage and sorrow. "I quit." He turned and hobbled toward the door. "If you walk out that door," Elias shouted after him, "you leave your shares behind. You leave with nothing." Webb stopped. He looked back. "I'd rather have nothing," Webb said, "than be rich in a graveyard." He walked out, the door closed. Silence returned to the office. The only sound was the ticking of the grandfather clock and the heavy breathing of Elias Thorne. Elias looked at the wet stain on the rug. The salt water was soaking into the wool, spreading like a disease. "He's lying," Elias whispered to Silas. "He's trying to sabotage me. He's working for Standard Oil. Or the Union." Silas looked at the stain. He knew Webb wasn't lying. He had tasted the salt himself. "Father," Silas said carefully, "what if he's right?" Elias turned on him. His eyes were wild. "He's not right," Elias screamed, "because I cannot afford for him to be right. Do you understand? If the oil stops, the loans default. If the loans default, they take everything. The house, the refinery, Eleanor." Elias grabbed Silas's lapels. "We do not stop pumping. Ever. If the oil is watery, we separate it and we hide it. We mix it with the reserve tanks. We keep the ships moving. We keep the illusion alive until we find a new field." "A new field?" "We will drill deeper," Elias said, and was his eyes feverish. "We will buy land in Oklahoma, in Mexico, somewhere. But we need money to do that. And to get money, we need Spindletop to look healthy." He released Silas. "Go to the rig," Elias ordered. "Restart the pump. Fire the foreman who shut it down. Put a new crew on. Tell them to run it at 110%. But the water? Burn the water!" Elias shouted. "Just get me the oil!" Silas stood there. He looked at his father. He saw a man who was no longer living in reality. He was living in a desperate fantasy, a bubble that was about to burst. "Yes, Father," Silas whispered. He turned and left the room. But he didn't go to the rig. He went to the telegraph office. He needed to find out how much a ticket to Europe cost. For 2 people. Because the ship was sinking, and the captain had just ordered full speed ahead. Silas did not go to the telegraph office to buy tickets. He didn't make it that far. When he arrived at the mansion, the house was dark, save for a single light in the library. Eleanor was waiting for him. She sat in a high-backed leather chair, wearing a silk dressing gown. On the table in front of her lay a sealed envelope. "You look like you've seen a ghost," Eleanor said, not looking up from the letter. "The field is dying," Silas said, collapsing onto the sofa. "Webb found salt water. The pressure is dropping. Elias is in denial. We have to leave. Eleanor." Before the accounts are frozen, Eleanor didn't panic. She didn't scream. She simply picked up the envelope. "I know," she said calmly. Silas looked at her. "How?" "Because Mr. Webb is a sentimental fool," Eleanor said. "He came here an hour ago. He wanted to speak to you. He said he couldn't trust Elias, but he thought you still had a conscience. Silas felt a chill. "Where is he?" "I told him you were out. I offered him tea." I listened to his story about the salt water and the impending collapse. She tapped the envelope against her palm. "He wrote this. It is a letter to the Beaumont Enterprise, and a copy for Senator Redmond. It details the water intrusion, the lack of casing, and the falsified production reports." Silas stared at the letter. It was a death warrant for Thorne Petroleum. "He gave it to you?" "No," Eleanor smiled thinly. "He left it on the table when he went to the washroom to cough up blood. I took the liberty of holding it for safekeeping. When he came back, I told him I would deliver it to you personally." "Eleanor," Silas stood up. "He's going to rewrite it. He's going to tell the world. He's going home to his boarding house to pack," Eleanor said. standing up. Her eyes were cold, calculating. The eyes of a banker's daughter who knew how to protect an asset. He plans to take the morning train to Washington to testify. She walked over to the fireplace and tossed the letter into the flames. He cannot get on that train. Silas, what are you saying? I'm saying that we are partners, Eleanor hissed. If that stock crashes tomorrow, my father is ruined. Your father is ruined, and we are destitute. Webb is a sick, old man. He is confused. Perhaps his illness will take a turn for the worse tonight. Silas looked at his wife. He realised then that she was more dangerous than Elias. Elias acted out of passion. Eleanor acted out of arithmetic. I will handle it, Silas whispered. Do not handle it. A voice came from the doorway. Elias stood there. He had followed Silas home. He had heard everything. I will handle it, Elias said. Get the carriage. Underscore, 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 underscore. Lucas Webb lived in a small, clapboard boarding house on the edge of town. Far from the noise of the rigs he had berthed, his room was on the ground floor. It smelled of liniment, old paper, and sickness. Webb was packing a battered leather suitcase. His hands shook as he folded his few shirts. He stopped every few minutes to cough, a racking, wet sound that tore at his chest. The door opened. Webb spun around, clutching a shirt to his chest. Elias Thorne stood in the doorway, filling the frame. Behind him, Silas stood in the rain, watching the street. Going somewhere? Lucas, Elias asked, stepping inside and closing the door. To Washington, Webb rasped. To tell the truth, since you won't... The truth is a commodity, Elias said, looking around the meagre room. And you can't afford it. Elias walked to the small table where Webb's medicine bottle stood. A bottle of laudanum for the pain. A bottle of nitroglycerin pills for his heart. You're a sick man, Elias said, picking up the nitroglycerin. The doctor said your heart is like a ticking clock. The stress of travel. It could kill you. Give me that, Webb said, reaching for the bottle. Elias pulled his hand back. You betrayed me, Lucas, Elias said softly. I made you rich. I gave you a legacy. And you tried to burn it down because of... What? Ethics? Geology? Because of the men, Webb shouted, his face turning purple. Because you're drowning the field. You're a parasite. Elias, you take and take and take for a cert. The shouting triggered a spasm. Webb clutched his chest. He gasped, his eyes going wide. He staggered back, collapsing onto the narrow bed. My pills, Webb wheezed. He pointed a shaking finger at the bottle in Elias's hand. Elias looked at the bottle. He looked at the man gasping for air on the bed. Silas, Elias called out, not looking away from Webb. Silas opened the door. Father? Mister. Webb is having an episode, Elias said calmly. Silas saw Webb clutching his chest, his face turning grey. He saw the bottle in Elias's hand. Father, Silas stepped forward. Give him the medicine. He wants to destroy us, Silas, Elias said. He wants to destroy the family. He wants to destroy the company. Please, Webb gasped. Elias, please. Elias stood perfectly still. He didn't smile. He didn't frown. He simply held the bottle, just out of reach. The field is dead anyway. Lucas, Elias whispered. Why do you want to drag us into the grave with you? Father, Silas lunged forward. Elias shoved Silas back with surprising strength. Stay back. Elias roared. This is necessary. Do you want to be poor? Do you want to go back to the mud? Watch him. Silas froze. He looked at Webb. The old driller's eyes were rolling back. His breath came in shallow, rattling gasps. He reached out one last time, his fingers clawing at the air. Thorne, Webb choked out. Damn. You... A final, shuddering breath. Then, silence. Lucas Webb's hand fell to the mattress. His eyes remained open, staring fixedly at the ceiling fan that wasn't moving. Elias stood there for a long moment. He checked for a pulse. None. He placed the bottle of nitroglycerin on the bedside table, carefully uncorking it and spilling a few pills onto the floor to make it look like Webb had tried and failed to reach them. Heart failure, Elias said. Natural causes. The coroner will confirm it. His lungs were black as coal anyway. He turned to Silas. Silas was leaning against the doorframe, pale and shaking. He looked at the body of the man who had taught him how to read a pressure gauge, the man who had tried to save the men during the strike. "We killed him," Silas whispered. "Nature killed him," Elias corrected, wiping his hands on his handkerchief. "We just didn't interfere." Elias walked over to the suitcase. He searched it. He found a notebook filled with technical data about the water intrusion. He pocketed it. "Let's go," Elias said. "We have a funeral to arrange. A hero's funeral. We'll name the new library after him." Elias walked out into the rain. Silas stayed for a second. He looked at Webb's open eyes. He reached out and closed them. "I'm sorry," Silas whispered. He turned and followed his father into the night. The whistleblower was silenced. The secret was safe. But as they rode back to the mansion, Silas realised something. The salt water was rising, and now the blood was rising with it. There was no high ground left. Chapter 21, The Leak. Beaumont, Texas, May 1906. They buried Lucas Webb on a Tuesday, under a sky that looked like a bruised plum. It was a state funeral in all but name. The flags at the Thorne building flew at half-mast. The schools were closed. A procession of black carriages wound its way through the mud-slicked streets to the Magnolia Cemetery, carrying the father of Spindletop to his final rest. Elias Thorne stood at the lectern, overlooking the open grave. He wore a mourning suit of impeccable cut, a black armband pinned to his sleeve. He looked every inch the grieving patriarch. Lucas Webb was more than an engineer, Elias's voice boomed, projecting over the heads of the gathered hundreds, bankers, roughnecks, politicians. He was the compass of this city. When others saw only dirt, he saw the future. He died as he lived, with his heart beating for the field. Silas stood in the front row, next to Eleanor. He gripped the brims of his hat until his knuckles turned white. He listened to the lie. It was a beautiful lie, polished and smooth like a tombstone. Heart failure, the coroner had written. Natural causes. But Silas knew the truth. He could still see the bottle of nitroglycerin sitting just out of reach on the bedside table. He could still hear the rattling gasp of the old man dying in the boarding house. Eleanor nudged him gently with her elbow. "Stop shaking," she whispered, her face hidden behind a black lace veil. "Harrison is watching you." Silas looked up. James Harrison, the banker from the First National, was standing across the grave. He wasn't looking at the coffin. He was looking at Silas with the nervous, twitchy energy of a man who smells smoke in a crowded theatre. "Dust to dust," the priest intoned. Elias threw the first handful of dirt onto the wooden casket. Thud. It sounded like a gavel striking a desk. The case was closed. Underscore 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 underscore. The reception was held at the Thorne mansion. It was a sombre affair, fueled by expensive whiskey and quiet panic. The guests mingled in the grand ballroom, their voices hushed. But they weren't talking about Lucas Webb's legacy. They were talking about the market. Silas stood by the window, watching the rain wash the soot off the terrace. Silas. It was Harrison. The banker looked haggard. He held a glass of scotch with a trembling hand. "Mr. Harrison," Silas said. "A sad day." "Tragic," Harrison agreed quickly. But life goes on. Business goes on. He stepped closer, invading Silas's personal space. He smelled of fear and peppermints. Silas, tell me the truth. I'm hearing things from New York. What things? Short sellers? Harrison whispered. Large blocks of Thorne petroleum are being dumped on the exchange. Someone is betting against the company. Heavily. Speculators. Silas dismissed him, though his own pulse quickened. They smell the tariff legislation and get scared. It's not the tariff, Harrison hissed. It's the rumours about the geology. They say Webb didn't die of a heart attack. They say he died of a broken heart because the field is watering out. They say Rig One is pumping brine. Silas felt the blood drain from his face. How? Webb was dead. The letter was burned. The notebook was in Elias's safe. That is slander, Silas said, his voice cold. Rig One is operational, Becher. We are shipping 50,000 barrels this week. Then why are the samples grey? Harrison asked. I have a contact at the rail yard. He says the crude in the tank cars looks thin. He says it separates if you let it sit. Silas stared at the banker. The secret was leaking, not through a whistleblower, but through the product itself. You couldn't hide an ocean forever. If you listen to yard workers, James, you will lose your mind, Silas said. The oil is fine. It's high-gravity light crude. That's why it's thin. I hope so, Harrison said, draining his glass. Because my bank holds $2 million of your paper. If that oil turns to salt, I will be jumping out of a window, and I will make sure to grab your father's coat on the way down. Harrison walked away. Silas turned to find Elias. He was in the corner, surrounded by a group of politicians laughing at a joke. He looked invincible. Silas walked over and touched his father's arm. We have a problem, Silas whispered. The leak wasn't plugged. Underscore 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 10 minutes later, in the library. Elias slammed the door shut. The mask of the grieving friend vanished instantly, replaced by the snarling face of the cornered wolf. Who? Elias demanded. Who is talking? Everyone, Silas said. Harrison knows. The rail workers know. The crude is separating in the tanks. Father, you can't hide physics. The water is rising faster than we thought. It is sabotage. Elias paced the room. Someone is spreading rumours to drive the stock down so they can buy it cheap. It's Standard Oil. It's Halloway. It's the oil, Silas shouted. The oil is turning to water. We have to cut production and we have to stabilise the pressure. We cannot cut production, Elias roared. If we miss a single shipment, the rumour becomes fact. We have to pump. There was a knock on the door. A sharp, authoritative rap. Enter, Ellis barked. Captain McParland entered. The Pinkerton leader looked unruffled by the funeral atmosphere. He held a newspaper in his hand. Mr. Thorne, McParland said, you might want to see this. It's the evening edition of the Houston Chronicle. He handed the paper to Elias. Silas looked over his father's shoulder. The headline was small, buried on page 4, but it was there. Mystery illness at Spindletop? Former engineer's sudden death raises questions about field stability. It speculates, McParland said, tapping the paper with his cane. It quotes an anonymous source saying that Webb was preparing a report on catastrophic water intrusion before he died. Anonymous source, sir. Elias crumpled the paper. Who? I did some digging, nurses, McParland said. The reporter is a young man. Ambitious. He's been seen drinking with a woman from the flats. A widow. Silas froze. Which widow? Silas asked. Miller, McParland said. The woman whose husband died in the cable accident. The one you paid $50 to. Silas closed his eyes. The $50. The insult. It had come back. She didn't go to Oklahoma, Silas asked. She took the money, McParland said. But she stayed. Hate, it seems, is a stronger anchor than poverty. She's been talking to anyone who will listen. And now the press is listening. Elias threw the crumpled newspaper into the fire. Silence her, Elias ordered. Father, no. Silas stepped forward. She is a widow with 3 children. If anything happens to her, the press will turn this into a crusade. You can't kill a grieving mother. I didn't say kill her, Elias snapped. I said silence her. Buy her. Threaten her. I don't care. But make her stop talking, He turned to McParland. And find the reporter. Scare him. Break his camera. Make him realise that journalism in Beaumont is a hazardous profession. McParland nodded. Consider it done. And Silas, Elias turned to his son, go to the refinery. Tonight. Why? We need to fix the appearance of the product, Elias said. If the oil looks thin, we make it thick. How? We have the reserve tanks of heavy crude. The sludge from the bottom of the old tanks. Mix it, Elias ordered. Inject the heavy sludge into the outflow line. Blend it with the brine coming up from the well. It will darken the colour. It will hide the water separation for a few days. Long enough to get it onto the ships. You want me to adulterate the product? Silas asked, horrified. That's fraud on an international scale. If the Germans find out. Let them find out when they are in the middle of the Atlantic, Elias shouted. We just need the bill of lading signed. We need the cash. Silas looked at his father. He saw a man who was frantically bailing water out of a boat that had already split in half. It won't work forever, Silas said. It only has to work until I find a new buyer, Elias said. Or until I find a new well. Now go, be the enforcer. Silas grabbed his hat. He felt sick. He walked out of the library, past McParland, who was checking his revolver. He walked out of the mansion, leaving the wake behind. He rode toward the refinery under the cover of darkness. The city was quiet, but it felt like the quiet of a fuse burning down. The leak had started, and Elias was trying to plug it with mud and lies. Silas knew it wouldn't hold, but he also knew he had no choice. He was lashed to the mast. As he arrived at the refinery, he saw the flare stack burning. It wasn't a bright, clean orange anymore. It was sputtering, coughing black smoke. Even the fire was dying. The refinery at midnight was a vision of industrial purgatory. Silas stood in the mixing shed, corrugated tin structure where the stench was so thick it coated the back of his throat like grease. He watched as the foreman, a man named Rousseau, laid his hand on the valve of the reserve tank. You're sure about this? Mr. Thorne? Rousseau asked. He was sweating, his eyes darting to the pressure gauges. That sludge in the bottom tank. It's heavy stuff. Tar. Mostly. Sand. If we mix it with the brine coming from Rig 1, it's going to clog the filters on the ship. It might even seize the pumps. Just open it, Silas commanded. His voice was hollow. He felt like he was poisoning a patient to hide the symptoms of a plague. Rousseau grunted and turned the wheel. Groan hiss. The valve opened. The heavy, stagnant sludge, the waste product of 5 years of refining, slid into the main outflow pipe. It met the grey, watery mixture coming from the dying well. Silas watched the sight glass on the pipe. The liquid turned from a milky grey to a deep, opaque black. It looked like oil. It smelled like oil. But it wasn't oil. It was a counterfeit chemical broth, designed to fool a German buyer just long enough for the check to clear. It looks thick, Rousseau noted, wiping his hands on a rag. But God help the man who tries to refine it. The Germans have good engineers, Silas said, turning away. They'll figure it out. And when they do, by then, Silas said, stepping out into the night air, we will be gone. He walked to his horse. He felt dirty. Not the honest dirt of the drill floor, but the sticky, spiritual filth of the fraudster. He had crossed a line tonight. Before, he was just ruthless. Now, he was a thief. underscore 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 downtown Beaumont. 2 a.m. The offices of the Beaumont Enterprise were located in a small brick building on Pearl Street. A single light burned in the window. Inside, the young reporter, Thomas Grady, was typing furiously. He had the scoop of the century. The widow Miller had told him everything, the lack of safety, the bribes, and now the rumours of salt water. He had corroborated it with a disgruntled rail worker. He pulled the page from the typewriter. He smiled. This would bring down the Titan. The front door opened. Grady looked up. We're closed. Come back in the morning. Captain McParland stepped inside. He closed the door gently and locked it. He didn't draw a weapon. He simply leaned his silver-tipped cane against the wall. You write late, Mr. Grady, McParland said. Grady stood up. He recognised the man. Everyone knew the Pinkerton captain. I'm writing the truth, Grady said, his voice trembling slightly. About Thorne. About the water. Truth is a matter of perspective, McParland said, walking closer. For example. Is it true that this building is a fire hazard? What? McParland didn't answer with words. He answered with motion. He picked up a heavy iron paperweight from the desk and swung it. Crack! It connected with Grady's hand, the hand resting on the typewriter keys. Grady screamed, falling back, clutching his shattered fingers. The tools of his trade were destroyed in a second. Stop! Grady yelled. I'll scream! Scream all you want, McParland said calmly. The press runs in the morning. But you won't be here to see it. McParland swept the typewriter off the desk. It crashed to the floor. Then he swept the stack of notes, the interview with Mrs. Miller, the rail yard data, into the metal wastebasket. He pulled a match from his pocket. You have a choice. Mr. Grady, McParland said, lighting the match. You can leave this town tonight, without your notes, without your story, or you can stay and be part of the fire. He dropped the match into the wastebasket. The dry paper caught instantly. My notes! Grady lunged for the basket. McParland kicked him in the chest. Grady flew back, hitting the wall. Go! McParland ordered. Grady looked at the fire. He looked at his broken hand. He looked at the dead eyes of the Pinkerton. He ran. He scrambled out the back door, leaving his life's work to burn. McParland watched the fire grow. He tipped the wastebasket over. The flames licked at the wooden desk. Then the curtains. He picked up his cane and walked out the front door. He'd silenced the reporter, but he had made a mistake. Fire, in a wooden city soaked in oil, does not stay where you put it. Underscore 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 the Thorne building. The next morning, the stock ticker in Elias's office was usually a source of comfort, a rhythmic clicking that sang the song of capitalism. Today, it sounded like a death rattle. Click, click, click. Silence. Click, click. Elias stood over the machine, the paper tape running through his fingers. Thorne Petro, THP. 42, 40, 38. It's dropping, Elias whispered. Why is it dropping? We stopped the article. We fixed the oil. Silas sat on the couch, his head in his hands. He hadn't slept. It wasn't the article, Silas said. It was the fire. What fire? The newspaper office, Silas said. McParland burned it down. But the fire spread. It took out the telegraph office next door. And the rumours? Father, the rumours are flying faster than the flames. People are saying we burned the office to hide the bankruptcy. Elias stared at the tape. THP, 35, 32. "They're selling," Elias said. "The New York Exchange opened an hour ago. They are dumping the stock." The door burst open. It was Harrison. The banker was dishevelled, his tie crooked, sweat pouring down his face. "It's a run!" Harrison screamed. "Elias! It's a run on the bank!" "Calm down, James," Elias snapped. "I can't calm down!" Harrison yelled, hysterical. "There is a mob outside my bank. They heard Thorne Petroleum is insolvent. They heard the field is watered out. They want their deposits back. I don't have the cash. Elias, I lent it all to you." Elias looked at the ticker. THP 2825. "Buy it back," Elias said. "What?" Harrison blinked. "Use the bank's reserves," Elias ordered. "Buy Thorne stock. Support the price. If we show strength, the panic will stop." "Are you insane?" Harrison shrieked. "That is embezzlement. That is illegal. I can't use depositors' money to prop up a failing stock." "If the stock fails, the bank fails," Elias roared, grabbing Harrison by the lapels. "We are tied together. James, if I drown, you drown. Buy the stock." Harrison shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "I can't," Harrison whispered. "The regulators are already there. The sheriff is there. It's over. Elias. They froze the accounts." Elias shoved Harrison away. The banker stumbled and fell. Elias turned back to the ticker. THP 18, 15, 12. The tape spilled onto the floor, coiling around Elias's feet like a white snake. "It's not over," Elias whispered. The oil is still flowing." "The oil is mud," Silas said, standing up, "and the money is gone." The phone rang. Elias picked it up. "Thorne?" "This is the harbour master at Port Arthur," a voice said. "Mr. Thorne, the German captain." "He rejected the shipment." Elias froze. "Rejected? Why?" "He ran a test," the harbour master said. "He said it's 40% sludge and 30% brine. He called it industrial waste. He's casting off. And he says he's cabling Berlin to cancel the contract." Click. Elias dropped the phone. He looked at Silas. He looked at Harrison weeping on the floor. He looked at the ticker tape, which had finally stopped clicking. THP, $0.88, from a high of 200. The Empire of Bones had collapsed. The foundation of lies had finally given way under the weight of the salt water. Elias walked to the window. He looked down at the street. A crowd was gathering around the Thorne building. Not a crowd of admirers. A mob. They held rocks. They held signs. "They know," Silas said, walking to the window. "They know it's all gone." Elias looked at the mob. Then he looked at his reflection in the glass. He straightened his tie. "Lock the doors," Elias said. "And get the Winchesters." "Father," Silas said softly, "there is no shooting our way out of this." "There is always a way," Elias said. His eyes were bright, manic, completely detached from reality. "We just need a new fire." Chapter 22, The Panic. The sound of a mob is not like the sound of a storm. A storm has a rhythm. A mob has only a chaotic, hungry roar. Inside the Thorne building, the air was stale, recycled, and smelled of fear. The stock ticker had finally stopped its death rattle, but the silence it left behind was worse. THP, $0, trading suspended. James Harrison sat on the floor, weeping. The banker, once the most powerful financier in Beaumont, looked like a broken doll. His collar was torn, his hair wild. "They're going to hang me," Harrison sobbed into his hands. "The depositors. They have a rope. I saw it. They're going to string me up from the lamppost." Elias Thorne ignored him. He was standing by the window, peering through the gap in the heavy velvet curtains. Below, the street was a sea of angry men. A brick smashed through a lower window, followed by the roar of the crowd. "They are animals," Elias said, his voice terrifyingly calm. "We gave them jobs. We gave them a city. And this is how they repay us." He turned back to the room. He walked to the gun cabinet and unlocked it. He took out a box of ammunition and began to load his Colt Peacemaker. Click. Slide. Click. Silas, Elias said. Silas was standing by the door, his hand resting on the heavy leather gun belt at his hip. He felt numb. The panic hadn't hit him yet. He was still in the shock of the crash. Yes, Father? The police are useless, no, Elias said, spinning the cylinder. The sheriff is likely leading the mob. We're on our own. We need to regroup. Regroup? Silas asked. The company's gone. The bank is gone. There's nothing to regroup. We have the war chest, Elias said, his eyes gleaming with a manic light. The emergency funds? In the safe at the mansion. $200,000 in gold certificates and diamonds. Enough to start over in Mexico. He holstered the gun. Go to the mansion, Silas. Get the money. Get Eleanor. Bring the carriage to the rear alley. We leave tonight. Leave? Harrison looked up, hope struggling with terror on his face. Take me with you. Elias, please, I helped you. I cooked the books for you. Elias looked at the banker. He walked over and stood above him. You cooked the books because you were greedy. James, Elias said. And now you are crying because you got caught. You're dead weight. No! Harrison scrambled to his feet, grabbing Elias's arm. You can't leave me. I'll tell them everything! Elias didn't blink. He drew his revolver and struck Harrison across the temple with the heavy barrel. Crack. Harrison crumbled to the floor, unconscious. He will wake up in an hour, Elias said, holstering the weapon again. By then, the mob will be inside. He will serve as a distraction. Silas looked at the unconscious man. He looked at his father. We are leaving him to die, Silas stated. We are prioritizing assets, Elias corrected. Now go. The back exit is still clear. Ride fast. Don't stop for anything. Silas hesitated. He looked at the window, then at the door. And you? I have some files to burn, Elias said, picking up a kerosene can from the corner. I will not let Holloway find a single piece of paper in this office. Go. Silas turned and ran. He fled down the service stairs green, his boots clanging on the iron steps. He burst out into the alleyway behind the building. It was chaos. Smoke drifted from burning trash cans. Distant gunshots popped like firecrackers. Silas mounted his horse, which had been tethered near the loading dock. He spurred the animal, forcing it into a gallop. He didn't ride through the main streets. He wove through the back alleys of Beaumont, dodging overturned wagons and looting gangs. He saw a man running with a stolen clock. He saw a woman screaming as rioters smashed the windows of a general store. The Black City was eating itself. Silas rode hard, mud flying from the horse's hooves. He rode toward the hill, toward the mansion that overlooked the apocalypse. Underscore, 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 underscore. The Thorne mansion stood silent and white against the darkening sky. The gates were open. The guard booth was empty. The hired men had fled hours ago, taking whatever silver they could carry. Silas rode up the driveway. The house looked like a tomb. He dismounted and ran up the steps. The front door was unlocked. "Eleanor!" Silas shouted, his voice echoing in the cavernous foyer. "Eleanor!" No answer. He ran to the library. Empty. The safe behind the painting was open. Empty. Panic, cold and sharp, finally pierced his numbness. The money. If the money was gone, they were trapped. He ran up the stairs to the master bedroom. "Eleanor!" He kicked the door open. Eleanor was there. She was standing by the window, watching the smoke rise from the city below. She was dressed in her travelling suit, the cream linen one she'd worn when she arrived, now dyed a practical grey. On the bed lay 2 suitcases, and the contents of the safe. Stacks of gold certificates, bags of velvet containing diamonds. Silas exhaled, slumping against the doorframe. "You have it," he gasped. Thank God, we have to go. Elias is waiting, Miss Sewell. The mob is breaking into the offices. We have to make for the border. Eleanor turned slowly. She looked at him. Her face was calm, terrifyingly composed. We? She asked. Silas froze. Yes, us. The family? Eleanor picked up a stack of bills. She fanned them out. This is $200,000, she said. It is a lot of money, but it is not enough for 3 people. Not when one of them is the most hated man in Texas. Eleanor, what are you saying? I'm saying that I'm leaving. Silas, she said, I have a train ticket to New Orleans and a steamer ticket to New York from there. My father has arranged a carriage to take me to the junction north of town, bypassing the station. And Elias? Elias is dead, she said coldly. He just doesn't know it yet. Look at that city, Silas. They want blood. If he tries to run, they will catch him. I will not be caught with him. She closed the suitcase. Click, click. I am offering you a choice, Eleanor said. You can stay here and burn with your father, or you can come with me. With you? We take the money, Eleanor said. We go to New York, we change our names, we live, but Elias stays. Silas stared at her. He is my father. He took me in when I was starving. He bought you, Eleanor snapped, her composure cracking for the first time. He bought you like he bought the land, like he bought the politicians, like he bought me. He turned you into a monster. Silas, look at you, you're wearing a gun like a bandit, you burned barns, you buried honest men. She walked over to him. She placed a hand on his chest, over his heart. There is still a boy in there, she whispered. The boy who cried when the horse died. The boy who didn't want to burn the stable. Come with me, Silas. Let the King of Ashes rule his ruin alone. Silas looked at her. He looked at the suitcases. He looked at the gun on his hip. He thought of Elias in the office, loading his revolver, waiting for the mob. Elias, who had called him son when no one else would look at him. Elias, who had taught him that the world was a war. But he also thought of the salt water, the lies, the murder of Lucas Webb. He will die if I leave him, Silas whispered. He will die anyway, Eleanor said. The only question is, do you want to die with him? Outside, the sound of the mob was getting louder. They were climbing the hill. Silas stepped back. He removed Eleanor's hand from his chest. You have the money, Silas said. Yes. Take it, Silas said. Go. Run to New York. Be free. Eleanor's eyes widened. And you? Silas turned to the door. I have a debt to pay, Silas said. To the man who made me? Silas, don't be a fool, Eleanor cried, grabbing her bag. This is suicide. Goodbye, Eleanor, Silas said. He walked out of the room. He walked down the stairs. He heard Eleanor behind him, struggling with the heavy suitcases. He didn't offer to help. He walked out the front door. He mounted his horse. He looked back at the house one last time. He saw Eleanor appearing in the doorway, dragging the fortune of the Thorne Empire. She stopped. She looked at him. There was no love in her eyes, only a tragic understanding. She turned and ran toward the stables where her private carriage waited. Silas turned his horse back toward the city, back toward the smoke, back toward the father who was waiting to burn the world. He wasn't going back to save Elias. He was going back to end it. Silas rode his horse until the animal refused to go further. 2 blocks from the Thorne building, the street was a solid wall of humanity. The mob was no longer a collection of individuals. It was a single, writhing organism fueled by rage and whiskey. They held torches, axe handles, and bricks. Silas dismounted. He slapped the horse's flank, sending it galloping back toward the safety of the outskirts. He adjusted his gun belt. He checked his revolver. 6 shots. He pushed into the crowd. "Make way!" Silas shouted, using his shoulders to shove men aside. "Make way!" Usually, the sight of a man in a fine suit would draw attacks. But there was something in Silas's eyes, a cold, dead focus that made men step back. He looked like a man walking to his own execution. and no one wanted to interrupt that. He reached the edge of the plaza facing the Thorne building. The scene was medieval. The magnificent plate glass windows of the ground floor were shattered. Smoke was pouring out of the lobby, but the mob's attention was focused on the front steps. A man was being dragged out of the broken doors. It was Harrison. The banker had awoken from Elias's blow, only to stumble into the arms of the people he had defrauded. He was screaming, his face a mask of blood and terror. "I didn't do it!" Harrison shrieked, clawing at the cobblestones. "It was Thorne. He made me cook the books! I'm a victim! Please!" "Liar!" a roughneck shouted. He swung a heavy chain. Crack! Harrison howled as the chain struck his ribs. "My savings!" a woman screamed, throwing a rock that struck Harrison in the shoulder. "You took my savings!" The mob surged forward. They engulfed the banker. Silas saw a flurry of fists, boots, and clubs. Harrison's screams were cut short, swallowed by the roar of the riot. Silas watched for a second. He felt a sick lurch in his gut. Harrison was a coward and a thief, but he didn't deserve to be torn apart like a fox by hounds. But Silas couldn't save him. No one could. He turned his eyes to the building. The lobby was burning, but the upper floors were still dark. Elias was still up there. Silas ran to the side of the building, to the service entrance in the alley. The door had been kicked in. Looters were streaming out, carrying typewriters, lamps and chairs. Silas drew his gun. "Out of my way!" He fired a shot into the air. Bang! The looters scattered, dropping their prizes. Silas stepped over a broken bust of Julius Caesar that had adorned the lobby and ran up the stairs. The stairwell was filled with smoke. Silas coughed, pulling his coat over his mouth. He climbed. First floor, second floor, third floor. On the third floor landing, he met a group of men trying to break down a heavy oak door. They turned as they saw him. "Well, look here," one of them sneered, holding a crowbar. "A little prince in a tuxedo. You got any money, boy?" Silas didn't slow down. He didn't negotiate. He levelled the Colt Peacemaker. "I am Silas Thorne," he said. His voice was calm, terrifyingly steady. "I'm going to the top floor. Step aside, or die." The men looked at the gun. They looked at Silas's face. They saw the enforcer. They stepped aside. Silas ran past them, taking the stairs two at a time. His lungs burned. His eyes watered. He reached the fourth floor. The hallway was quiet. The thick carpet muffled the sounds of the riot below. The gas lamps flickered, casting long, erratic shadows. At the end of the hall, the double doors to the president's office were closed. Silas walked toward them. He holstered his gun. He wouldn't need it for this. He pushed the doors open. The office was a disaster zone, but a deliberate one. Papers were scattered everywhere, covering the floor like snow. But they weren't just scattered, they were soaked. The smell of kerosene was overpowering. Elias Thorne stood in the centre of the room. He had taken off his jacket. His sleeves were rolled up. He held a red jerry can in one hand and a bottle of expensive brandy in the other. He looked up as Silas entered. He didn't look crazy. He looked relieved. "You're back," Elias said, splashing kerosene over the ledger books on his desk. "Good timing. I was just about to light the pyre." "It's over, Father," Silas said, stepping into the room. The fumes made him dizzy. "Harrison is dead. The mob has the lobby. The fire is coming up." "Let it come," Elias said. "Fire cleanses. Fire is pure." He looked behind Silas. "Where is Eleanor? Where is the money?" Silas stopped. He stood amidst the soaked papers. "She's gone," Silas said. Elias froze. The jerrycan dripped onto the rug. Drip, drip. "Gone?" "She took the money," Silas said. "She took the carriage." "She's halfway to the Louisiana border by now." Elias stared at him. For a moment, Silas expected rage. He expected Elias to raise the gun, to scream, to strike him. Instead, Elias started to laugh. It was a low, dry chuckle that built into a full-throated roar. He leaned against the desk, laughing until tears streamed down his face. "She took it," Elias wheezed. "Of course she did. She's a Lowell. They know how to spot a bad investment." He took a swig of the brandy, then poured the rest of it onto the floor. "And you?" Elias asked, wiping his mouth. "Why are you here? Did she kick you out? Or are you too stupid to run?" "I couldn't leave," Silas said. "Why?" Elias sneered. "Loyalty? Love? Don't insult me. Boy?" "Because of the debt," Silas said. He walked closer. The kerosene squelched under his boots. "You bought me for a meal," Silas said. "You made me a monster. You made me burn barns. You made me kill Webb." "I made you a king," Elias roared, throwing the empty bottle against the wall. "Crash. I gave you the world, and you soft, weak little ingrate. You let the woman walk away with the treasury." Elias reached into his pocket. He pulled out a silver lighter. He flicked the lid open. Clink. "It doesn't matter," Elias said, staring at the flame. "The money is gone. The oil is water. The name is mud. There is nothing left to save." He looked at Silas. "Get out," Elias said. "Go run after your wife. Go beg for scraps in New York. I don't want you here. I want to die alone." Silas looked at the flame. He looked at the man who had been his father, his God, and his devil. "No," Silas said. He took a step forward. "You don't get to die alone," Silas whispered. "You don't get to be a martyr. You don't get the easy way out." "Easy?" Elias's eyes widened. "You think burning alive is easy?" "I think running away is easy," Silas said. "And dying is the ultimate escape. You want to burn so you don't have to face them. You don't have to face the men you cheated. You don't have to face the truth." Silas reached out. "Give me the lighter." Elias stared at him. The flame danced between them, reflecting in two pairs of dark, hard eyes. "You want it?" Elias hissed. "Come and take it." He lowered the lighter toward the kerosene-soaked papers. "No!" Silas lunged. He tackled his father. They hit the floor hard, sliding in the slick mixture of fuel and paper. The lighter flew from Elias's hand, skittering across the room. It didn't go out. It landed in a pile of dry contracts near the curtains. Whoosh! The paper caught. The curtains caught. The fire climbed the wall instantly, hungry and fast. Elias didn't fight the fire. He fought Silas. He punched Silas in the face. A hard, desperate blow. "Let me go! Let me die!" Silas took the hit. He grabbed Elias's shirt. He hauled the older man up. "You're not dying!" Silas screamed, shaking him. "You're going to live! You're going to stand in the ashes and see what you did." The room was filling with smoke. The heat was intensifying. "I won't go back to the dirt," Elias screamed, clawing at Silas's face. "I am the king!" The ceiling groaned. The fire had reached the beams. Silas looked at the door. It was blocked by a wall of flame. The only way out was the window. He dragged Elias toward the balcony. Elias kicked and screamed, a madman fighting his saviour. Silas smashed the glass of the balcony doors with his elbow. He shoved Elias out into the night air. Below, the mob looked up. They saw the fire. They saw the two figures on the balcony. "There he is!" someone screamed. "Thorne!" A roar of hatred rose from the street. Elias stopped fighting. He looked down at the thousands of faces. He saw the hate. He saw the judgment. He slumped against the railing, defeated not by Silas, but by the audience. "Look at them," Elias whispered. "My subjects." Silas stood beside him, breathing hard, blood dripping from his nose. Behind them, the office was an inferno. The heat pushed against their backs. "It's over, father," Silas said. Elias looked at Silas. For a second, the madness cleared. He looked tired. He looked old. "Yes," Elias said. "It is." He reached out and touched Silas's face. A bloody fingerprint on the cheek. "I should have left you in the alley," Elias whispered. Then, with a sudden, violent motion, Elias vaulted over the railing. "No!" Silas grabbed for him. His fingers brushed the fabric of Elias's shirt. But the silk was slippery. Elias fell. He didn't scream. He fell silently, a black shape plummeting from the tower he'd built. He hit the pavement 4 stories below. The mob went silent. Silas stood on the balcony, his hand outstretched, grasping nothing but smoke. The King of Ashes was dead, and Silas Thorne was left standing in the fire, the sole heir to a kingdom of nothing. Chapter 23, The Inferno. The king was dead. Long live the mob. Silas stood on the balcony, gripping the hot iron railing. Below him, on the cobblestones, the broken body of Elias Thorne lay in a twisted heap. The crowd had pulled back, creating a small, respectful circle of void around the fallen tyrant. But the respect lasted only a heartbeat. A man in a torn shirt, a roughneck Silas recognised from Rig 4, stepped forward. He spat on Elias's corpse. Then he looked up. He pointed a finger at the balcony, his eyes burning with the reflection of the flames. "There's the cub!" the man screamed. "The spawn! Get him! Don't let the bloodline live!" The roar of the crowd shifted. It wasn't just anger anymore. It was bloodlust. They began to surge toward the entrance of the building. "Burn it down!" they chanted. "Burn them out!" Silas stepped back. The heat from the office behind him was blistering. The curtains were gone. The desk was a bonfire. The ceiling beams were groaning, ready to collapse. He was trapped between the fire and the fall. He looked at the door. A wall of flame blocked the exit to the hallway, but the fire hadn't reached the heavy, velvet drapes on the far left window yet. Silas grabbed a heavy brass statue, a bust of Napoleon from the side table. He smashed the side window. Crash. Cold air rushed in, feeding the fire, making it roar louder. Silas climbed onto the window ledge. He looked up. The Thorne building had a decorative cornice, a stone ledge that ran around the perimeter just below the roof line. It was narrow, slick with soot, and 4 stories above the street. "Better to fall than burn," Silas whispered. He holstered his revolver. He reached up, his fingers clawing at the stone moulding. He pulled himself up. His boots scrabbled on the brickwork. He hung there for a second, dangling over the abyss, before he swung his leg over the cornice and hauled himself onto the flat roof. He rolled onto the tar paper surface, gasping for air. The smoke here was thick, choking. He stood up and looked out over the city. It was the end of the world. The fire in the Thorne building wasn't the only one. The mob had set fire to the bank. They had set fire to the livery stables. And in the distance, the refinery was glowing with an unnatural, pulsating light. The wind was picking up, carrying embers across the rooftops. Beaumont was a city of wood and oil. It was a tinderbox waiting for a spark. And tonight, it had 1,000 sparks. Silas ran to the edge of the roof facing north. The next building over was the Crosby House Hotel. It was 3 stories high, 1 story lower than the Thorne building. The gap between them was an alleyway, about 8 feet wide. 8 feet, in the alley below, looters were running with armfuls of stolen goods. If he missed the jump, he would break his legs on the cobblestones, and the mob would finish him. He heard a crash from the stairwell door behind him. The roof access door burst open. 3 men stumbled out onto the roof. They were coughing, their faces covered in soot, holding axe handles. "There he is," one of them shouted. "Get him!" Silas drew his Colt Peacemaker. He levelled it. "Stay back," Silas warned. "You got nowhere to go, pretty boy," the man yelled, charging. Silas fired. Bang! The bullet struck the roof at the man's feet, sending up a spray of gravel. The man flinched, stopping. "The next one goes in your chest," Silas said. His voice was steady. He felt a strange calm. He had nothing left to lose. He backed up to the edge of the roof. He holstered the gun. He ran. He sprinted across the tar paper, his boots thudding. He hit the edge of the roof and launched himself into the void. For a second, he was flying. He saw the alley below, crash, the rats. Then gravity took him. He slammed into the slate roof of the hotel. He hit hard, rolling instantly to absorb the impact. Slate tiles shattered under his weight. He slid down the steep incline, scrabbling for a grip. Stop, stop, stop! His fingers found a copper rain gutter. He grabbed it. The metal groaned, bending under his weight, but it held. He hung off the edge of the hotel roof, his feet dangling over a balcony on the 3rd floor. He let go. He dropped 10 feet, landing on the wooden balcony. He crashed through a wicker chair, sprawling onto the floor. Pain shot through his ankle. He gritted his teeth, suppressing a scream. The balcony door was open. The room inside was dark. Silas limped inside. It was a guest suite, empty. The guests had fled hours ago. He walked to the mirror. He looked at himself. His tuxedo was torn. His face was smeared with soot and blood. His eyes were wide, the pupils dilated. He looked like a demon that had crawled out of a chimney. "The King of Ashes," Silas whispered to his reflection. He went to the wash basin and splashed water on his face. The water turned black instantly. He checked his gun. 4 bullets left. He walked out of the room into the hotel corridor. The Crosby house was usually a place of elegance. Now it was a war zone. Looters were running through the halls, smashing doors, stealing silverware, stripping the sheets off the beds. Silas kept his head down, hugging the wall. He needed to get to the street. He needed a horse. He reached the grand staircase, the same staircase where he and Elias had descended to meet the senator just months ago. The lobby was a wreck. The chandelier had fallen. A group of men were trying to pry the gold leaf off the reception desk. Silas started to descend. "Hey!" the voice shouted. "Look at the boots! That's quality leather!" Silas froze. 3 men at the bottom of the stairs looked up. They saw the tuxedo. They saw the gun belt. "That's Thorne's kid," one of them realised. "I saw him at the wedding." "Get him! He's got the gold!" The 3 men started up the stairs. Silas drew his gun. "I don't have gold!" Silas shouted. "I have lead! Back off!" "He's bluffing!" The lead man, a giant with a sledgehammer, charged. Silas didn't hesitate. He aimed for the man's leg. Bang! The bullet took the man in the thigh. He screamed, tumbling backward down the stairs, knocking the other 2 men over like bowling pins. Silas didn't wait to see if they got up. He vaulted over the banister, dropping to the lobby floor. He landed badly on his injured ankle, crying out in pain. He scrambled to his feet and ran for the kitchen doors. He burst into the kitchen. It was empty, save for a pot of soup still boiling on the stove. He ran out the back exit, into the alley. The air outside was cooler, but it smelled of burning oil. Silas limped down the alley, keeping to the shadows. He reached the street that led to the stables. The stables were burning. "No," Silas whispered. The mob had torched the livery. Horses were running wild in the street, their eyes rolling in terror. Silas saw a black mare, a strong, nervous animal, trotting down the alley, dragging a broken lead rope. He whistled, low and sharp. The mare stopped, ears twitching. Silas approached slowly, hiding his fear. "Easy, girl, easy." He grabbed the rope. The horse shied, but Silas held on. He stroked her nose, whispering the nonsense words he used to calm the rig horses. "We have to go," Silas said. "We have to run." He didn't have a saddle. He vaulted onto the horse's bare back, gripping her mane. "Go." He kicked her flanks. The mare bolted. They galloped out of the alley and onto the main thoroughfare. The scene that greeted him was apocalyptic. The fire from the Thorne building had jumped the street. The bank was burning. The post office was burning. The wind was driving the flames south, toward the residential district. But the worst was the refinery. In the distance, a massive explosion lit up the sky. Boom. A mushroom cloud of fire rose from the industrial sector. The distillation unit had blown. The tank farm, Silas realised with horror. If the fire reaches the storage tanks, millions of barrels of crude. If they ignited, Spindletop wouldn't just burn, it would be erased. He had to get out. He had to ride north away from the oil field, but as he turned the horse, he saw something that made him stop. In the middle of the chaotic street, standing on a crate, was a man. He was surrounded by a group of armed roughnecks. He was shouting orders, directing the looting, directing the fire. It was a man with a melted face, Hickok. The ghost had come out of the swamp. He wasn't hiding anymore. He was leading the destruction. Hickok saw him, across the sea of heads, across the smoke and the fire. The one-eyed man locked gazes with the boy on the horse. Hickok smiled, a ruin of a smile. He raised a rifle. Silas didn't wait. He laid himself flat against the horse's neck. Yeah! Crack! A bullet whizzed past Silas's ear. Silas spurred the horse. They wove through the crowd, knocking people aside. Hickok didn't fire again. He just watched the boy run. He lowered the rifle. He knew there was nowhere to go. The fire was faster than a horse. Silas rode toward the edge of town. But the road was blocked. A wall of fire, a burning wagon train cut off the northern exit. He was trapped. The only way out was through the refinery. Through the heart of the beast. Silas turned the horse south, toward the explosion, toward the source of the black rain. Into the fire, Silas whispered. He kicked the horse, and they plunged into the smoke. The refinery was no longer a place of science. It was a geography of hell. Silas rode the black mare into a canyon of steel and fire. To his left, the distillation towers were glowing cherry red, their metal skins buckling under the intense heat. To his right, the storage tanks were cooking off one by one. Boom, 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 sending geysers of flaming crude into the sky. The heat was physical. It pressed against Silas's eyes, drying them out instantly. It singed the hair on his arms. The air tasted of sulphur and cooked iron. "Run!" Silas screamed at the horse, kicking her ribs. "Don't stop!" The mare was terrified, foaming at the mouth, her eyes rolling white. But Silas held the mane with a grip of iron. He was the rider of the apocalypse, and he would not be unseated. They reached the main thoroughfare of the plant. It was blocked. A massive smokestack had collapsed across the road, creating a barricade of twisted brick and mortar. Behind it, a pool of oil was burning, a river of blue and orange flame. Silas pulled the reins hard to the left. "Think," he hissed to himself. "Think." He knew this place. He had memorized the blueprints when he forced the men to build it in 4 months. He knew every pipe, every valve, every drain, the drainage culvert. On the eastern edge of the site, near the creek, there was a storm drain designed to carry away rain runoff. It was wide enough for a wagon. It ran under the perimeter fence and emptied into the marsh. "This way!" He guided the horse toward the warehouse district. The buildings here were wooden. They were fully engulfed. The heat was so intense that the paint on the walls was peeling off in sheets. A group of men, scabs who had been trapped by the fire, were huddled near a water tower. They saw Silas riding through the smoke. "Help us," one of them screamed, reaching out. "Take me with you." Silas looked at them. There was no room on the horse. And if he stopped, the mob of desperate men would pull him down. He rode past them. He closed his ears to their pleas. He had left his father to fall. He could leave strangers to burn. He reached the culvert entrance. It was a dark, concrete moor, half obscured by weeds. But the path to it was blocked by a broken steam pipe. High-pressure steam was venting across the road, a scalding white curtain. The horse balked. She reared up, hooves flailing. "Down!" Silas shouted, leaning forward, pressing his face into her mane. "Trust me!" He didn't use the whip. He used his voice. He whispered the lies of comfort into her ear. "It's just mist. It's just a cloud. Go." He drove her forward. They hit the steam. It burned. It felt like being skinned alive. The horse screamed, a high-pitched shriek of pain, but she plunged through. They burst out the other side, drenched in condensation, gasping for cooler air. The culvert was 10 yards ahead. Silas steered her into the darkness of the tunnel. The silence was sudden and shocking. Inside the concrete tube, the roar of the fire was muffled. It was cool. It smelled of mud and rats. The horse trotted through the sludge, her hooves echoing. Silas slumped over her neck, his body shaking. He checked his hands. They were blistered. His tuxedo was in tatters. They emerged on the other side. They were in the marsh. The tall sawgrass waved in the wind. The air was thick with humidity, but it was fresh. Silas didn't stop. He rode another mile, putting the swamp between him and the refinery. He reached the banks of the Neches River. The water flowed black and silent, indifferent to the destruction happening upstream. The horse stopped. She couldn't go another step. Her legs buckled, and she sank onto the wet grass, wheezing. Silas slid off. His ankle gave way, and he fell into the mud. He lay there for a long time, staring up at the sky. The sky wasn't black. It was a swirling tapestry of orange, red, and purple. The smoke from Spindletop had created an artificial sunset at midnight. He sat up slowly. He looked back toward the city. Beaumont was burning. The Thorne building was a torch. The refinery was a crater. The derricks were burning like candles on a birthday cake for the devil. Everything Elias had built, everything Silas had protected. The lies, the murders, the bribes, the marriage. It was all ash. "It's gone," Silas whispered. He reached into his pocket. He pulled out the $50 bank draft, the one he had carried since the day he tried to pay off the widow Miller. It was crumpled, stained with sweat and oil, but still legible. He looked at Elias's signature. The bold, arrogant strokes of a man who thought he owned the future. Silas took out his gun. He popped the cylinder. He took out a bullet. He used the gunpowder from the cartridge to light a small fire on a flat rock. He held the check over the flame. It caught. The paper curled. The signature blackened and vanished. He watched it burn until it singed his fingertips. Then he let it go. The ashes floated up, joining the massive cloud that hung over Texas. He was alone. He had no wife. He had no father. He had no money. He had no name. Silas Thorne, the Prince of Oil, was dead. The man sitting in the mud was someone else. He stood up. He washed his face in the river. The water was cold. It stung his burns, but it felt clean. He looked at the horse. She was resting, but alive. "You and me," Silas said to the animal, "were the only honest things left." He didn't look back at the fire again. He turned north, toward the dark, open road that led away from the coast. Toward the rest of America, he began to walk, leading the horse by the rope. He walked away from the empire of bones. He walked into the dark, carrying nothing but the weight of his own survival. Chapter 24, Requiem. The road north, the morning after. The sun rose, but it did not shine. It merely illuminated the devastation. A thick, grey shroud of smoke hung over the entire county, turning the Texas sky into a ceiling of slate. It rained ash. It fell softly, silently, coating the trees, the mud, and the backs of the refugees clogging the road. It looked like snow, but it tasted of sulphur and ruin. Silas walked leading the black mare. He didn't ride her, she was too exhausted, and he felt unworthy of the elevation. He was a ghost walking among the living. His tuxedo was shredded, covered in mud and soot. One sleeve was torn off at the shoulder. His face was a mask of dried blood and grime. He looked like a madman, or a beggar who had stolen a gentleman's clothes. The road was filled with people fleeing the city. Families with carts piled high with bedding. Roughnecks carrying their tool bags. Women clutching Bibles. They didn't look at him. They were too busy looking back at the pillar of black smoke rising from the horizon behind them. "Sodom and Gomorrah," an old woman muttered as she passed Silas, clutching a rosary. "The Lord burned it down, just like the preacher said he would." Silas didn't speak. He just kept walking. He reached a crossroads about 5 miles north of Beaumont. There was a water trough there, fed by a windmill. A small crowd had gathered to drink and rest. Silas led the mare to the water. She drank greedily. Silas cupped his hands and splashed the tepid water over his face, scrubbing away the crust of the fire. "You look like you walked out of the furnace, son," a voice said. Silas looked up, water dripping from his chin. Sitting on a crate nearby was an old farmer. He was whittling a stick. He wore faded overalls and a straw hat. His eyes were kind but sharp. "I was close enough to feel the heat," Silas rasped. His throat was raw from the smoke. "They say Thorne is dead," the farmer said, spitting a wood shaving onto the ground. "They say he jumped from the tower, splattered on the street like a ripe melon." Silas froze. He dried his hands on his ruined trousers. "Is that what they say?" "Yep. And good riddance," the farmer nodded. "He was a devil. Stole my brother's land 3 years ago. Paid him in worthless stock. I hope he felt every inch of the fall." Silas looked at the farmer. He waited for the anger to rise. He waited for the urge to defend his father, to defend the name. But nothing came, only a vast, empty silence. "He felt it," Silas said quietly. "And the boy?" the farmer asked, looking at Silas with sudden suspicion. "The adopted one. The enforcer. They say he's worse than the old man. I heard he burned a barn with an old man inside." Silas looked down at his hands. The hands that had held the torch. The hands that had held the gun. "He's dead too," Silas lied. "I saw him fall. He burned with the rest of them." The farmer nodded, satisfied. "Good. Clean slate. God scrubbed the board." Silas turned back to the horse. He couldn't keep the mare. She was a thoroughbred, branded with the Thorne T. She was a beacon. Anyone who knew horses would know she belonged to the king. "That's a fine animal," the farmer noted, eyeing the mare. "Too fine for a drifter." "I found her running loose," Silas said. "She's spooked. She needs a pasture. She needs peace." He patted the mare's neck. She nudged him, sensing his goodbye. "I need to get north," Silas said. "I have no money, but I have this horse." The farmer stopped whittling. He stood up and walked over. He checked the mare's teeth. He ran a hand over her flank. "She's worth $500, the farmer said. "Maybe more." "I don't want money," Silas said. "I want clothes. Work clothes. Boots that fit. A hat. And a mule that won't draw attention." The farmer looked at Silas. He looked at the ruined tuxedo, the gold cufflinks that were now missing their stones, the gun belt that looked too heavy for the boy's hips. The farmer understood. He didn't ask questions. In Texas, when a man wants to disappear, you let him. "I got a mule named Bess," the farmer said. "She's slow, but she walks, and I got my son's old clothes in the wagon. He went to work on the rigs last year. Died of the fever. I'll take them," Silas said. Underscore 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 10 minutes later. Silas Thorne ceased to exist. He stood behind the wagon, stripping off the remains of his life. He took off the tuxedo jacket. He unbuttoned the silk shirt. He unbuckled the gun belt. He held the Colt Peacemaker in his hand. It was a beautiful weapon. Cold, heavy. It was the symbol of his power. He looked at the water trough. He dropped the gun into the water. Splash! It sank to the bottom, resting in the green algae. He put on the dead son's clothes, a rough cotton shirt, denim trousers held up by suspenders, a heavy canvas coat, a wide-brimmed hat that smelled of sweat and dust. He looked at the farmer. "Thank you," Silas said. "Take the mule." The farmer pointed to a grey, stubborn-looking animal tied to the wagon. "And here?" He handed Silas a wrapped bundle. "Cornbread and jerky. Won't get you to New York, but it'll get you out of the county." Silas took the food. He climbed onto the mule. It felt different from the mare. It was narrow, bony. It didn't prance. It plodded. "What's your name, son?" the farmer asked. Silas adjusted the hat, pulling it low over his eyes. "Miller," Silas said. He used the name of the man who had died in the cable accident, the name of the telegraph operator, the name of the innocent. "John Miller." "Well, John Miller," the farmer said. "Keep riding north. The air is cleaner up there." Underscore 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 underscore. Silas rode the mule away from the crossroads. He didn't look back at the black mare. He didn't look back at the pillar of smoke. He rode for hours, putting miles between himself and the ruins of his youth. By late afternoon, the smoke began to thin. The sky turned from grey to a pale, washed-out blue. He passed a field where a man was ploughing. The earth was brown, not black. There were no derricks, no steam engines. Just the sound of birds and the wind in the grass. Silas stopped the mule. He took a deep breath. For 5 years, his lungs had been filled with sulphur. He had forgotten what clean air tasted like. It tasted empty. It tasted lonely. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the only thing he had kept from his old life. It wasn't money. It wasn't gold. It was the pocket watch Elias had given him. He popped the lid. The inscription inside read, "Time is the only resource we cannot drill for." The hands were stopped at 11:45. The moment Elias had jumped, Silas looked at the watch. It was gold. It was valuable. It could buy him a hot meal and a room for a week. But it was also a shackle. He wound the stem. Click, click, click. The watch started ticking again. Silas closed the lid. He didn't throw it away. He put it back in his pocket. He couldn't erase the past. He couldn't pretend Elias Thorne hadn't existed. He carried the monster in his pocket, a ticking reminder of who he was and who he must never be again. He kicked the mule gently. "Giddy up, Bess." As he rode, he saw a figure sitting on a fence post up ahead. Silas tensed. He instinctively reached for the gun that wasn't there. As he got closer, he saw it wasn't a threat. It was an old woman selling wildflowers to travellers, bluebonnets, the flowers Martha Miller had dreamed of. Silas stopped. He had no money. "Pretty flowers for your sweetheart?" the woman asked, smiling a toothless smile. "I have no sweetheart," Silas said. "Then for your mother?" "She's dead." "Then for yourself," the woman said. "To remember the beauty." Silas looked at the blue flowers. They were vibrant, alive, defiant against the dust. "I have no money," Silas said. The woman looked at him. She saw the dust on his coat. She saw the sadness in his eyes that was too old for his face. She pulled a single flower from her basket. "Take it," she said. "It's free. God grows them for everyone." Silas took the flower. He held it in his rough, scarred hand. "Thank you," he whispered. He tucked the flower into the buttonhole of his borrowed coat. A spot of blue on the grey. He rode on. The road stretched out before him, endless and open. He didn't know where he was going. He didn't know how he would survive. But for the first time in his life, he wasn't digging a hole. He was just walking Kansas. 6 months later, autumn 1906. The ocean here was not made of water or oil. It was made of wheat, gold, endless, and waving in the cold wind. The wheat fields of Kansas stretched to the horizon. It was a clean landscape, devoid of derricks, smokestacks, or the screams of steam engines. Silas, now known simply as Miller, wiped sweat from his brow. He was thinner now. The baby fat of his youth burned away by hard labour and miles of walking. His hands, once manicured and gloved, were calloused and stained with the honest dirt of the harvest. He pitched a sheaf of wheat onto the wagon. His muscles ached, a dull, rhythmic pain that he welcomed. It was a simple pain. It didn't keep him awake at night. "Miller!" the foreman shouted from the porch of the bunkhouse. "Grub's on, and the mail wagon came by." Silas stuck his pitchfork into the ground. He walked toward the house. Other men were washing up at the trough. They were drifters, veterans, men running from debts or wives. They didn't ask Silas about his past, and he didn't ask about theirs. Silas sat on a bench. The foreman handed him a plate of stew and a crumpled newspaper that had been used to wrap a bundle of nails. "New York paper," the foreman said. "Couple weeks old. Thought you might want to read the funnies." Silas took the paper. The New York World. He didn't look at the comics. His eyes drifted to the business section on the back page. A small headline caught his eye. "Texas oil production plummets. Spindletop declared exhausted." Silas read the article. It was dry, factual. It spoke of saltwater intrusion, of bankruptcies, of the once great field now producing only a trickle of sludge. The boom was over. The speculators had moved on to Oklahoma, leaving Beaumont to rot in its own greed. And then, a smaller item in the social column. Mrs. Eleanor Lowell, formerly Thorne, has returned to her family estate in Newport following the tragic dissolution of her husband's Texas interests. She declined to comment on the rumours of the fire, stating only that the past is a foreign country, and I have surrendered my passport. Silas lowered the paper. She had made it. She was safe. She was cold, she was practical, and she was alive. He felt a weight lift off his chest, a weight he hadn't realised he was still carrying. "Bad news?" the foreman asked, noticing Silas's expression. Silas folded the paper carefully. "No," Silas said. "Old news." He tore the newspaper into strips. He rolled a cigarette with the paper, lighting it with a match struck against his boot. He watched the smoke rise. It wasn't black. It was grey, wispy, and vanished instantly in the wind. He thought of Elias. They had never found the body. The fire had been too intense. The collapse of the building too total. Some said the King of Spindletop had burned to ash. Others whispered that he'd crawled into the sewers, living like a phantom beneath the city he built. Silas knew the truth. Elias was gone. The man had died the moment the stock ticker hit zero. The thing that fell from the balcony was just a shell. And Hickok, the man with the melted face? Silas looked at the scar on his own hand, a small burn from the night of the inferno. Evil didn't die. It just changed shape. Hickok was out there. Or he wasn't. It didn't matter. Silas had walked through the fire and come out the other side. He wasn't afraid of ghosts anymore. He finished his cigarette. He tossed the butt into the dirt and crushed it. He reached into his pocket and touched the gold watch. Click, click, click. Still ticking. He didn't take it out. He left it there, buried deep in the denim. A secret heart beating against his thigh. "Hey, Miller," a young farmhand called out, holding a fiddle. "Give us a tune. You got the long fingers for it." Silas looked at his hands. The hands of a pianist. The hands of a killer. The hands of a farmer. "I don't play," Silas said softly. "Not anymore." He stood up. The sun was setting, painting the wheat fields in shades of amber and violet. It was beautiful, for the first time in his life. Silas Thorne didn't want to own the land. He didn't want to drill it, burn it, or sell it. He just wanted to live on it. He picked up his pitchfork. "I'll take the night shift," Silas told the foreman. "You sure? You worked double yesterday." "I like the night," Silas said. "It's quiet." He walked back out into the field, a small, solitary figure against the vast American sky. He walked away from the empire of bones. He walked toward tomorrow. They called it the Lucas Gusher. They called it black gold. They called it the future. For a few brief years. Spindletop was the centre of the world. It fueled the ships of war, the cars of peace, and the dreams of avarice. But the earth does not yield its blood for free. Elias Thorne tried to buy immortality with a chequebook. He found only a grave in the air. Silas Thorne tried to find a father. He found only a mirror of his own darkness. The oil is gone now. The wooden towers have rotted away. The men are dust. But the lesson remains, written in the geology of the human soul. As they say in the fields, God gives the land, but the devil shows where to drill. Ambition is a fuel that burns hot and fast. It can power empires. It can light up the night. But if you drill too deep, past the rock and into the greed, it will consume everything you love and leave you nothing but a king of ashes. Thank you for listening to Blood and Oil. This has been a journey through history, fire and betrayal. If you enjoyed this saga, please subscribe and ring the bell. A new story begins soon. Until then, keep your lamps trimmed and burning,